What profession uses the brain scoop, artificial tongues, ear liners, fleshing balls, and the eager beaver tabletop flasher? 215-263-WMMR. We'll go to listener Karen. Hi there, Karen.
Hi. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Wonderful. I'm not going to repeat that whole big question. Just, do you know the answer? What profession uses all that stuff?
Taxidermist?
Yes. Taxidermy. Hang on, Karen. Got you a 4-pack of tickets for the 25th Annual Philadelphia Tattoo Arts Festival, Friday through Sunday at the Pennsylvania Convention Center. 1,500 of the world's best tattoo artists are coming to Philly to tattoo you. For tickets, visit villainarts.com. Remember we had the hot taxidermist for a little while? We talked to her.
Exactly, and she had tons of stuff that she had done.
Oh, yeah. That's what she does
impressive.
for
Yeah.
a living, I believe. So, I forgot. We were following her on social media.
Have you ever seen people taxidermy? They get their pets, beloved pets, stuffed.
Yeah.
It's kind of like I get that you're the pet means everything, a family member, but it's still kind of weird.
Yes.
Fetch, Fido, why aren't you listening?
It's their flesh.
Yeah.
It's very strange. All right, let's go through some entertainment stories. British broadcaster Jeremy Clarkson issued a public apology on Monday for an offensive article he wrote about Meghan Markle in December. His article was published in The Sun and focused on his hate for Markle, which he said, he felt on a cellular level. The hate he felt on a cellular level. But on Monday, he wrote that he felt sick and horrible for what he wrote at that time, which included... at night, I am unable to sleep as I lie there grinding my teeth and dreaming of the day when she is made to parade naked through the streets of every town in Britain while the crowds chant shame and throw lumps of excrement at her.
All right, so is this guy saying this because Harry's called him out publicly for this?
Well, also because his Amazon Prime Video series titled Clarkson's Farm was called off on Monday.
Yeah.
And the streaming platform is parting ways with him, so maybe that's part of it. So, but he issued the apology on the same day. Later on that day on Monday, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex released a statement in response to his apology, writing, while a new public apology has been issued today by Mr. Clarkson, what remains to be addressed is his longstanding pattern of writing articles that spread hate rhetoric, dangerous conspiracy theories, and misogyny. Prince Harry also discussed Clarkson's article during a recent interview with Tom Brady on ITV and said, when we're talking about accountability, just recently, which I know you know about, the Jeremy Clarkson article, he said, so not only did what he said was horrific and is hurtful and is cruel towards my wife, but it also encourages other people around the UK and around the world, men particularly, to go and think that it's acceptable to treat women that way. So he's backtracked big time and has done a full apology on that.
I liked the cluster, that original Top Gear, which he was a part of. Those, the original version of that show, still my favorite. Because they used to do really inventive things. They tested all the Bond cars, Preston, in that first 2 seasons. To see if they could do what they do in the movies and get them to do that. So it had a really sort of light and fun aspect to it, but maybe he's gotten a little upset over the years.
Yeah, maybe so. This was sad to see, but what a life. Italian actor Gina Lollobrigida died at the age of 95. Lollobrigida, who was affectionately nicknamed La Lola by the press, was one of the last surviving stars of the golden age of Hollywood. She shot to fame in the 1950s as a Mediterranean sex symbol and starred in more than 60 films in her career, which began in the 1950s and spanned 5 decades.
Yeah, stunning woman.
Lollobrigida had been hospitalized for some time at a clinic in Rome. In 1947, she was 20 years old. She placed third in the Miss Italia pageant, which first brought her to the attention of the Italian public. She began her acting career around the same time, appearing in uncredited background roles before being promoted to more central roles, and it was her performance in Bread, Love, and Dreams in 1953.
She played Bread.
For which she was nominated for a BAFTA for Best Foreign Actress, which led her to become a bona fide Hollywood star. That same year, she appeared opposite Humphrey Bogart in her first mainstream English film, which was Beat the Devil, a role which brought her millions of admirers around the world. Bogart famously said Lollobrigida made Marilyn Monroe look like Shirley Temple. She followed this up with Crossed Swords, in which she appeared opposite Errol Flynn, Trapeze, in which she starred alongside Burt Lancaster and Tony Curtis, and The Hunchback of Notre Dame, in which she played Esmeralda to Anthony Quinn's Quasimodo. Her appearance as the protagonist in Beautiful But Dangerous led her to being dubbed the world's most beautiful woman. Lola Brigida also starred opposite Frank Sinatra in Never So Few and collaborated with Rock Hudson twice. They appeared together in romantic comedies Come September, which won her a Golden Globe Award, and Strange Bedfellows. So she backed it up with the awards. You know, she wasn't just a beautiful woman.
She absolutely was. She was great.
Yeah.
And if you wanted to talk about for the longest time, you with Sophia Loren and all of the Italian bombshell was in vogue, but they both had acting skills.
Yeah. Lola Brigida's acting career slowed down in the 70s, and during this decade, she began focusing on photography, and she published several photography collections, which featured among them portraits of Paul Neumann, Salvador Dali, Henry Kissinger, Ella Fitzgerald, and Audrey Hepburn. She even secured a photo shoot and interview with Fidel Castro.
That's right.
Yeah. And she officially retired from acting in 1997, and 2 years later, she attempted to run for election to the European Parliament as a candidate for the Democrats in 2022. She tried politics again, but she was unsuccessful. She underwent an operation on her femur after breaking it at home. But she is survived by son Andrea, who she shared with her ex-husband. So what a life.
95.
95 years old. Exactly.
Steve, in the mid-'80s, she was on 2 episodes of The Love Boat.
Yes, she was.
She played Carla Lucci in 1986.
I'll go get a life raft.
Yeah. Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck are adjusting to life with a blended family following the pair's marriage last year. In an interview with Today that aired on Monday, Lopez said that bringing their families together has been an emotional transition.
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life.
Into my fantasy life.
I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chris Agon, the philosopher of evil, and the skull sealer.
That guy will not let it go.
No, he will
It's
not.
been over a decade now.
You don't need to apologize for the skull sealer anymore.
So she shares 2 children with her ex, Mark Anthony, while Affleck shares 3 children with Jennifer Garner, who this guy is apologizing to.
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life.
Fantasy life.
So Lopez said, we moved in together, the kids moved in together, and she said it's been like a really kind of emotional transition, but at the same time, all your dreams coming true, and it's just been a phenomenal year.
It's unbelievable.
Like my best year, I think, since my kids were born.
Do you notice that people have millions and millions of dollars tend to have really good years?
I know. Isn't that great? Millions, and are super good looking.
Yeah.
They have great years.
Absolutely.
Dax Shepard spilled the beans about his wife, Kristen Bell's thoughts on Anna Kendrick during a recent episode of his Armchair Expert podcast. And he had said to Kendrick, she's only had jealousy over one single human, and it's been you. He said, I'd never seen it. It blew my mind. He said, Kristen was like, who is this other short person? Oh, she can sing like that, too. I'm already here. We've got another one. And he added that Kristen gave him permission to divulge this information to her. And he said, I want to preface it by saying that in the 15 years I've known Kristen, she's had nothing but benevolence for everyone. She monitored you, recognized how brilliant you were, lost some roles to you, and slowly processed the whole thing, and has nothing but wonderful feelings for you, but you're the only person who ever made her jealous that I witnessed. And then the Pitch Perfect star responded by saying that she felt like Belle never really liked her. And Kendrick added, but I do think a massive percentage of that is just genuinely what it comes to really sweet, angelic, blonde girls.
That's funny.
Yeah, interesting. Those two should get together and do something. They'd be great.
Make out.
Movie together. Maybe they should just make out. That'd be nice.
Daisy chain.
On Monday, the 3-part
Beautiful, man.
documentary, The Price of Glee, was released on Discovery Plus, during which Naya Rivera's father, George Rivera, shared that Leah Michelle was the only cast member his daughter had trouble with. Of course, Naya tragically died from an accidental drowning. She was only 33, and that happened in 2020. But he said there was always a fight between them. Everybody knew and everybody saw it. He said they hated each other, but at the same time respected each other's talent. This comes out after Glee star Samantha Ware claimed that Michelle made her life a living hell on set due to traumatic microaggressions. But yeah, Leah Michelle is supposed to be one of those that's kind of brush off and
dismiss, and she's been fighting that, and that's what I guess doing the role of funny girl on Broadway was part of coming back from that, and maybe she's been trying now extra hard to be extra nice to people.
Yeah, stop being a jerk.
Yeah.
Be nice. Tom Hanks may have prompted the internet's latest cocktail study. Thank you, Dalton. We can learn from him.
I can't tell you how many times I got this.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
yesterday.
But industry pros say that this one will probably be short-lived. During a guest appearance on Stephen Colbert, Hanks shared details on his current drink of choice. It's part champagne and part Diet Coke, and he calls it cocaine. So cocaine, Coke,
Right.
Coke and champagne together.
He drinks a lot of Diet Coke. He's diabetic.
Oh,
He-
so wait, hang on a second. Is this just a joke or
No. He said,
it's
listen,
his
I'll
drink.
explain. He said, I'm not a big drinker. I don't drink, so I usually have a Diet Coke. But on this particular night, while champagne was getting passed around, Hanks caved. I said, all right, give me a shot of champagne in there for crying out loud. And I said, well, maybe it's insane, but I want to celebrate. So I had a sip of this. And he told Colbert the drink, which is about a third of a glass of Diet Coke and a shot of champagne. And he said it turned out to be delicious. Hanks's cocaine isn't the first drink to mix cola with wine. Of course, in Spain, the Calamatsco, I guess is how you say that, combines Coca-Cola and red wine. That actually dates back to the 1920s.
I've never heard that.
Neither have I. And of course, cola-based mixed drinks are a simple crowd pleaser. You can get, rum and Coke or Jack and Coke and stuff like that.
Never had a milk and Pepsi. Have you ever tried that?
Oh, absolutely.
Shirley? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Is it good?
Milk and Pepsi? Yes. I used to love milk and Pepsi.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
That sounds disgusting.
Yeah. That would be, in fact, that was kind of like my dessert,
Ugh.
Yeah.
Since the clip with Hanks and Colbert aired, people have been making and reviewing the cocaine across TikTok. Some say it tastes a little bit like cream soda. Danielle Miller, a beverage manager at Martha in Kensington, said that he finds the trend funny and likens the drink to an Amaro Spritz, kind of.
Do we have the fixins for that here? Do we have any champagne or any?
I'll bring some in
I don't know
tomorrow.
any
I'd like to see
champagne.
Kathy try it.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm not really, if it's too sweet, I'm not going to like it, so I'm not sure I'm going to like it.
I don't think it will be.
I want to try it.
If it's a Diet Coke, there's not a
Diet
ton
Coke
of,
is for me, is very
No
sweet.
kidding.
Yeah.
Well, do you like mimosas?
Yeah, I love mimosas.
Orange
That's
juice is
pretty sweet.
incredibly sweet.
Teeny bit of orange juice.
mostly champagne.
Yeah.
They
She drinks
laugh
a
at me.
bottle. She puts
They
this
laugh at me when
orange
I
juice in
order
a
it.
syringe.
Oh, my God.
Actually, mimosa is one of the few alcoholic or drinks with alcohol that I can tolerate. And I think it's my ratio to orange juice, Kathy, is going to be a lot more dramatic
That's
than
all
yours.
right. I'll take. We can
Yeah.
we could make a
Right.
perfect pair of
That's
mimosas.
right. Yeah, yeah.
So you want to try some of that?
I'm thinking maybe I'd like to try me some of that cocaine.
Oh, it's dry January though.
Oh, yeah. You were
No,
so
it's
little
not.
good. Yeah.
It's damp January.
Oh, that's
yeah.
right. Yeah. Okay.
Moist.
No, you're currently adopting F January.
Yeah, pretty much.
Miller thinks the trend will be shorter lived than other trending mixed drinks. Over the fall, Negroni Spagliatos,
Hey.
a variation on the Negroni that swaps out the gin for sparkling wine, had that moment in the sun thanks to a viral clip between House of the Dragon star Emma Darcy and Olivia Cook. So this might be just kind of let me try that, and not really a regular lasting
Right.
cocktail, but we'll see about that. Let's see. During an interview with CBS This Morning on Sunday, Jane Fonda shared her opinion on the difference between male and female friendships. And it's kind of interesting what she has to say.
Yeah.
She
Oh,
said,
yeah.
she said women's friendships are very different than men's friendships. She said they're very important to our health because men kind of sit side by side and watch sports or cars or women. Women sit facing each other, eye to eye, and they say, I'm in trouble. I need you. Can you help me? We're not afraid of being vulnerable, which is, she's kind of spot on with
Yeah.
that.
True. Do you ever sit across from your buddies and stare them in the eyes?
Not lately. No, I haven't done that.
I really enjoyed this interview. I watched it over the weekend and made me want to see the movie, the 80 for Brady movie. I think it looks kind of cute. But she also says that she got this advice from her favorite ex-husband, which I thought was adorable. She got the advice from Ted Turner.
What was the advice?
Oh, about, treating friends and pursuing friends. And so she says, women after a certain age, after the age of like 60, the misconception is that they don't make any friends. And she said, well, you have to be intentional about it. You have to go about your daily life to make a friend and pursue them. And Sally Field and Rita Moreno both said that they become friends with Jane Fonda because Jane Fonda was intentional about it.
Yeah, she said she commented on how she pursued a friendship
Yeah.
with Sally Field. and people can't get enough of the banter between them, between her and Field and Lily Tomlin. And she said, oh, goodness sakes, I couldn't make you stop. She said, I'm very reclusive. I mean, I'm like a notorious hermit. And Tomlin chimed in and said, I don't really like people that much. I try to avoid them. And Field replied, me too. But apparently,
she broke him down.
It was her going after them for friendships. But it is interesting about men and women and socializing. And it's true because Rochelle will have, someone over and they will sit at the kitchen table.
I know.
And they will sit there and they will have a dedicated conversation with each other face to face like that. And meanwhile, Casey and I go sit down and we're watching a show.
Yeah, side by side, holding hands, but not looking at each other.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, listen, I think some women will do like a movie night or something like that. So, but like I do think that would be bizarre to sit next to a friend of mine and like watch something or. Yeah, like even if we get together for a game or, something that's on TV, you end up not really watching
the
it.
game,
Then you hear somebody yell and you're like, oh, that's right. We got to see what's happening in the game.
Yeah, no, it's legit.
It's funny. It's really
astute.
Yeah.
Well, so, all right, a couple other quick things. Let's see. Christina Applegate made an appearance at the 28th Annual Critics' Choice Awards Sunday night. This was her first award show since she was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis.
She looked pretty good.
2021, yeah.
The end of that, I watched that show that she's on, Dead to Me, and
you can see the effects.
Oh God, yeah, and like you just like my heart kind of broke for her.
Yeah, she's been through a lot. Remember, she got a double mastectomy years ago.
Several years ago.
Yeah.
Applegate was nominated for Best Actress in a Comedy Series, and people reports that she had Jen and Judy painted on her nails, referencing her and Linda Cardellini's characters.
Yeah.
In Dead to Me. So, but she got out and she was a part of the event, which is cool.
That's what she seems to be doing. Like even with this show, she finished the show. She did great. The acting was great, but you could kind of see. And you know what? I had read that I guess part of this or a side effect or whatever it is, her feet hurt, so she had to take her shoes off. And I noticed in the show there's a lot of scenes with her with no shoes on.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. James Cameron spoke with Deadline at the 28th Annual Critics' Choice Awards on Sunday about what fans can expect from the next Avatar film. He said fire has a symbolic purpose in the film, and there's a culture that is specifically around that concept. That's probably saying too much as we speak. He said,
nah, it's not.
You're going to meet two completely new cultures, in the next film. We met the Ometakaya, is that how you say that?
I guess he's the water people, right?
I don't know. Case, you saw the movie.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Okay.
It's a made-up name. All words are made up, but
like the Na'vi.
And then he said we met the Metkayina.
Sure.
And you're going to meet two new cultures in the next film.
The Mets fans.
And it kind of wove a little more free, it kind of roves a little more freely around the world of Pandora to different places.
Well, with this success, he was predicating a lot on the success of the second movie. He's now talking about going back to the original plan of 3 more sequels.
3 more?
3 more sequels.
Okay. All right. We'll see what ends up happening. And then finally, I love this. Schoolhouse Rock is back. ABC announced last week that the beloved educational series will return for another sing-along event with Ryan Seacrest as headmaster and host alongside a slew of celebrity guests. So Schoolhouse Rock 50th Anniversary Sing-Along will air on Wednesday, February 1st at 8 p.m. on ABC.
So they're going to take the classic Schoolhouse Rocks and package them?
Yeah, they're going to have celebrities perform them. So Schoolhouse Rock, the sing-along is the 5th installment of ABC's successful Disney Family Sing-Along franchise, taking viewers to school and inviting friends and family around the country to gather and enjoy classic Schoolhouse Rock hits that are as educational as they are catchy, all in celebration of the 50th anniversary of the beloved series, according to the press release. Now, it will air, like I said, on ABC, but it will stream the next day on Hulu and a later date on Disney+. So here are some of the performances. Black Eyed Peas will do 3 is a Magic Number.
Love that song.
Derek Hoff and Haley Erbert will do Figure 8. Jason Biggs and Jenny Mullen will do I'm Just a Bill. Julianne Hough will do Interplanet Janet. The Muppets and Fortune Feimster will do Unpack Your Adjectives. That's one of my favorites. Neo does Verb. That's what's happening. Raven Simone and Cal Penn are doing Interjections.
Love Interjections.
Retta will do Ready or Not, Here I Come. I always love that one. Shaquille O'Neal and Boys and Girls Club of Atlanta will do Conjunction Junction, the classic. Stars from Disney's Broadway and touring productions. A noun is a person, place, or thing, so they'll handle that. And it will be performed by the stars of Disney's Broadway productions of Aladdin, The Lion King, Newsies, and Hercules.
That's pretty cool.
I love it, man.
I mean, and what I loved about the originals is that they had this very sort of basic animation, but it was so identifiable.
Yeah, and the music is fantastic.
Yeah.
That's what was so wonderful about it. I learned so much from that, and I still, when I need to think about what exactly an adverb is,
right,
or even an adjective, I go back to those things.
Yeah,
and there, all kinds of stuff. They had ones that were about the American Revolution and the Constitution and things like that. We bought the repackaged collection of those when our kids were born.
Yeah.
And we would play them in the car all
And they
the
took
time.
to them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So they know them all, which is great. And it helped out with multiplication tables and things like that. So
it's the way to remember things.
I definitely want to see this. All right. And there you go. Your entertainment
That was
report
good.
in a nutshell.
That was a good
wait.
one.
No,
What?
Clips.
No.
What the hell am I doing? I don't even know who the hell I am.
You took me down a bad path.
Sorry, man. Told from the defendant's point of view through flashbacks, accused holds a mirror up to the current times with evocative and emotional stories. And here, Billy Porter elaborates on the skill and the challenges of television.
Let me just say that there are practices in this industry that operate from a space of fear. And it makes a lot of people do things and make decisions that feel like it's the antithesis of how to make art.
Fazagaboul. Accused premieres this Sunday on Fox.
You know who's in this?
No.
Theo.
Yeah, Theo!
Oh. Dr. Jamal Warner?
Yeah.
That's right.
Oh,
Michael
good for him.
Chiklis.
Good for him. All right, next clip. A Man Called Otto is a heartwarming film following the hard-headed Otto as he forms an unlikely friendship with the neighbors next door. In this clip, Tom Hanks talks about the next dream project. Here we go.
Dwayne Johnson running away from a ball of fire and then explodes and he throws himself forward and lands off camera. Dwayne Johnson in Collider with Tom Hanks as A Man Called Otto.
Whatever.
It's in theaters everywhere now. I thought about getting out to see a movie over the weekend, and that was one that was kind of made.
I do want to see it, yeah.
On the list, and it's funny because I don't read movie reviews at all. And I'm like, well, let me see what this movie's all about. I read one review that absolutely just trashed it. And then the next review was a total praise. I'm like,
of course,
whatever.
That's
man.
why you got to take it for what you like.
You should go see it and figure out.
Go
if
see
you like it or
Avatar.
not.
If you're going to go into a movie theater, go see Avatar.
Okay.
It's worth seeing in a movie theater.
It blew you away.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
But I felt like seeing a heartwarming movie.
It's a little heartwarming.
Okay.
Wear a sweater when you see Avatar.
It'll warm my heart.
Yeah.
All right. That's the entertainment report. Sorry for the premature ending of that.
No, it's good.
But we need to take a break. We have Tattoos Day today. Make sure you text word tattoo 39333. Want you to win Floating World Tattoo and Piercing on South Street. $350 gift certificate. Looks like we might have a pretty sunrise.
Yeah,
indeed.
So we'll come back in a moment. We'll share this together. Let's all look at it right now so we all know we're looking at the same thing at the same time and have that connection. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Tyra Banks had a major wardrobe malfunction that may have escaped viewers' notice.
Nice beaver.
Are we sure that's what it was?
The 46-year-old told E.T.
I can see a beaver.
I think it was the third or fourth episode. I walk out, my hand is on my back, and I was holding my dress together. It was not zipped up. And I did not have on any of my jewelry.
OMG.
Yeah,
What is that, a Muppet between your legs?
Actually, she does look kind of bare without jewelry.
Yeah, you're right, because they usually bling them up on that
Yeah.
show.
Well, she's been a complete success during this whole run with screwing up stuff right and left. And
She must have been rushed for whatever reason. Remember my wardrobe malfunction when my knocker fell out?
no.
Excuse me?
Was
But
it dancing?
Salsa
Yeah, I
dancing.
remember.
It was a halter top, so it clipped behind my neck.
Yeah.
And I was in the middle of a performance, and it snapped off, and it literally just it fell down. And I remember the move. I had to drop to the floor in like a count or two, and so I went down early. And like I remember my partner looking at me like, "What are you doing?" And I had probably 1 or 2 seconds to put the snap back together, and sure enough, it happened, and I put it together, and I was ready to go right after. I don't know how that happened.
Were you at Parks or something like that?
No, I was at the dance studio La Luna in Ben Salem, and it was on video, and we did have the video, but I made the guy who had the video kind of blur out my nips.
Nips didn't show,
So
did
you'll
they?
never know if they're pink or brown.
Damn it, we were so close.
No, okay, so my nips didn't show.
I was at a friend's wedding one time, and there was a couple out on the dance floor, and this woman's boob was there just dancing along. Her boob's just hanging out. She had no idea. No idea.
Dude, those things
Somebody eventually said something to her.
They're so tight, and like sometimes it just like pops out the top, and you don't even know.
Well, my wife's old roommate had she was wearing a top that was so loose that we were. It was like a Saturday morning. We were on the back patio having a coffee. She must have like bent over for something, and then she came back up and full on. She didn't even know. I had to be like, "Yo, dude, your boob is," because like I guess like the nipple kind of got caught underneath the neck of the shirt. It was the neck of the shirt had come down.
That is a loose-ass shirt.
That is a loose-ass shirt. I was like, dude, you're...
I just got...
Your boobs are hanging out! Just one.
I just got a text from the guy who has the video, and he said those were the days.
Yes, they were.
Giving the gift is more important, I think, than the receiving.
So I'll get some things from my wife. She'll say, here's something that I like, and here's something, and so I will get some good gift ideas. But the ones that I'm more excited about are the ones that go, you know what, man? She didn't ask for this. I don't even know if she even knows that this thing exists, but I think she would like this.
I have a couple on the list this year that I'm really excited about. Sometimes you go for it, and sometimes it'll be like, oh. And like, oh, I missed on that one.
Oh, dude, Rochelle told me that she's like, there's one gift I'm really excited to give to you. And I'm like, there's nothing that I'm excited to give you. Oops.
So
do you have something?
Oh, yeah, I have several things.
All right.
I have several things. But there's
She's gonna
nothing
love
that's
them.
like, wow, is she going to freak out when she gets this? You know what
Preston,
I mean?
I don't know if you've seen it, and it might be a last-minute thing to add to the list. It is it's a dildo mounted on like a machine gun thing.
All right, hear him out. Hear him out.
It's like a machine gun truck. You've seen those.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
They look like the perfect holiday gift.
You know what? You can't put a price tag on love.
No, it's a gift that keeps on giving all year.
Yes.
Wait, Steve, let me ask you a question.
Oh, it's got a pull start?
Yeah,
oh, my God. Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Bastard's powerful.
There you go. The automatic.
Oh, my God.
Scaling toys.
Oh, it's real?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Oh, jeez.
Come on, guy.
What were you going to say?
Come on, man.
Yeah,
think I'm
I'm
talking about
sorry.
here?
I don't know what I was thinking.
I'm an influencer for this stuff.
Steve. Oh my God,
Yeah. The machine gun dildo company contacted me and said, let's collab.
Let's collab. DM me.
All right, another fact that we learned from
the Just Saying Institute, located over 200 sprawling acres in West Virginia.
the last decade from researchers. If your ex wants to be friends, they might be a psychopath.
If your ex wants to be friends, that's sign of being a psychopath, possibly?
In 2016, researchers from Oakland University in Michigan found that people with the so-called dark triad personality traits like narcissism and psychopathy, I guess is how you say it,
He's a member of the Dark Triad.
often,
Like Cobra?
I'm going to have to take him out.
often keep their
He's
exes.
the disease. I'm the ex-boyfriend.
No, they often keep their exes around for calculating, self-serving purposes.
Okay.
A desire for continued sexual access, financial help, or a need to still exert some control over a former partner were among key reasons for maintaining contact, especially for men. These are facts, yes, from the Just Saying Institute.
From the Just Saying Institute.
That
where
we
you end up just saying things at the Just Saying Institute.
That we have found out over the last 10 years about relationships and
That's a decade.
love and sex and all that stuff. So how about this one? Speaking of sex, that sexual afterglow that you feel after sex will last about 48 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
You mean
longer for you, Kath? Or?
No, it seems to diminish pretty quickly.
Are you sure? Because you had to clean up right
it off of me. Get it off of me. But the glow, get it off.
It's like it's like you've sat in the bedroom with me.
Get it off. You have this glow. It's the light refracting off of it.
It's shimmering and shiny.
Get it off.
It's glazy.
I look like a Krispy Kreme.
So you're generally in a better
Get your blanket and pillow. You're sleeping on the couch.
You're generally in a better mood after sex thanks to a flood of endorphins and other feel-good hormones released post-climax. Positive effects of getting laid last up to 2 days. And that the feeling can help couples bond over time.
I always let out a big sigh when I close the laptop.
Says there might
clear history and
there might be.
Erase the history.
What's on Google News?
There might be an evolutionary reason for the 48-hour shelf life. 48 hours is roughly the same amount of time that A, conception is maximized, B, it takes sperm concentrations to be restored to peak levels.
Do we have to guess which one?
And C, no, these things all happen.
All the above.
And C, sperm remain maximally viable in the female reproductive tract. So all of that happens over 48 hours, and it's all
You're
apparently.
the semen. I'm the afterglow.
Just let him be here.
All right.
Let him be here. That's Cobra.
That's
That's Cobra.
I apologize.
He's a professor at the Dosane Institute.
I didn't know.
Oh, my God. All right.
Just saying institute. I'm a professor teaching classes daily.
Let's take a look at the NJM Insurance Group traffic. What's going on, Kath?
So we have looks like an accident on 95 northbound.
So I had to fake like I was having stomach problems a little while ago. What time is it? 7? Yeah, so a little less than an hour ago, I acted like I had some stomach problems, so that this time around, it would be more believable. So these guys have no clue what's going on.
The right lane is blocked with an accident. We're also slowing from the Boulevard out to Belmont, and then from the Blue Road to 202 eastbound side, slowing from the Blue Road into Belmont, and then Montgomery to South Street 422.
So what's going to happen now is I'm going to end up outside, above the 4th floor, outside the windows of the Preston and Steve show. And they have no clue what I'm doing. They think I'm taking a dump.
And then in New Jersey, 42 north backs up from the Black Horse Pike to 295, 55 northbound jams Deptford to 42. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Preston, may I ask you, take a gander out the window there?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Hey,
my
man.
God. Oh, my God.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, my God. What the
That's
hell?
good.
What the hell?
No, that's Casey. I thought it was just a dude working out there.
He's got a helmet on.
Hang on. Let me explain. We have construction going on in our building, and it happens to be outside of our window here that these guys are out on scaffolding. And Casey's out there. He's outside of the studio. And I just looked over and I saw a guy's bare ass up by the window. And apparently that's Casey. And he's calling the hotline right now. Hang on a
And I
second.
love that the other construction worker out there is really not phased at all.
Yeah,
and
he's
is
going about his
continuing to
business.
work.
What the hell are you doing?
Oh, I don't know. I was presented an opportunity to be on the other side of the glass, and I just jumped on it. Sorry, I'm mooning you, and they gave you the finger, and you flipped me off before you realized who I was.
Well, you were flipping me off.
I know. You're like, I'm just going to give this guy the finger back. And then you're like, oh, my God, that's Casey.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, hi, guys.
Do we get a picture of the actual mooning? Because it was amazing, especially with the skyline behind you.
No, we missed it.
Oh, damn it.
We can recreate it. I'm sure Casey
Yeah, if
doesn't
you don't
mind
mind,
dropping his pants again. Case?
Yeah, I don't know how to mime. Is that what you were saying?
You know what's great on the
No,
radio?
we had
Miming.
nothing to do with miming. We was wondering if you could drop your pants again because we missed that. We didn't get a picture of it.
Oh, there we go.
All right, so
He's miming on the radio.
would Casey mind, I think is what you said, not mind.
My mind, it's the same thing.
He started doing the fake pane of glass thing.
Is that what he thought I said?
I guess
That's
so.
adorable.
This other worker, I just love it. Casey Mundus again. He looked at him and like not he didn't crack a smile, nothing.
The first time, Kath, when I did it, you were still doing your traffic. He was the only one who saw me, and you just hear him go, "Are you serious?"
Yeah.
Casey, is it cold out there at all, or is it protected?
What's that?
Is it cold out there at all, or is it protected by the glass at this point?
I'm totally fine. Yeah, no, we're completely enclosed in glass. So the outer glass is it's cut off from the elements outside.
Okay.
Yeah, so they have this atrium that they're adding to the building here. Ask this construction worker what his name is.
Oh, jeez. Oh, man, I don't want to do this.
Hey, what's your name, by the way? Robert. That's Robert over here, guys.
Hey, Robert. We've been looking at Robert's ass for the better part of the morning, so yeah.
Like, hey, guys, I hate you.
I'm trying to do my goddamn job.
Seriously.
Okay. How did you get out there, by the way?
So you got to go down the third floor. Well, first I had to sign a giant waiver, and then I put a hard hat on, and then I went down to the third floor. I walked out. Had to climb up a ladder.
Oh,
really cool. Yeah,
I've been wanting to do this stuff for a while.
Hey, let me ask you this: is the fart earlier? Was that you about to go out onto the scaffolding? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
Casey was faking a bathroom emergency, and he came back and said it was fart. And I was like, I thought that was a little odd.
No, because if it's Casey, you would have figured he would have crapped his pants.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so I thought I was going to be out there earlier, but what I actually had to do was go through all of like the legal stuff of signing my life away. But at that point, I thought I was coming outside, but I wasn't. So
this kind of stuff, construction. When you see this, you just want. I think it's cool. Like that's why we talked about like Diggerland or whatever it is. Anything with the equipment and cranes and stuff like that. Look at you. You make a good construction worker. You look good in your hard hat and everything. The way you moon.
I think you look like the foreman. You know, like you look like the guy in charge of everybody out there.
Are you sure it looks like a fireman?
The article is people are sharing the things that they lied about as kids. So now you might think you lied about, I didn't break that vase or whatever, some kind of an excuse. This is not that. These are kids who made up lies about themselves, and I mean some pretty whoppers, some pretty solid ones.
Oh, yeah, okay.
and had to run with it for a while. Now, I'll give you a couple of examples, and then I want to open up the phones and see if people can share, because I think there are a few people that really tried to get away with some stuff and weren't able to. So here's a good example. This one says, the lie was, my twin sister and I were not twins. We were triplets, but we weren't supposed to talk about the other one.
There you go.
And she said, I convinced my class and my teacher of that.
No.
Which resulted in the teacher reporting it as a safeguarding issue and the rest of the year struggling to keep a straight face. So they were able to get away with it for a while.
Does it say what age?
It doesn't
All
say
right.
what age. I'm not sure.
You know what you're saying reminds me, and it was an episode of The Goldbergs, which makes me think that it is actually something that Adam Goldberg did as a kid. He broke his arm doing something. He was actually in the show. He was dancing to Wham, but he wanted to come up with a cool reason as to why he did it.
Okay.
And so you don't have it in there, do you?
No, it's a different one, but
Okay.
it's similar to it.
All right. So he said that he was testing that they have the flying hoverboards from Back to the Future.
Oh, yes.
And that's how he did it, because Robert Zemeckis had done a faux documentary.
I remember it.
And he said they actually built them for that. He goes, well, they have them.
All right, so here's one that's similar to that. It says, I tripped over playing outside when I was about 5. I broke my wrist, so I told everyone that a shark bit it. And I did it just for the drama.
Wow.
So 215-263-WMMR. And I have one I can share, too.
Oh, so mine was just with one specific person.
Okay,
Like
that's
mine wasn't. It wasn't like the whole class, but there was a girl in my neighborhood that I mean, it was like. It might have been like years that I convinced her that I was Kathy's cousin from Spain.
That you were your own cousin from
I was
Spain?
Kathy's cousin from Spain.
Right.
And
Would you call her or something?
no, I would go down to her house and play with her and speak Spanish.
Shut up.
Faux Spanish, right?
And then I would have, faux Spanish. And then I would have my other cousin from New York who would come down and she would spend like summers with us, weeks, vacations, whatever. And so she would come with me a lot. And so she was in on it and she was like, no. Yeah, Kathy's not here. This is her cousin, Mary. I was Mary from Spain.
God. Oh, my God.
You could have married Alec Baldwin.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, so this wasn't me doing this, but this was done to me.
All right.
And I honestly didn't realize this until years later, okay? So I think I was in 7th grade. Way too old to have been able
Right.
to have had the wool pulled over my
Right.
eyes for this. But these 2 girls I was friends with, and we were friends for, you know how like in middle school or grade school, you're friends, really close friends with somebody for maybe a year or two, and then
you move on.
Then it just fizzles
Right.
out.
Yeah.
So these 2 girls I was really good friends with. It was Cindy, and I want to say Stephanie. I can't remember. It's terrible that I can't remember. But anyhow, they had convinced me that they were both witches.
That they were legitimate witches.
Not like Wiccan
Right.
witches, like
Hocus pocus.
casting spells and being able to
The craft.
And they said that they could move things with their mind,
Right.
and they could also tell the future. And I believed them. I just flat out believed them.
You
Now,
believe them fully?
I believed them.
Wow.
I did. And so they had tried to. We were in the middle of the class, and one of them said that she could move, like paper, like a piece of paper by just looking at it.
Oh, God.
And so we're in the middle of class. So my teacher is teaching a class, and somehow or another we're community. They were a few chairs over. So she laid this piece of paper on the ground and was going to do it. But we're also having the teacher teaching class, so I'm paying attention to the teacher. I'm looking down at this piece of paper. I'm paying attention to the teacher. I'm looking down at this piece of paper. And when I looked away, she must have moved it, and I thought it moved.
Oh, there's only one way this could have happened. She used her mind.
I'm such an idiot.
Mind bullets.
Oh, I used to do that with my brother and a fork, and I would say that I had the only fork that had a hole in it, and I would suck the corn up through the fork. But obviously, I put the corn in my mouth, and he'd be like, "No, it's not. Let me try." I'm like, and I mean, it was every time we ate, I tortured him.
You guys were in college at the time?
All right, here's
got a fork straw.
Let me get a couple more of these before we go to calls, because these are going to be good ones, I'm sure. This one says, in 2nd grade, I told my friends that Hannah Montana was based on my life.
Yes.
See, that's you can do that. Gives you if you're going to tell a fib like that. That can sit in the realm of, well, maybe, the dad knows the producer and maybe the story is something foundationally. It could be. So, yeah, sometimes you got to make it big. Go big to make it believable.
This one says, in nursery school, I convinced my teachers I could speak Nigerian, which isn't actually a language. And I read a whole book to them. And when my mom picked me up, they were like, oh, my God, Ada is so smart. She read us a whole book in your native tongue and translated it on the spot.
Oh, my God.
And my mom was like, what the F are you talking about?
That's great.
And my lie completely unraveled.
Nigerian.
Here's one that says, I told people I had a sister who got lost in the park and was never found.
Wow, it seems like missing brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
It said she ran away from me during a game, and I looked for her for ages, and then I just went home.
Hey, do you think,
my God.
so now that we're hearing these stories of kids pretending that they had siblings that they didn't, do you think that Elvis lied about having a twin?
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, it's my twin, man.
One that died of birth.
Yeah, what happened to my hand? A shark bit it.
Another one says, I once made up an elaborate lie that my family and I had traveled to Scotland where I saw the Loch Ness Monster. And then they went on to say, I have never been to Scotland in my life.
Did you ever tell a fib in school where, because again, like in this Goldberg's episode, he's eventually confronted by everybody who says, show us the proof. Did you ever get caught up that way? I mean, did the girls ever?
I'm sure that I did, but I can't remember anything right now. It'll probably come to me during this conversation.
I think it was Lake Ronkonkoma, Long Island, and I blurted out some number about how deep I thought it was, and then everyone looked at me and I stuck to my guns, like, yeah it's got to be 5,000 feet deep, and then I'm like 5, and then suddenly, they're like, okay, and I could tell one guy, Sal, didn't quite believe me, and then he came back with charts.
And
I'm like, Well, maybe I overspoke.
Yeah.
It's not 5,000 feet.
All right, let me get some calls. I'll go to Steph. We'll start there. Hi, Steph. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, guys. Good morning. First, I just want to say, Steve, I'm the person who adopted Precious from you.
Oh, my God. She adopted it. Thank you so much for doing that. You're a wonderful cat parent.
Is that one of your children? Oh,
it's one of my children.
Okay.
Yeah. No, we abandon our children quite often.
Gotcha. What's up, Steph?
So my last name is Vitro, and all through junior high school, I told everybody I was named after the doctor who created in vitro fertilization.
Oh, my God. Now,
that's a good one.
We're the first successful in vitro kids.
I assume in vitro is not named after a person, right?
It's actually in
It's
vitro.
part of a body, right? In vitro.
In vitro fertilization.
Oh, my God. Steph, and they bought it, and you carried it on.
I carried it on until I went to a different high school. No one ever called me out, and the payback was when I got older and I eventually got pregnant. The in vitro fertilization jokes have been nonstop.
That's great. And you picked a good one to lie about because people just won't do the legwork on it.
Yeah.
No, they did because there was no way they could. It was the 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
You didn't have the internet to go look that up real quick. All right. Thank you, Steph. Appreciate that. We'll go next to Barbara. Hey, Barbara. Good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
Great. What's up, Barbara?
My daughter, she's now 17, but when she was really little, like kindergarten, first grade, second grade, she would tell everybody that she had an older brother named Justin. And we would go to school functions and stuff, and people would be like, well, where's your other son? You know, where does he go to school and stuff? And my husband and I were like, what the hell are you talking about?
Do you think that's common for an only child to pretend and lie about having a sibling?
I do.
Yeah.
Because, like, they would always make you fill out, like, these art projects, like, you know, about your family and stuff. And so she didn't have much to put in there, and we had no pets, you know, so she had nothing. So she made up Justin.
Yeah. I can see that.
I'll bet that's a common one.
Yeah.
Making up a sibling or something like
There's
that,
something
Barbara.
poignant about that.
Or the other one, which we saw, like making up one that disappeared or you're not allowed to talk about.
Adding that element of not being allowed to talk about is ingenious.
Yeah. I will go next to Dana. Yo, Dana, good morning.
Morning, guys. You guys rock.
Thanks. Appreciate it. What's up, ma'am?
Hey, I hated school so much, even in elementary school, that I randomly got a bloody nose one day, and it was like a legitimate one, and they sent me to the nurse and made a big deal about it. And I'm like, oh my God, this is great. I don't need to lie about like needing a tummy tab. So I used to open my flip top desk and just punch myself in the nose to get bloody noses.
You would punch yourself in the nose to get a bloody nose to get out of class?
Yes, and you know it made sense back then. I thought I was like the king, and then I grew up and realized how disturbing that is.
That's how disturbing.
Absolutely, you're self-mutilating.
That's true. On the surface, man, your parents would be quite concerned over a kid who's punching themselves in the face.
Yeah, it got to the point where they actually had to take me to Philly to go get blood work and look into all these tests, and then I didn't come clean, but it just randomly the nosebleeds went away. And then when I got older, I was like, hey,
so
I used to punch myself in the nose.
Oh my goodness. You fessed up. How did they react to that?
We were all drinking, so it was a light conversation. So
you let enough time lapse where you were able to drink and tell them.
Oh, I waited a long time because it got really serious. But I'm like, oh my God, I'm out of school, doctor's appointments.
I'm a hemophiliac.
But all the kids at school were like, "Are you all right?" And I'm like, "I have a blood thing. I don't know what to tell you."
Oh my goodness!
You reminded me of a story from elementary school, but it was catechism. It was on the weekend, so we go to our instruction, and a kid had a bloody nose, and I forget. We must have talked about stigmata. And so he trailed blood out of his eye.
Oh, my no. Like he's bleeding, crying blood.
No, because you can see your index fingers have blood on them as well.
Wow. All right. I got to go to this one. Hi, Dawn. Good morning.
Good morning, it.
Hey, good morning, it. What's up, Dawn?
So when I was a kid, I lived directly across the street from a playground. And because I'm impatient, youngest child syndrome, I told the kids that my dad owns the playground, so I would get prime real estate on whatever I wanted.
So you had dibs on everything because your dad owned the park?
Oh, yeah, my dad owned the park, totally.
Oh, that's
and
great.
I had a best friend across the street, so he would totally buy into it. So he knew he was getting second place on the playground.
Oh my God.
That's how you sell it. It's the sting, the long con.
That's the best.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Thank you,
I
Dawn.
would shove them right off.
I love it. I love it.
Good one, guys.
Hey, I own this damn park.
Here's a text, and I'm going to have a hard time saying this, but I'll try. It says, my middle name is Ann. I told a classmate that my middle name was Anjeka Naka. My mom even helped me forge a fake birth certificate. And she says, don't even ask why, because I don't know.
Anjeka Naka?
Anjeka Naka.
Oh my God!
Naka.
When you get your parents in on it and they go with it.
Oh, no.
That was her middle name.
But I mean, there are two types. So there's the I'm going to scam it. I'm going to pull the wool over their eyes. And when you're young, so young that you just blurt out things and you're
committed.
Sort of a quasi lie, you know?
Yeah.
It's a tall tale.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. I like that. We'll go to Carissa next. Hey, Carissa, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up?
Word?
The word is you're going to tell us a little story here about a lie that you got away with when you were a kid or tried to. A big one.
Yeah. So when I was in second grade, I convinced my entire class that I was adopted. I am not adopted. I guess eventually my teacher said something to my mom, and she had to come into my classroom and tell everybody how I was not actually adopted.
And so what was that like? You were I'm sure you were right there when that happened, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember too much about that. I remember the fact that I thought being adopted was cool, and I was getting everybody to go along with that, and that was great.
Yeah, I'm adopted. I bet you that's one that gets run through the ringer a lot as well.
Yeah, I got it in a different way. My sister had convinced me that I was adopted.
Yes.
And that was fun.
That's the cruel trick you play on a sibling.
Oh, yeah. You're not even, mom and dad, you're not even their kid. You're adopted.
You were an afterthought.
Yeah, totally.
They got stuck with you.
I got that one quite a bit.
There was a hole in Daddy's condom.
No, I'm not. Let's go next to Kevin. Yo, Kevin, good morning.
Morning.
What's up, Kevin?
Y'all rock.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. All right, what'd you try to get away with this lie for no reason other than you were lying?
So it wasn't me. It was my best friend to this day. About when we were in third grade, he was running around the yard chasing his little brother. Right at the last second, his brother threw the screen door closed, glass window. His hand went right through it. He got 27 stitches on his arm in a complete, perfect, what looked like a shark bite. And he lied about it to this day, about him going on vacation in Hawaii or something and getting bit by a shark.
Of course.
People still talk about this.
Yeah, and I think the shark bite thing is one that's going to come up a bit for kids.
Shark bite, yes,
Yep.
absolutely.
I'd go for a little bit more sellability and maybe say like an eel or something that's a shark is so stereotypical.
A
You know what I
Yeti
mean?
bite.
A Yeti bite.
Yeah.
Even better.
Yeti bit me.
You were in the polar ice caps,
Right.
and a Yeti came up and bit you.
Yeah, and they
you
just
can't
walked
see
away.
them
No,
because
you can't. They
it's
blend.
snow and they're white and they blend in.
Before I know it, a piece of snow was biting my arm. I'm like, oh my God, it's a Yeti.
All right, Jen Anjikaninga Kamanaka is on the phone line. Jen with the middle name. Hi, Jen.
Hi.
Hi. Okay, how do you pronounce your fake middle name?
It's Anjika Naka.
Anjaniki Naka. And say it again?
Anjika Naka.
Anjika Naka. Okay.
And I'm Pennsylvania Dutch, so it totally goes.
Totally. All right.
It's a common name amongst the Pennsylvanian Dutch.
How old
Yeah.
were you at this time? Do you know?
I was probably in fourth grade.
Okay.
And your mom went along with it?
My mom helped me forge a birth certificate to take him to school.
And Jikinaka. All right. So how long did that stick? Or was there a point at which you were planning to do a grand reveal? Or was it?
I don't even know why it started, how it ended, but that kid, I never told him. It was one kid.
Oh, it was one kid.
I thought you were telling the whole class. Yeah.
And so
No,
he
it
was
was
probably
one
calling you out saying, I don't believe you. And you're like, oh, yeah? I'll show you my birth certificate.
Yeah, and my mom helped me forge it.
Oh, that's hilarious.
That's hilarious. Yeah, look, it's great to have a mom like that.
Jen, does the name still live on in family lore?
No, it sprang to my memory this morning as I'm listening to the
There
radio.
we go. Look at that.
Oh my God, is your mom still with us?
Yes.
Okay, you got to
Mrs.
call her
Engineer.
and tell her today that that this is resurfaced.
It's a family name. A lot of middle names are family names.
Hey.
So.
And you know what? I didn't even think about giving it to any of my kids.
You should have. I was just going to ask that question.
That's a mom fail.
Yeah,
Total
it's a
mom
mom
fail.
fail. It's all right.
Thank you, Jen. We appreciate you sharing. Take care.
Well, she should give it to her twin sibling who never existed.
Let's see. So this is lies when you're a kid, but I think Casey has a lie when they were an adult. Hi, Casey. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Casey.
Hi. So it did start when I was younger, but when I was a baby, I had this surgery in my abdomen, stomach area. So it left like a really, really deep scar.
Okay.
So when I was younger, I would tell people I got stabbed.
That's a good one.
Drive-by stabbing,
Yep.
you know. So that kind of went into adulthood. You know,
Okay.
you're drinking, you meet a new person. They're like, what is that? I'm like, oh, my God, I got stabbed. But I met somebody recently. I forget who it was. They were like, why don't you start telling people that you woke up, like, in a bathtub full of ice?
And an organ was
You're
stolen.
missing an organ.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
So that's my new one.
Oh my goodness!
All the
that's
urban
great.
legends.
So when you used to tell the story that you were stabbed, did you like describe the stabber or anything like that? Or
Yeah, I had a different story every time. When I was younger, definitely a different story every single time. Like it was always like the big thing. I thought it was funny to say it was a drive-by stabbing.
I love it.
You know,
So,
it's
like, you know, I just got hooked real quick.
Yeah, they just jump out and they stab away and then get back in the car.
Thank you, Casey.
Though, wasn't
You're
that the
welcome.
case with Tina Fey?
That happened to her in Upper Darby. Yeah, I think she was on their front yard or
Playing.
something like that.
Yeah.
Somebody came out and slashed her face. That's why she has that scar. There you go. Let's see. All right, I'm going to go to Ken. Hey, Ken, good morning.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Morning, bud. All right, we're talking about kids telling a lie. That is a big one. It's not necessarily like an excuse for something, just a flat-out lie they try to get away with. And what is yours, Ken?
All right. So in high school, I'm like 15, and there's a buddy of mine that was a practical joker dipping into being a pathological liar. And
Yep.
so I'm getting into like metal that's like going on at that time, you know, like White Zombie, Pantera, and he introduces me to this band, and he says, "Yo, this is my brother's band. They're awesome. You gotta check them out." I'm like, "Okay, cool." So he throws on System of a Down.
Oh no.
So they're not on the radar at that point. The first album just came out. He's got it on cassette. He lets me borrow it. I go around and I'm telling everybody under the sun that I run into, "Yo, it's my buddy's brother's band. It's the summer. Got to check it out." This went on for like 2 to 3 years. And eventually someone's like, "Dude, they're from California. They're not what are you talking about. They're not from around here." And yeah, so.
And had Chop Suey hit or anything like that at that point?
No. No.
Not in the beginning.
Right.
Well,
You could get away with it, at least for a grace period until they started to click.
Funny, Ken. Did you ever call your buddy out on this?
Yeah, but the damage was done.
All right, I got it.
There's nothing you can do. Can't get back those 2 years.
I'll go to some other calls, but let me give you a few of these other examples from this Reddit thread because these are great. Here's a gal that said, "I would tell people I turned into a mermaid at night."
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And she said, "I would clutch the wall dramatically and say my legs were turning into a tail, and I needed to figure out how to stop it happening out of water." So that was a lie. I like this one, too, and this is obviously when she was a kid in the 90s. She said, the lie was that I had recently found out that Posh Spice was my half-sister.
Oh, that's exciting.
That is very cool.
She said I was obsessed with Baby Spice, so I thought that would be too obvious to say her.
Don't go with the Spice Girl you really like.
And I decided as Posh Spice wasn't my fave, people would be more likely to believe me.
My father is Ginger Spice's dry cleaner.
Another person said, I told my grade school friends that I was allergic to water for no reason at all. They thought that I'd never had a bath, and I really just rolled with that for years. Another one says, a girl told me that told me and my friend that she got squashed flat by a bus once.
Like flat.
And we all believed her.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, okay, sure, why not?
And then one more. And I've got several of these examples, by the way. And this says, I told everyone, including teachers who had my records, that my name was Plum.
That's good.
Plum?
Like, why?
My real name.
Why?
Yeah, my real name's Plum.
I don't know. But
As Professor Plum?
it seemed like the right thing to do. I will go next to Jess for one of these. Hi, Jess. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Great, Jess. All right. So what's this lie you want to tell us about?
Sure. So, and my daughter actually just realized we were lying to her for years. So she's currently 8, and for the past, I would say 4 years, anytime we take a car ride, whether it's a road trip or a 10-minute drive, we made her believe that she, from the back seat, can say, next song, and we'll go ahead and click that button on our steering wheel. And just yesterday, we were taking a trip, and now she's older. She can sit in the front, and she saw me doing that, and she looked at me, and she said, man, my whole life is a lie.
Oh, no!
So it's easier to put one over on a kid.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
I mean, you can convince them you stole their nose.
Yeah, I put I put money into a vending machine, and I went and I told my son that if you touch every single button on the vending machine all at once, something will come out. And so he went over and did it. And because I had already put money in the vending machine, stuff came out, and he believed that. He thought it was the greatest thing.
All right, that's a good one. Linda has a good one, though. Linda, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Linda. All right.
Hi. So my daughter, who graduated high school in 2017, told her religion teacher at the time that her grandmother, my mother, who was born in Argentina, dated the Pope when he was a bouncer in a bar.
Wow. When he was a bouncer in a bar?
Is any of that true?
Was he a
No, it is
bouncer?
not.
Okay.
No, he was a bouncer.
Yes.
He was a bouncer
Okay.
at the bars.
Okay.
But my mother did not date him.
Oh, that's
You know the new
So-
Pope? My mother dated him.
How did you find out, Linda?
Oh, she told me because it got so bad that the teacher was so excited they told the other teacher.
No.
Oh, God.
And the teachers were like, "Oh my God, your grandmother dated the Pope." That's amazing. And then she had to tell my mom, and my mom was so embarrassed that my daughter lied. She's like, "I can't enter that school ever again," because she was afraid that someone was going to come up to her and tell her, how was it dating the Pope?
She's getting the Pope to play the prom.
Oh, my God.
These kids are creative.
Yeah, that's insanely
That's a good
creative.
one.
And
Yeah.
that's think of the extra perks you'd get if you were in some way connected to the Pope.
And this was in high school, right, Linda?
This was in high school. She graduated in 2017. Yep.
Do you know, it'd be even tougher
Thank
though
you,
if
Linda.
you'd have to be really good to pull off. I'm dating the current Pope.
Mhm. Yep.
Yeah.
Let me go to Cindy. Hi, Cindy. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Cindy?
So I have a cousin who I think is a little crazy.
Okay.
But in college, she gave an interview to the school newspaper claiming to be part Native American and told stories about how she used to spend her summers on the reservation and she was the only blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl there.
And so was she up to speed on Native American cultures? Could she fudge the facts a little bit?
Not at all. But she also didn't realize that we had a family member who was an alumni and got the newsletter. So we made copies for the Christmas party.
Oh, my
That's
goodness.
hilarious.
Cindy, just a flat out lie. Oh, my God. All right. Thank you. We appreciate it. Let's see. I will go to, let me get Roger next. Hey, Raj, you're on the air, bud.
Morning, guys. How are you today?
Great, man. What's up?
So in elementary school, my mom married my stepdad, the Brady Bunch type thing.
Right.
And, I took my dad's last name. So my birthday was May 31st, 1971. I had a older step-sibling. Her birthday was June 6th, 1971. So we used to go around and tell people that my mom gave birth to us 7 days apart.
Oh, my God. That you were...
that you were hanging out there in the birth canal for an additional 6 days.
And they didn't know.
Yeah.
Now, we carried it on for years, and then eventually after we graduated out of elementary school, we kind of just dropped the whole gag. So
That's great.
our little lie.
I love it. I love
Hey,
it.
there's another baby in there. Did you know?
Thank you, Roger.
No kidding.
I appreciate it. I'm going to come back to some of these calls, but I want to go through a few of these other ones that I have here. This one says, my last name was Lee, so I told people I was related to Bruce Lee. My cover was blown when Brandon Lee died, and kids kept saying that my cousin had died, and I said, I don't have a cousin named Brandon.
Come on, man.
Preston, look at this text that just came in as you were reading that.
All right, this says, to clarify a previous text about my maiden name being Lee, as a kid, I told people that Bruce Lee is a cousin of mine, and I sometimes still say it as an adult, and people believe me.
That's crazy.
That is. This one says, when I was 10 or 11, I told my friends that I had a parrot who would tell me when my favorite TV show was on. Where did I get that from, you ask? No clue. So for whatever reason, they felt it was the lie to tell. Another one said, I tried to convince people that I was nocturnal and that I only slept 1 hour a night. I'd tell them I was a night crawler, and I didn't know at the time that literally means a worm. And I also couldn't whistle when I was a little kid, and it made me jealous. So I would just go, ooh, and tell people that my whistle just sounded different.
It's absolutely valid.
Here's a good one. I would tell people as a lie that I was a conjoined twin and that we had been separated, and she went to a different school because she got into a different school and I didn't. I have no idea why I said it, and no one ever questioned it.
So you hear these things, and they interest you when you're a kid, or like, that sounds kind of cool. And then I guess in the heat of some situation, you say, well, I was a conjoined twin.
Yep. Here's one, Kathy. This would be similar to something, although not an African princess, but I could see you trying pulling this off. It said, I told all the girls in my class that I was an African princess, and they were supposed to call me Your Highness. And whenever they forgot to, I said I would let it slide because I wasn't like those other princesses. We just moved to a new town, and I was one of 3 black kids in my school, my little brother included. A couple of the girls believed me and even started following me around. Oh, that's the best. All right, I'll go next to Robert. Hey, Robert, morning.
Good morning. You guys rock.
Thank you, sir. What's up, my man?
All right, so this happened when I was 2 years old, but it was such a traumatic experience that the story still goes around today. You got to remember the era, too. This happened in the 60s where my father worked for DuPont formulating paint.
Okay.
Like Tonka Yellow, some Tonka Toys, Green Kawasaki motorcycles. So my older siblings convinced my older sister that when she turned 12 years old, because she was found as a baby in the gutter, and she was actually a black baby.
Oh, my
And my
God.
father created a special paint that made her white. But when she turned 12 years old, the paint was going to wear off, and we were going to have to give her back.
Oh, my goodness.
So on her 12th birthday, the story is that she broke down crying because she refused to blow her candles out on the cake.
Because she thought she wasn't going to be in the family anymore. Oh, my goodness, Robert.
And started crying and everything. And then my mother went to go find out what was happening. And, the story came out because she says, I don't want to turn black and I don't want to go back to the gutter and this, that, and the other thing. And I know that my older siblings didn't get a Christmas that year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's brutal.
That's a pretty harsh thing. So mom and dad could not have been happy about that. Wow.
What a little prank.
Right?
Yeah.
All right.
And
Thanks,
now my
Robert.
sister is 62 years old, and the story still goes around.
I'll bet. I'm sure. I love this story. This one says, I told kids at my school that I was a vampire, and that school was my punishment for killing someone.
Well, so that seems appropriate.
And
You
it's-
killed someone. We're enrolling you in a school.
Kids would knock on my door after school, and I'd beg my parents to tell them that I was sleeping in our basement because they were a vampire.
He's a vampire.
Oh my God. Let's see. We only have time for a couple of more, and let's see. I'm going to go to Chris. Hey, Chris. Good morning.
Dorka.
Ah, same to you. What's up, Chris?
So back in the day, I think probably later in elementary school, I got into a fight, and I ended up breaking up my, I think it's like the metacarpal in your hand. I'm not a doctor, so I don't know.
Yep.
But it was the 80s, so I told my mom that I got into this gnarly BMX bike accident going off of a ramp.
Okay. That's to keep you from getting in trouble with your mom, right?
Yeah.
If you said you were a world champion BMX racer, that might be a little bit more problematic.
Yeah, it was late '80s. Brad was already out, so it was a great, And
Brad.
We went to the doctors, and the doctor just looked at me like he's like, "Dude, who are you kidding?"
Oh, that's great. All right, thanks,
he knew,
Chris.
but he
Yeah,
he
of
stuck with
course.
the lie.
Yeah.
All right, and then this other one, then we got to take it a break. This Reddit thread person said, in kindergarten, I was obsessed with Titanic. I had a necklace that looked like the heart of the ocean. So, of course, I told everyone, it's the real heart of the ocean necklace. And they said, a kid wearing a $20 million necklace? Sure, makes total sense. People will buy it. All right, very interesting and very creative on some of these
Very
as
much so.
well.
Yeah.
And what kids will come up with as a lie, and they...
Liar, whore, and you know it.
Wow, they're just kids.
They will stick to it and go hold their spot and make sure that people believe what they have to say. But thank you for sharing. We do appreciate that. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back in a second. We'll get some bizarre file stories when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
What's new?
Decided to show us his butthole. But no, it was Casey. It's Shirley Bassey's birthday today. Yeah. Love her.
Pretty girl, beware of his heart of gold. His heart is cold. He loves only gold. He loves only gold. Only gold. Only gold. He loves gold. He loves gold.
It's the only reason I bring the birthday up every year. That, and actually, we had mentioned that she was on the Oscars, and they had her come out and sing that song, and her voice was outstanding.
Hasn't lost a bit.
She's 83 years old. She's still a gorgeous woman, too,
Yeah.
at 83.
She also sang the other Bond song for the movie Diamonds Are Forever.
Okay. Diamonds are forever. I don't know how it goes.
Sparkling round my little finger, unlike men, the diamonds linger.
Wow.
Men are mere mortals who are not worth going to your grave for.
So she's 83 today.
We have that as well.
Oh, wow.
Diamonds are forever. They are all I need
to please me. They can stimulate and tease me.
They won't leave in the night. I've no fear
that they might desert me.
Nice.
I could have done those parts. I could have sung those songs.
Easily. All right, and then we have Rachel Nichols, who is in...
Rachel Nichols, jingling in your pockets.
Nichols. And another bass player, Rick Savage of Def Leppard. He turns 60 years old today.
And an odd thing, he's got extra appendages.
Wow, really?
He's got 3 legs.
He picked... When this band was in their height, when Pyromania came out, I was a huge fan.
Oh my God,
of Def Leppard. They were great. I went to that tour. I went to that concert. It was awesome. It was one of my first real rock shows that I went to.
And they were driven by a robust MTV presence.
Oh my God, yes.
I told you that I don't remember what year that came out. It had to have been 84, 85, something like that.
No, it was before that.
Was it?
Yeah, it was like 82, I think.
Okay, hang on. Is Pour Some Sugar on Me on that one?
No, that's... Oh, wait. Pyromania. I'm sorry.
83 is when it came out.
Okay.
January of 83, and...
No, it was not on that album. Man, what was Pour Some Sugar? That was a gigantic album, and I can't remember the name of it.
After the Gold
Not
Rush.
High and Dry. What the hell is the...
No, High and Dry was early. Hang on a second here.
Hysteria.
That's it.
And that was 87.
That was 87, okay.
Yep.
Because I have a vivid memory of a guy that at the pool he came with this boombox, a la Lloyd Dobler, blaring, pour some sugar on me because he was trying to get pumped up. He was going to do a triple off of the high dive.
Okay.
And that was his motivational song?
That was his motivation.
Pour some sugar on me?
It's like right out of a movie, right? Like, basically like jean jacket and cut off jean shorts.
Clear me a path.
Right? And he's blaring, pour some sugar on me, and he gets up onto the high dive.
Today's the day.
Today is the day. He had been working himself up for this for like an entire weekend.
Are you ready to do it today?
Right? So he gets up.
Gandalf showed up. Oh my God.
When you're done pouring your sugar, I want to see the greatest dive of all time.
Anyway, what happened?
All right, so what happens is he gets up on the high dive, blaring music.
You and me, babe.
And he got up and
what did he do?
He counted the 3. He got off at the end of the board. He did 1 flip, 2 flips, 2.5 flips, and then landed flat on his back. Splattered all over the place. I swear to God, he got up spitting blood because he hit smack so hard. Oh, it was great, man. What a great memory.
Rick Savage's birthday. Sometimes he just heads down that path, and you have to let him go.
I
we need to hear.
Sometimes in life, you need to let things happen of their own accord.
We need to flush it out. So
we learned something about some dude we'll never meet.
Yeah, he's all right. Rick Savage is 60.
Thank you, Rick Savage. Thank you
wherever
for that memory.
you are.
Me TV, they have billboards in the city now, and they're promoting the Flintstones are on at like 6 or 6:30 every night.
I know, it's crazy.
So, I know, it's so stupid that we're watching recanned show, but Me TV does it well. They do the Flintstones into the Honeymooners. I always hated the Honeymooners, but I loved the Flintstones. And they're the same show, basically.
It's the same show, yeah.
But I didn't like the Honeymooners because Ralph Cramden was an a-hole.
Yeah.
He just,
Alice, I'm going to beat you to death with a hammer.
Right, that's kind of what the implication. I mean, to the
If
moon.
my dinner isn't on the table at 5:30, I'll punch you in the throat until you die.
Yeah, to the moon essentially was that. I'm going to punch you to the moon.
Yeah.
The good old days.
I'm going to throw you down the stairs and beat you with a sack of oranges. To the moon.
They loved
but
it.
not before I strangle you and rub a hot iron across your face. Then I'm going to cover you in pork chop sauce and put you into a pit with rabid dogs.
Wow.
I'm going to cut you up so bad you'll never be able to have children.
Oh, my God.
I'll remove your breasts with a wood planer.
To me, it was so depressing, too, because they had their clothing was in a bureau in the kitchen.
Well, they were poor. I mean, they were just making ends meet. But
I mean, there's
Desi Arnaz used to beat his wife too, because I remember she spent too much. She spent too much money on like hats or something like that. And there was an episode he bent her over his knee and spanked her.
Oh, and there was another episode one time, Casey. I kid you not. She had done something that was going to piss him off, so she decided to go and get a sunburn so that he wouldn't hit her. Jesus.
Oh my
That's
God.
what television programming was.
Lucy, I'm going to throw you down the elevator shaft. Lucy, I'm going to take your back, tie you to the dumpster, and drive the car into you.
Ricky.
1950s programming,
Wow.
man.
I'm going to cut your head off.
That's ridiculous.
Columbia necktie. Break your legs.
See, the audience ate it up, though.
They loved it.
You know?
There was an episode of Different Strokes where Arnold got in trouble, and Mr. Drummond, because he wasn't his actual father,
put him in a wood chipper?
No. They brought his uncle in to beat him with a belt. I'm not lying. That's that was a legit episode.
Storyline.
Yeah. Here, get the switch over here. Get your uncle.
I can't beat you. But fortunately, we found someone who can.
Got a
Do you
blood
remember
relative.
in the Dick Van Dyke Show when Dick Van Dyke slammed Mary Tyler Moore's head in the car door?
Oh, yeah.
Because the mashed potatoes were lumpy?
The crowd, the audience loved it.
They were lumpy?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm going to make your head lumpy.
something new from Hershey's. I have. You guys like Hershey's Kisses, right? I mean, pretty much.
I do. I do. They're especially on the holidays too. You get those cookies with the big single Hershey's Kiss right in the middle of it.
Right in the middle, yeah. Hershey's has created a new flavor, and they arrived. No, I'm sorry. They arrived in 2019, and now they're back for Valentine's Day. It is the Hershey's Lava Cake Kisses.
And is it made from actual molten lava?
It burns the inside of the interior of the mouth. Yes. The kisses are dark chocolate with a gooey chocolate center.
This seems very
it's a Jewish chocolate center.
Bill Weston loves
Is that a Jewish thing?
Is that a Jewish thing?
Gooey.
This has a very Jewy taste to it.
Mazel.
They're so moist and Jewy.
Mazel, mazel. Of course I would say that.
Is that a Jewish thing? Oh, my God.
And there goes the second.
It's a wonderful cookie with the taste of Israel.
The kisses are dark chocolate with a gooey chocolate center.
Is that a Jewish thing?
Not a Jewy chocolate center. And I just said Jesus under my breath, too. Jeez.
Well, he was a Jew.
That's right. The limited edition holiday flavor is available at Target, Walmart, and other retailers.
I like this concept. Do you like the chocolate molten cake?
Yeah, I do.
Oh my God,
I very much do. I bought this for my my wife and our last anniversary. Wee's anniversary. And by the way, if chocolate has a discolored look to it, does not necessarily mean that it's bad. Yeah. Yeah, I did read that a while back. That doesn't mean that.
So what does it mean?
It's bad. Somebody look
even
it up.
Jewier.
I don't. It's.
Oh.
It's kosher.
Okay, all right, that's what it means.
Yeah.
So, Preston, just a quick thing on these candies, the ones that have the molten, is that a soft center?
It's a gooey,
center.
Chocolate
I
center.
like that idea.
Yeah, I do too. Here we go. It says, when you see white or grayish film on the surface of your food, it normally means product has gone bad, but it's different with chocolate. When the cocoa butter fats in chocolate separate from the cocoa mass and rise to the surface, it results in something called fat bloom. You gonna eat your fat bloom?
Are you gonna eat that fat bloom?
Listen, if you're not going to eat your fat bloom till I have it, it looks really good.
Did I have
So if it's white, it's...
Could I please have your fat bloom? It looks extra delicious.
It might not be bad, but it's called fat bloom. I'm going to pass on it.
Okay.
So let's just make a dessert, cut right to the chase, and fat bloom.
One last thing. Marissa sent this to me. It involves booze, so thank you, Marissa. Red Lobster has added a specialty cocktail to their menu. Red Lobster is now offering a Bloody Mary, but with a twist in line with their brand. It comes topped with a lobster claw and one of their famous Cheddar Bay biscuits.
Wow.
And it does look quite yummy. So it's made from Tito's vodka, Marissa's favorite, and Bloody Mary mix that apparently is custom made by Red Lobster. The glass is then garnished with an entire lobster craw. One shrimp, an olive, a lime, a Cheddar Bay biscuit, and spicy seasoning on the rim of the glass as well. My mouth is watering.
Really? That's working it for you, huh?
Oh, man, a good Bloody Mary. Jeez.
Murray.
You and the Jewish thing.
Jeez, oh, man.
Listen, can I have a Bloody Mary and some of those Jewy candies?
Bloody Murray. We should make a Bloody Murray.
We should. Cream soda, gefilte fish, it's a Bloody Mary.
Manny Shevitz.
Yeah. Right? Do they make like a raspberry Manischewitz?
Manischewitz.
I've only seen blackberry.
Have with your Jewy candy.
I want to try a Bloody Murray.
A Bloody Murray. Bartenders, come up with a Bloody Murray.
I'm coming.
Oh my.
He said he wanted a Bloody Murray.
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. We are going to go through some bizarre file stories. Then we have a trio of gentlemen in our studio. We're going to say hello and goodbye to.
Yes.
All at the same
one
time.
fell swoop.
All right, let's do the B file first. Here we go.
Now, WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it's brought to you this morning by Liberty Safes of New Jersey. Keep all your important keepsakes safe at home in a Liberty Safe. Liberty Safes of New Jersey, Route 130 in Bordentown or Route 73 in Mount Laurel. LibertySafesNJ.com. We'll start in Australia. Police have been left frustrated after an investigation into potential human remains revealed that they were actually cow bones stuffed in clothing.
Man.
A walker found what initially appeared to be a dead person on the side of a track last week.
We got a problem with cows wearing human clothes.
And reported it to police. Sergeant Dale Harmer said the area was declared a crime scene while they studied the remains. With the assistance of our local forensics officers and the forensic pathologists in Perth, we identified the remains that were actually that to be of an animal.
It's clear this was not a catastrophe.
They said that the remains were stuffed inside a tracksuit to make them look like it was human remains.
What kind of animal would wear a tracksuit?
Yeah.
A cow, obviously.
It has caused police to use an entire day and 3 police officers guarding a scene for something which was never a human in the first place. Sergeant Harmer said that police attending the scene had thought the situation did not look right, but they still had to follow protocol and make sure.
So they're not going to get, like, cattle detectives to figure out what happened?
Not that I don't know. They might call them in for this. We'll see. In Scotland, workers discovered containers full of human body parts.
Oh, Jesus.
And a dead penguin while clearing a waste disposal site, a court has heard.
So human remains and a dead penguin.
Yeah.
In the same place?
In the same place. Gary.
You think it was a murder-suicide?
Gary Pettigrew's healthcare.
I don't want to go on.
Environmental services close after losing waste contracts.
Listen, you're the best lover I ever had, but I'm finding someone else provides what I need. I can't keep going on banging a penguin.
Mr. Pettigrew is on trial where he denies allegations that they breached regulations on the safe storage of waste.
Right. You can't bury humans with penguins. Everybody knows that.
Peter Whitewick, a waste contractor, told the court his team
Now, if you had the cow.
had to burst open pallets of medical waste and found containers of human body parts mixed with other garbage. He claimed it took almost all of 2020 to clear the plant, which was wall-to-wall with medical waste.
Yeah.
Photographs showed the court, including one of a penguin carcass, which was said to have come from Edinburgh Zoo. Mr. Whitewick claimed other dead animals were found at the site, but were unidentifiable because they had turned into, quote, kind of a liquid fur.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Sounds delicious.
Other photographs shown included tubs date-marked 2017, which contained human body parts from the NHS sites across Scotland. They said anatomical waste was seen as the highest risk waste that remained on the site. Mr. Pettigrew denies the charges, and the trial continues next month.
Just a stupid penguin.
A giant penis may be coming to Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and if that happens, we'll have Jesus and an atheist to thank.
Huh.
A couple of months ago, the city hosted a Christmas tree lighting ceremony as well as a menorah lighting celebration. Those were religious celebrations promoted by government officials, suggesting that the public square was open to anyone who wanted to host a similar event. So enter Chaz Stevens. He asked the city earlier this month for permission to host an event of his own on April 2nd in honor of Kanamara Matsuri, the Shinto festival of the steel phallus. The centerpiece of that would be a 300-pound, 6-foot-tall pink penis.
I remember they had a festival based around this, and they had all sorts of huge penis sculptures.
My dad has been there for that in person. He brought me, when I was a kid, he brought me back pictures of it. I kid you not, giant penis.
That's what they do, right?
Structures and people carrying around giant penis. It's called a fertility festival.
Right.
So anyhow, he also
It's
told
right after Vagina Fest.
the city officials.
Come on inside. There's a lot of room.
Vajathon.
Yeah. Vagapalooza.
He also told city officials that proceeds from the event would be donated towards AIDS research as well as LGBTQIA plus awareness, elevating both artistry and philanthropic causes in tandem. They asked him to submit an outdoor event application. The event would still have to be approved by an events committee and the city commission, but a rejection may lead to a religious discrimination lawsuit. Fort Lauderdale may be the first city where this event is taking place, but Stevens is hoping it won't be his last. He's already made similar requests in several other cities. Only one, Deerfield Beach, has rejected him outright, claiming that his display would be obscene and create a safety hazard. City officials...
You don't know when those things are going to go off?
The city officials there also added that their understanding of Kanemaru Matsuri as that it were more cultural than religious, giving him an out. Stevens told them his attorney will be in touch. To assist with his further erections, Stevens has set up a GoFundMe page in order to cover the cost of his $8,000 penis sculptures, along with any potential lawsuits he may have to file if cities reject the project. 2 men in a pickup truck that had stolen tag written on a piece of cardboard to serve as a license plate.
I saw this.
Were arrested in connection with multiple burglaries.
You have to admire their candor.
Anthony Sosa and Chad Dulett were taken into custody on Thursday. The pickup was spotted at several houses where the burglaries occurred. The sheriff's office said that jewelry worth thousands of dollars and a handgun were stolen from the homes. One of the homeowners reported to deputies that the pickup had a piece of cardboard that read stolen tag attached where the license plate should be.
Yeah.
And the pickup was later seen and pulled over by authorities. Deputies searched the vehicle, found the stolen jewelry and a handgun in the pickup. Sosa and Dulett were both convicted in the past on charges of grand theft and attempted burglary, respective. So this
Did they explain the reason why they decided to go completely honest with the stolen tag?
I think that it was in place of, I think they didn't have a tag.
Okay.
And I think they put that there as an excuse if police saw them that it says the tag had been stolen and therefore they're okay to drive it.
Yeah, we can read it 2 ways.
And yeah.
Yeah.
So, but either way, it's pretty damn obvious. And easy to find a cardboard tag that says stolen tag on it. And then finally, let's end with this. In North Carolina, police arrested a man in connection with an overnight incident that injured customers seated outside a restaurant. Police were dispatched to a disturbance call at Mikoto Japanese restaurant. The caller told 911 the shots had been fired. Others determined that 22-year-old Joshua Hunt had been in some sort of altercation with customers in the outdoor dining area. Hunt drove a pickup truck into the outside seating area, hitting customers. He put it in reverse, and then he hit them again with the car. Someone in the outdoor area fired shots at his truck. 2 customers hit by the truck were taken to the hospital for their injuries.
Listen, folks, the desserts are on us.
And a third customer declined to go to the hospital. Hunt has been charged with 2 counts of assault with a deadly weapon, 1 count of assault with a deadly weapon, and unauthorized use of a motor vehicle.
We're going to take a little bit off your check.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, I have 3 people standing next to me in our studio here, and
would it be safe to say that you consider them all sons?
I would say. Well, I really took them under my wing.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, so around COVID time. And I think these guys had kind of just started their internship program.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden the company said, nope, everybody's got to go.
Right.
And so we couldn't just cut these guys loose because they're doing this for school.
Yeah.
So they managed to complete their internship program at home, which I'm curious as to how that worked anyway. But they were doing work at home. So we wanted to say hi to them and also goodbye because each of our interns gets kind of an exit interview.
Yes.
And so we never got a chance to do it. So we would like to welcome back to our studio to say goodbye
and hello
Andrew Kent, Ed Betts, and Nick Grandizio this morning. Hi, guys.
Hey, good morning. Hey, good
nice
morning.
to see you. By the way, Nick, did I get your last name right?
Yeah, you were very close.
Is it Grandizio?
Yeah.
Okay, I did. I went Grandizio.
Just back here, I get it.
All right.
Very Italian.
So, yeah, how deep? Well, we'll start with you, Ed. How deep was it into your internship when you were told you couldn't come in anymore?
I actually started in September.
Okay.
So I actually had the full semester. So
Okay, so you had a little bit of time. What about you, Andrew?
Same thing, September. Mhm.
And Nick?
I started in late December.
Okay, so a little bit less time for you.
Yeah.
And then we had to send you home. What were you guys doing for us while you were at home? Anybody jump in?
It was mostly writing logs,
Okay.
and then for myself and Ed, we had to still do the clips. And after we were cut off in March and we were working from home, we did the clips up until January 2021. So we were on for 10 more months.
Oh, my God. Because we had nobody else to go to. We couldn't bring in new interns.
Right.
And so therefore you guys
and the building, by the way, stayed a lot more restrictive. Like we had to abide by what the building was telling us because we happened to be in a building that we don't own. So it made it more restrictive. So given your druthers, would you rather be on premises doing what you do or remotely doing what you were doing for us?
Fair question.
I think I'd rather be on premises, but I was happy to at least be able to finish from home. So.
Did you feel a sense of, because Marissa tries very hard, as does everyone, to give the interns a sense of ownership of the show and be a part of it and make it happen. Were you getting that remotely?
For the most part, yes.
Yeah, I still enjoyed myself from home, but obviously I'd rather be in studio if I were to work, and I prefer to work in person over at home. It just is a more enjoyable environment.
As do we. Yeah, that's why we stayed. We worked the entire thing.
Were you guys able to go to school at all? I mean, because so many schools were restrictive during that time as well.
Well, that was my senior year, so I graduated in May. So I was finished up in May, just did all my work from home from March to May, so I didn't really have much to do.
It was such an odd year in so many respects, and the starting and stopping, and people be at home, and then you go back to school for a little while, and then you had to go and do home learning again. So we appreciate you guys doing what you did from home. But it would have been better for all of us for you to be here.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Nikki, were you focused in on radio?
I was doing radio, and then I also was doing theater, and both got destroyed from COVID.
They got leveled.
Were you Mary Poppins? Did you
I
play?
was in Mary
Okay,
Poppins,
that's
so we got
right.
to do 2 shows before it got canceled.
Yeah,
Kind of
yeah.
looked like weird. Kind of looked like a zombie apocalypse. If you saw the set, it's just like there.
It's cool though. You got to do the debut and the farewell final performance within the same week. It's amazing.
But you work so hard, because my kids were in Bye Bye Birdie, and they had worked for like rehearsal starting in January, and they worked there all through January and February into March, and then nothing.
And then Bye Bye Birdie.
Yeah, totally. Oh man.
So. Go ahead, Preston.
Well, I was going to say, you guys ended up, completing the internship program, which is cool. And you've all graduated since?
Yes.
Oh, well, then we got to find out what's happening. So we'll start with you, Andrew. What you went to Temple? You had said it was your senior year, graduated, and then what?
So I was freelancing for a while, worked at Acme first, and then moved to Conshohocken, freelance for a while, worked for NFL Films and a bunch of production companies around the area, and then I got a job at QVC back in June. So I've been doing that.
Still going? Excellent.
Still going. Yeah.
We love QVC.
What do you do at QVC?
I'm a production coordinator, so I'm pretty much in charge of taking all the product from the warehouse, setting it up, and then moving it from set to set and just making it all look
It's a
nice.
machine. It's a military operation there.
100%.
I mean, and by the way, are you basically set dressing as well?
They have another department called Sets and Props that does that.
Okay,
but
all right.
Yeah, we're mostly just in charge of taking care of the host as well as setting up all the product.
All right. Andrew got in the broadcast industry.
I love it.
I call that a win right there. I'd say
wait.
successful. All right, hold on. There you go. One up, order up.
Yep.
Ed, what about you?
So I'm in I graduated in May of 2020 from Temple with a master's
in
media studies in media studies and production.
Okay.
Someone wasted a little more money. No, that's great. Temple's great. Yeah.
So I'm in the newspaper business. So I'm.
And how many houses on your route?
Dude.
No, what are you doing?
I'm a newspaper page designer. So I'm
graphics.
So I'm doing kind of like graphic design
And
for the
layouts?
newspaper, doing kind of a layout.
All right. What paper?
So it's basically every suburban Philly newspaper. We also have a few.
Like Town Talk and stuff like that?
Like Town Talk, the Daily Times.
Can you get Casey on the
Times.
cover of Town Talk?
Mainline Times?
Yeah. I don't think Mainline Times is part of us, but the Reporter, which is in Lansdale.
What is your favorite font?
Yeah. Courier Times?
I'm just a Times New Roman.
Times New
I'm an
Roman.
Arial
Classic. Yeah, dig it.
Nice. And Ed still comes out. We still see him.
It comes
from time
out,
to time at
yeah.
events and all kinds of stuff. So it's always nice to see you there.
That's cool. You're doing that, and your ultimate goal would be to remain in what you're doing.
I would love to try to get more into the broadcasting side.
Okay.
'Cause I love audio editing. It's so much fun.
All right.
But you're in journalism, so that's cool too.
Yeah.
All right. So hopefully something opens up in that way. There you go. That's a win as well. And then Nick, how about you?
You're not going to be ringing a bell for me, sadly. No, with COVID, kind of things had to take a little bit of a turn. So I was at Acme for a little while, and then after Acme, I actually worked at a dispensary for a little bit. After the dispensary, I now work for a company called Globus, and there I work on a team called Field Asset Management, and basically I'm an analyst that helps the sales force get products and inventory that they need in order to sell to surgeons. So that way they can be successful for cases and stuff like that.
Oh, well, listen, anything related to the medical industry can be lucrative. Is it proving to be good for you so far?
Yeah, it's actually like my first Monday to Friday job. And so this is the first time I'm off like weekends.
Still doing theater? Or going to reemerge?
I've been telling my friends I've been getting the theater bug itch recently.
Yeah.
So I've been kind of waiting for an opportunity to arise. Like I recently moved to King of Prussia, so looking around those theaters.
All right, these guys got careers.
Listen, and they were great for us, and that was such a. It sucked. I mean, we have a great crew of interns now, and having them back. I mean, honestly, Marissa, as I said before, makes it an essential part of the whole experience that you're part of putting the show on every day. So it's great.
Anybody in steady relationships right now, or are we all single? What's going on?
Or are you a throuple?
Might be a throuple.
Yeah, I'm engaged. I'm getting married May 13th.
This year?
Yeah.
Congrats.
Good
My
for you.
fiance Julia.
Nice.
How about you, Ed?
I'm single.
All right. Andrew?
It's a little complicated.
All right, it's complicated.
Let's just say there's a paternity test involved.
Why did he have to ask this question?
Well, cool.
Is she currently listening?
Any moment, one moment that stood out for you guys? We'll start the other way, Nick, on the show and doing something for the show. A moment that really resonated with you that you will remember all the days of your life.
So there's this. Ed asked me, like he told us beforehand, like Nick, make sure you have like a favorite moment when you come in. I was like, oh my gosh, like, I'm trying to think of all these like moments, but this one moment like really keeps like pointing out at me, and it's so as you probably remember, the Dunkaccino machine wasn't working for a long time when we were here.
Still not
And so so we used to have to like get the coffee from Dunkin' like outside.
Yeah.
And we'd come back. And so my whole life, I've never liked coffee. I've never really drank coffee. I was a milk drinker. I was a water drinker my whole life. So I never really was into a situation where I had to make coffee for people. And I feel like this is a gap of knowledge that I just have. So one time you had a couple of guests and they were listening guests, and someone was like, hey Nick, could you get him a cup of coffee? And I was like, yeah, no problem. So I go in there and get coffee, and I'm like doing like all this stuff, like trying to figure out what I'm doing. I'm like, I give it back to him. I'm like sitting against like the wall. I think you guys are doing like bizarre files, and this guy like who's drinking the coffee, he's like, hey Nick, and I like go over to him like, what's up, man? He's like, Nick, you're a nice guy. I gotta be honest with you. This is the worst cup of coffee I've ever had in my life. I was like, this is the first cup of coffee I ever made in my life. So I'm glad it's edible.
Oh my God.
There you go.
That's great.
Being put to the test.
Hey, there's still people here who have been working for years that don't know how to make coffee, so don't worry about it. All right, what about you, Ed?
I gotta say, when Terry Crews was in studio, there was such a buzz in the studio.
Oh, he was great.
Oh.
He is so much fun.
Yep.
Nice. Andrew, you?
So I'm a massive movie buff. I've been making movie reviews and writing stuff for the last 7 or so years. So when M. Night Shyamalan and when Ryan Johnson were both in studio, I was shaking. I remember I walked up to Ryan and I didn't even like introduce myself. I said, hey, nice to meet you. I love Star Wars, big Star Wars guy. And he seemed like he was really freaked out and just walked right out.
Oh, man. You know I'm not George Lucas, right?
Nice. Excellent. Well, listen, it is great to have you guys back in here, and thank you for all the work you did, not only here in the studio, but at home for an extended amount of time. We appreciate it, and we can't do it without our intern.
Yes,
There's a lot of
absolutely,
work that needs to be done. So thank you guys so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, good to see you. And they're on their way. Normally we send them off not knowing what's going to happen, but we already know.
Now.
These guys are doing great. It's a wonderful thing. So we have a new crew of interns that are being transitioned in as we speak.
And I love it. And if you have any interest, Marissa, I know that you're always looking, right? So contact Marissa. Just go to the website.
That's what you do. All right, we got to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Make sure you stay with us this morning.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Hi, I'm Alexa. Sure. I'll have some calamari, a Bloody Murray.
Anyway.
We need to make that drink now, Preston.
Yeah.
I know. That's why I said, let's put it out there to bartenders.
Yeah, bartenders, come up with a Bloody Murray.
Bloody Murray, and we'll try it out. Anyhow, how about this? Gibson and Slash have announced the release of the first ever Slash collection, which will feature multiple acoustic and electric guitars. Yeah, the collection will... Oh, Gibson. I got you. Mel Gibson.
The Mel Gibson guitar. It has all these sayings etched into the wood.
So the collection will officially premiere.
It's the Mel Gibson collection of guitars, featuring all his rants emblazoned on every guitar. The Whore Edition features a Stratocaster pickup.
The collection will officially...
What the hell was that
That's
one?
That's Braveheart.
Why is he doing that?
Imagine if that's the speech he delivered when he was on the horse.
Hit it again, Case. He was, Nick, he was at the end of his rope with her.
Okay.
And then he was just kind of like somebody would go, yeah, like that. And then he did an evil laugh. So Slash and Gibson, luthiers.
Luthiers?
Yeah, what's a luthier?
As in Lex Luthier?
Luthier. Is that a guitar maker?
I'm not familiar. I've never heard that brand.
Worked in close collaboration on the collection at Gibson's headquarters in Nashville, Tennessee. The line features 4 Les Paul standard electric guitars and 2 J45 standard acoustic guitars.
It's a music store.
Oh.
Kind of like a George's.
Are you a... Sorry.
I'm trying to help, Mel.
Are you a Martin guitar guy, or what's your...
I own a Martin acoustic guitar. Absolutely.
Do you play it anymore, or you're back to the drums, right?
I have neglected it because I've been focusing and practicing really, really hard at playing the drums. I've decided I want to be a really good drummer.
But when he passes by the guitar, he says,
Oh, you're there.
Yeah, I do acknowledge the guitar's existence.
That's a Mel Gibson guitar.
Yeah. So,
Oh, you're there.
It actually yells at you if you don't take lessons.
What?
I want to pursue drumming. But Mel Gibson guitar, I really do. I like drumming more.
You just showed me what you are.
oh.
It's the guitar. It'll make you a virtuoso in a weekend.
Do you think I'm a decent guitar player? Oh, my God.
You have one more chance.
Wow. You thought Whiplash was bad.
Giving me one last
right?
chance.
Yeah.
Forget Whiplash.
I just want to be a drummer.
The Mel Gibson guitar.
Oh, God. Okay.
You have one more chance.
Gentle messages of encouragement help you along.
I'm telling you. I'm just telling you the truth.
The most candid guitar you'll ever own.
The fucking guitar.
So let me raise this question. It was something that occurred to me yesterday as we were talking about preparation for all this. Are all the new things put in place because of COVID? Does that now effectively eliminate, for all intents and purposes, the classic snow day?
So here's what's happening. The school districts that are having the snow day, what it looks like is that they had snow days built in. So that's why they're closing. They already have these snow days, so they're going to use them. The districts that didn't build in snow days are the ones that are going to do that virtual learning in the morning and then give the kids the snow day the second half of the day. Because by law, they need to get a certain amount of school days in. And if you go...
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about!
Man.
Kathy Romano with the information you can use.
Oh, my God.
Now we go to Kathy with her observations on snow days. This bitch is cranking it up to 10.
This bitch.
Snow!
Slayer!
Snow and Slayer!
Snower!
Oh, my God.
That's awesome.
I have a variety of stories, and I would do the connoisseur. I have like 3 food-related things,
But there's not enough to fuel it,
but
right?
that's it.
And you don't want to be dishonest with the
No,
listeners.
I don't want to do that, and I don't want to, I don't want to just flip things all of a sudden. But I did see this, and I thought it was interesting. Cheetos has given a name to the cheesy residue left on your fingers when you eat the Cheetos. So they have a name for it now.
And it is?
Cheetle.
Cheetle?
Like Don Cheadle.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah, the official term is called Cheadle.
I'd call it Chisholm. Right, Preston?
Yeah.
Much better.
Yeah, what's that on your face?
Chisholm. From eating cheese doodles. I'm sorry, I misheard you.
To celebrate the newly coined...
Peter North is the spokesman. Just sitting here watching TV.
In celebration of its 125th anniversary, the New York Public Library, which is the second largest in the U.S. after the Library of Congress, has
throwing out the books?
No. They released its list of the top 10 checked out books of all time. And in
Is
first
one of them Goldfinger?
place, no.
Mr. Goldfinger!
No.
One of the most popular books at the New York Library. It's on the list.
In first place, I'll just start right at the top here, is the children's picture book, The Snowy Day by Ezra Jack Keats.
I don't even know.
It's about a child enjoying his city's first snowfall.
I don't know that book. Yeah.
Oh, I know this book. I love this book when I was
terrible.
a kid. Absolutely.
Get the Caldecott Award. Yeah, the Caldecott medal. I remember that. You remember the little imprint on the
it's
front
a
of it?
gold sticker that would be a gold
Sticker! On this scrappy book about a kid walking in the snow.
Gold
sticker.
It's not. It is on the list?
Yeah.
It's on the list.
It's number one on the list.
Number one.
So, I think, you'd find that on Where the Wild Things Are and maybe The Hungry Caterpillar, those classic ones. Another book, Dr. Seuss's The Cat in the Hat, was in second place.
Okay.
Were you a Seuss fan as a kid?
Oh, yeah. Very much so. And in fact, I've been going through a cleaning out process at our house, and
Great purge.
I found we found way too many books that we need to get rid of, and so I did, and I donated them to the Laurel House thrift shop that raises money for the Laurel House. But we kept all of our Dr. Seuss books. And I had to stop and flip through Go Dog Go, and I had to look through the birthday book, and
Two Girls in a Cup.
Two Girls in a Cup.
It was the most wonderful cup it was.
There are a lot of Dr. Seuss books, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I see two girls in a cup.
Dozens.
I say to you, girls, can you tell me what's up?
I'll tell you what's up. Just look in the cup.
You'll know
After
this.
watching that, you won't be able to sup.
It's full of throw up.
And upchuck. It's full of throw up.
Come on, man.
Casey had a poster and a wristband from a fish show that was important to him. And
It was a fishing tournament, right?
Yeah.
Or the band?
Well, both.
Okay.
The wristband was from the tournament, and then the poster was from the concert.
Regardless, both very important to you.
No, but the reality is they were both from a concert.
All right.
So much so that he wanted to have them framed and immortalized for at least a period of time while he's on this earth, and took it to a place that was going to frame all this for him. So you have the wristband, you have the poster. I'm sure you had a frame picked out, matted, and everything the way you wanted it.
Yeah.
Goes back to the shop to retrieve it, and they've lost the wristband.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, exactly.
So the
right?
poster is done, and you wanted the wristband in the same display.
It was like a ribbon across the bottom corner of the poster.
And you'd set it up that way.
Yeah.
What was their explanation?
There is no explanation. Inside, I'm fuming. I have been to 60-plus Fish concerts. I have never purchased a poster, went and had it framed, or So this. And
So you want to climb over the counter and kill them?
So and the wristband I had really carefully taken off of my wrist, so there were no because it was it was like a cloth wristband, right?
Carefully preserved.
Carefully preserved. This was. I was going to give it as a gift to a friend.
Oh, no.
And then the more I thought about it, I'm like, I think I want this for myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now I'm fuming. So I had gone from this place.
Right.
I didn't blow up, But I had gone to this place, and I went to a drive-through, a quarter of a mile down the road, and I got my money back, and I'm pulling out, and I noticed that one of the quarters is a Canadian quarter. I stopped my car. I put it in park. I went into the store. Now, I didn't raise a stink.
25 cents.
For 25 cents, I go, you guys gave me a Canadian quarter here. And they're like, oh, okay.
Let me ask you something. What country are we in? Do we have provinces like, I don't know, Ottawa? What is this?
Yeah.
Is this legal tender?
I in my life have never returned a foreign coin before. I've never even
just kind of
considered that.
What did I order, poutine? What did I come in here on a moose? What am I, a Mountie? Where the hell are we?
Does it say Tim Hortons outside of this
Come on, for
establishment?
Christ's sake! What am I, Trudeau?
Did I drive here 35 kilometers per hour?
Jesus Christ!
I didn't make a big stink about it, but I go, hey, this is a Canadian quarter.
I couldn't help but notice that there was a ridged potato chip in my bag of regular potato chips.
Oh my God!
Parlez-vous English?
I would be raging. You're better than me. I would be raging out of control at those people. And
why not give me the right change? Eh? Eh?
We talked about Cameo before.
Yes.
And, you can do birthday wishes and hellos and stuff like that.
Hi,
But
this is Liam Neeson. I understand, Jimmy, that it's your 8th birthday. I want you to know it's a hard world out there.
Well, apparently now the trend is to get the celebrity to break up your relationship for you.
Wow.
And some people have been doing a lot of them. Sugar Ray singer Mark McGrath has been a popular choice for Cameo users looking to pass their breakup responsibilities on to him.
Well, he had one that had been requested, and it went viral, and a lot of people were talking about it, so I guess he immediately earned that status.
Yep. By the way, he's had a lot of work done on his face.
Has he?
A lot
He was
of
a
work.
good-looking guy.
Very good-looking guy, which is probably why he's had a lot of work.
See,
Yeah.
with me, it's like, who cares?
So he had said, I've been doing these for fun. I wouldn't want to hurt anybody's feelings. But even Matthew Perry says that he'll deliver any kind of messages, and he has done breakup videos as well. So,
that's kind of sad, though. Like, then what if
I
the
know.
person likes that celebrity and now they've just ruined their life?
Well, maybe it might be a little bit of a buffer if someone you like is telling you and giving you words of encouragement.
But it would have to depend on what type of breakup.
How bad of a breakup can it be
If you're hiring a celebrity.
that you're hiring a celebrity
Yeah.
to do it? I mean,
I don't think it's
You know what I
something
mean?
Nicole Brown Simpson would have done. So I think if it's more volatile, no. But I think if it's hey, we know this is over, you could have fun with this.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't think a divorce would be the right thing.
Yeah.
You know?
No. Hey,
and
honey.
kids and everything. And yeah.
Maybe I would say a year and under. You've been dating for
In a
a year
relationship, yeah.
or under.
Okay.
Anything over, you can't hire a celebrity.
Yep. So that's been the latest, and a lot of people are up for it.
You guys ever do a cameo?
Steve has.
Hire one?
Yep. I did with Kevin Sorbo because my wife loves the show Hercules and always had a crush on him, and he did a great job.
Thanks, Kath. I'm going to give a little bit of a butt plug real quick, if you guys don't mind.
No problem.
My friend, and you guys know him, music producer David Ivory, asked me to mention this. They have the Music Industry Task Force, which he's the chair of, and they're going to be speaking to City Council in Philadelphia on Thursday at 10 a.m., and they're coming up with recommendations to increase the economic impact of Philly music creators. So if you're a musician or if you know someone who is in the music industry in Philadelphia, they're asking for people to come and show their support in person. So Thursday at 10 a.m. City Council, and they came up with some recommendations. One of the things is the creation of a music office, somewhat like the film office.
Yeah.
For musicians.
I could see that.
Here in Philadelphia. And its purpose is to promote the music venues, creators, and overall music economy, as well as giving a unified voice for all various organizations operating now in the city, like the Philadelphia Music Alliance and the Grammy chapter and a bunch of others.
To promote music in the city.
In the area, yeah. And also, they want to create a music cultural museum at the now abandoned Sigma Studios building.
Well, that's perfect.
And they want to preserve the musical heritage for Philly music, past and present, as well as hosting events and things like that. So that's part of what they're doing.
Kathy, we could do our first jug band performance there.
But he's looking for bodies. He's looking for people who are in the music industry to show up and help show support.
Yes.
On Thursday at 10 a.m. At the city council meeting. And you can find details of that online because I don't know exactly where in the building that takes place at City Hall or anything. But they're also working on things like getting loading zone parking for musicians near venues so they don't get parking tickets for unloading.
That's a nightmare.
In my most recent stint playing with a band, like that's a real issue. Like, especially if you're a drummer, you show up with a car full of stuff,
right?
And you're like, I can't pull over and unload this in front of the venue, and I got to go blocks down, and it takes a ridiculous amount of time and effort to get that done. So, and also having music playing at transition hubs like the airport and 30th Street Station, having Philly music played, having centralized kiosks promoting music events instead of posters stapled to telephone poles and stuff like that. So it's just to promote the music industry.
And this city and this area has such a rich history. I love this idea.
Yep. So that is this Thursday, 10 a.m. City Council. I want to give that plug for my buddy David Ivory.
We didn't hear the effect.
Yeah. I'm sorry. We need the little
you do.
the butt plug, if you will, please. There it is. There it is. All right.
That makes it real.
Marissa's got something for us. I'm not sure where she is. I was told this is going to be a bit of a surprise. And we're going to bring this
Is it Belarus?
No, it's not Belarus. Where did he pop up recently?
I just saw his name mentioned.
He got hacked.
Oh, he got hacked.
Ah, yeah.
That was it. Kathy, were you the one that sent that
No,
over
I think
to us?
Marissa sent it over.
Okay, yeah. No, it's not John Belarus. We have brought in cocaine.
Yes, the Tom Hanks cocaine.
So this is. Now you hear cocaine and you think we're going to be, snorting rails over here, doing bumps or what freezes or whatever. But no, it's actually a drink that he came up with, that Tom Hanks came up with, and it's a mixture of champagne and Diet Coke, or Coke and champagne, meaning cocaine. Champagne, cocaine. You get it?
Yeah. So in this case, everyone's focusing on how Kathy's going to react because you have the most discerning palate for this
She
stuff.
handed me the cup, and I smelled it as usual, and I was like, there's no way I'm going to like this. This has too much Diet Coke in it. And then I looked over, and the bottle of champagne wasn't open yet.
Okay.
We need the sound.
Okay. Hold on a second. There you go. Party time. All right, so he said just a shot of champagne, Marissa.
That's more than
Is it more than that?
Like a healthy shot.
Yeah.
Like a really healthy shot.
So I don't drink, but I can. The mimosas I'm fine with.
You like champagne?
I actually am okay with champagne. Yeah.
Champagne's something I never think to drink.
I have it
and on
all
the
the time.
occasions that I do, I'm like, this is really yummy.
I buy it more than I buy wine now.
No kidding.
Champagne to me, at least when it's around New Year's or whatever, it tastes a little sweet to me in and of itself.
Yeah, some champagnes are sweeter than others, like some are drier.
Yeah, so I really only like the brut champagne. It has to be like extra dry for me.
Cheers.
This is like a weird taste.
Did you try it? All right.
Yeah.
What are you getting out of that?
I don't hate it. Like, it almost takes
Neither do
away
I.
a little bit of the sweetness from the diet Pepsi or whatever we put in there. But I don't know. I don't think I would ever
You wouldn't
order
make
this.
it.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I would order a champagne. I would or a mimosa, but I don't think I would order this.
Tastes like bad Diet Coke to me.
Like
it's
Diet Coke is
turned?
spoiled a little.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
Oh, is that-
almost. Yeah, it just tastes like bad syrup or something.
I mean, it's
like
not
that.
terrible.
No.
It's just
Well,
wouldn't-
it's not bad.
I wouldn't order
Wait,
this.
so is the Diet Coke bad or no? That's what the champagne's doing.
No, that's
to
what
it.
the champagne is doing to the Diet Coke.
So this is Tom Hanks' drink. Let's try Peter Scolari's drink and complete the bosom buddies
Rest in
liquor
peace.
cabinet.
Well, and I will.
He's not dead.
Peter Scolari?
He is.
Yeah,
Is he dead?
Yeah.
When did he die?
He died a year and a half ago, 2 years ago.
Man, that's
He was
really
drinking champagne and Diet Coke, and his
Killed him.
lungs exploded.
I forgot about Peter Scolari. Now.
Oh, man.
That's too bad.
Peter Scolari.
October 22nd, 2021.
Rest in peace.
May he rest in peace.
Oh my God! How could I have forgotten Peter Scolari?
You will be missed. All right. Okay. Yeah. This is. No, I'm never going to order this.
I believe your assessment and what the one of the industry people in the liquor industry that you quoted earlier said. This is a quickly passing fad. And I believe that's it.
Yep.
Marissa, where did you get the Prosecco? Oh, nice.
Matt Cord had a bottle of champagne.
Yes. So for MGK, Bill makes sure they have a fully stocked liquor cabinet.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
They got massage therapists down there.
No, we actually get narcotics, so Bill is good.
By the way, let's keep in mind that this is a cocktail. This is a drink made from someone who really doesn't drink.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
That's Tom Hanks.
Oh my
so-
God, we were out at Peddler's Village, and there's that wine wine store.
The little winery there.
And Preston. So I just don't like the taste of alcohol, but. There was I said, okay, Claire wants someone to drink wine with, obviously when we're having a meal or we're going to have our Christmas dinner. And so we picked up this wine it would blow your head off how sweet this wine is.
Yep.
It so overpowers any taste of alcohol. But they do, it's amazing how many different variations there are. So
Yeah, I'm sure it
there's
was a
something
dessert,
for everybody. Yeah.
dessert wine or
Oh
an
my God.
ice wine. Ice wine's like drinking candy.
Yeah.
One of the biggest beer aficionados that I know, my buddy Jeff, never drank beer in college. Hated it. Would literally bring a bottle of amaretto to a party and drink amaretto sours at like parties and stuff like that. Yeah.
And now he's a beer drinker?
And now he's not only a beer drinker. I mean, he trades beers. He's on these beer websites and message boards and
the overwhelming majority of alcohol is an acquired taste. I mean, very rarely do you hear of some person first time drinking booze
Loving
and
it.
going, "Oh, this
my
is
God.
fantastic."
Vodka, awesome.
Yeah.
It's so refreshing.
It's acquired. Although, I was out to dinner the other night and I ordered I was in margarita mode, and it was a pineapple jalapeno margarita. Kathy,
my nipples are hard.
I had to force myself to keep pushing it away from me. It was so good.
Where were you?
I forgot the name of the restaurant. It's brand new.
don't say the name of it. Bill will yell at
Oh,
you.
yeah, Bill will get all upset.
Hold on, Mike.
No, but this is a style of life thing. So you actually were there, and you're just relating a story.
Yes.
Is it relatable?
Nick, there's a restaurant in Phoenixville, and they've opened one up near me.
Versante.
Yes, Versante. Thank you. And I had to keep pushing it away because I'm going to, the people I was with, I'm like, they're going to think I'm just this hardcore boozer because I just wanted to inhale it and taste it.
Preston Elliott was just
so
in here, and the
good.
dude is a total alkie. Swear to God.
What is it again?
A pineapple jalapeno margarita.
So it's got some spice to it.
Yeah, a little bit of spice. Kathy, it'd be probably too sweet for you. I liked it because it was so sweet.
I love the spicy margaritas. Like a lot of people do those, in the wintertime to kind of keep margarita life going. And I love them. They're delicious, but the jalapeno kills me.
I thought you were going to do a margarita tour.
I did.
She did.
I do. I am. What do you mean?
I tell you,
it's ongoing.
A different margarita every day for a year.
Oh, no, I did. Well, no, I didn't do that. But no, every time I go, I have them. I have a whole collection of pictures of margaritas and the places that I've gone and whether I liked them or not.
Yeah, I don't even drink and they look good.
I know. I just didn't really put it all together.
Oh, all
I
right.
could. I certainly could.
Yeah, if you have all the material.
Any suggestions, let me know because I love margaritas.
I recommend the pineapple jalapeno margarita.
Okay.
Yummy.
And you know what? A bunch of people have recommended this restaurant to me because it's near Spring Mountain and they know that we go there a lot. Yeah, so.
It's real close to me. And
Cool.
it was dinner was fantastic. The polenta. Mwah. Sorry, Bill. Bill doesn't like that.
So it's a lifestyle thing.
You know what's funny is Kathy said the name of the restaurant, even though you're the one who went there, so she's going to
Oh, I'm totally getting in trouble.
tomorrow
Yes.
at the meeting.
Well,
What is wrong with you, Kathy?
I just said the name in preparation for when I go. Maybe I'll get a free margarita. You know what I mean?
Did you see the video yesterday that Kyle put out of when he dropped the F-bomb in here last week?
Yes.
Bill Weston?
It was very
funny.
I have
Oh, my
not
God.
seen that. Is that a Daily Rush?
It is not a Daily Rush. It's just a reel on our Instagram.
Okay. All
But so Bill doesn't turn his ringer off, and he was standing in the corner of the studio on Friday morning. So I called him, and the ringer went off, and then he dropped the F-bomb yelling at me. And then he, of course, it was somebody else's fault, and he blamed
Was it me?
somebody
Did he
for
blame
saying
me?
the name of a restaurant. Oh, there was a burger joint, and then, it's just, he was so frazzled.
He was deflecting at that point.
When we were in a meeting not that long ago, and yes, Casey's right. Bill keeps his ringer on, and so everybody started calling each other and texting each other, just totally diverted this meeting. But how did that all start? Was it people calling or texting Bill first?
It was it was Chuck D'Amico had his ringer on, so it was
Chuck.
sending him
Okay.
text messages. And
So
calling him.
Casey was the instigator.
No, he wasn't.
Well, Bill uses an analog phone ringer too. He's using an old style. Yeah.
My mom's goes off all the time, and it's the Star Wars theme. So we'll be sitting in the middle of mass, and then.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude, that's hilarious.
She doesn't mute it.
No, wow.
We used to
old
get
people don't like whenever it's always an old person.
That's why
Always.
you said when Bill was in here, you go, well, you're over 60, so your ringer's on.
He got mad at me one time because my voicemail was full. And I'm like, I texted you back, man. You could call me back. And that's an old person thing, too.
Oh, goodness
I'm
gracious.
sorry my voicemail was full.
All right. Well, anyhow, thank you, Marissa, for bringing in the cocaine. It was good to have it this morning.
Moderate. Okay.
Little pig man. It's all right. It's novelty.
It's a C.
I think it's a bit of a ruin on the the champagne. You liked it, Nick?
I'm just drinking it.
Oh, you finished it?
I didn't finish it yet.
I'm not going to put the waste.
Yeah.
There is a Steve sent over this to me. It's an interesting challenge, if you want to call it that, on TikTok, and other social media platforms, and it's got some police pretty pissed off about it. And it challenges young teens to steal certain cars off the street, but using a USB cord.
Cord?
Yeah, cord. This is really weird. So apparently certain makes and models of 2010 to 2021 Kia and Hyundai vehicles that use a mechanical key, not a key fob, and push button to start the car. Investigators tell CNBC that the trend started last year, and the number of cars being stolen is continuing to surge across the country. In St. Petersburg, Florida, and I'll tell you how this is done, by the way. St. Petersburg, Florida, police reported more than a third of their car thefts since mid-July are linked to this. Los Angeles officials say the viral trend has led to an 85% increase in the theft of Hyundais and Kias compared with last year. And the story is same in Chicago as well. So it's all over the country. The trend challenges teens to steal a car by stealing a car off the street by breaking into the car, popping off the steering wheel column, and then hot wiring the vehicle using a USB cable similar to the wire used to charge a phone.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know exactly how it works. I haven't watched a video on it.
So I have yet to determine that. Am I correct? Or do you think it's possible that the actual USB connector itself fits in the ignition?
Fitting in something?
I don't know. And
that's what I was thinking.
Because if it fits in the ignition and you can turn it and then engage that button.
Yeah, because it says they need a mechanical start. By the way, is popping the steering column off of the car an easy thing to do? It sounds like it would be difficult to me.
Right?
It's the plastic, isn't it, usually?
Yeah, but I mean, do you have to break something, or do you need at least a screwdriver, or, I'm curious.
So this actually, my neighbor has a Hyundai, and he's parked on the side of the street by my house, which is, by the way, lit up like crazy, and I have security cameras all over the place. I'll finish why that's important here. And so he comes out, and his window is smashed on his car. They didn't steal anything. And so I check, and I'm going to show you guys in the studio, but here's the footage. Next to the car, there's a car with a bunch of younger guys in it.
Okay.
And they're shining the light into his car.
All right.
Look, and you'll see the guy crawls in and crawls to the front of the car. And that's exactly what he's doing. So the police responded, and they came by and they said, it turns out that his car is like 1 year out of this.
Oh, okay.
So they weren't able to do it in his car. So they just smashed the window, and then the alarm goes off, and they cut out.
But that's what they were looking for.
Yeah, Kathy, I have this on 4 different HD cameras. Yeah, and gave it on the zip to the woman. Hopefully they get the bastards.
I do know that stealing a car is like easier than we would all think. Like people that do it, it's fairly simple for them.
Kathy, a practiced crew is going to get your car. I mean, and so that's how my wife's car got clipped. They had that car running within 20 seconds. Yeah. So I can tell you a couple things to do despite what goes back and forth. The one thing that we absolutely do is we keep our keys in Faraday boxes. That kills the signal from the key fobs. so that you know
In the house?
If you're think about it, if you are parked and your car's very adjacent to you, where you put your keys, a lot of people come in and put their keys, you know, in a thing by the
Right.
front door. If you're in decent proximity to your car, they can use a booster to get that car running, and so they'll do it. They'll boost that signal. And it's weird because sometimes we say, oh, no, they don't have that. And yet I'll see police authorities and people who are thieves say, yes, they do. So my thing is to default on foiling them every way possible.
Yeah.
And you can get Amazon. They have these, you know, a lot of times now they'll give you, if you buy a new vehicle, they'll give you a Faraday pouch to keep your keys in.
Oh, okay.
Going back to this thing, though, there's a couple texts that says, this just happened to my friend who lives in the Northeast. Gained new chargers. They left it dangling when the car was recovered 4 days later. And another one says, Steve, yes, it just so happens that the USB cable or end, I don't know which part of it, it fits in the ignition, and you can turn it with that. Wow. And somebody also says the columns, the covering over the steering column is usually cheap plastic and a couple of screws.
I knew somebody who would steal cars from the dealerships. They would go in at night, and I don't know what they were doing, but he said it was like pretty simple, and he knew what he was doing, and he would go in and take the cars. And they would once they, you know, everything, I guess they, you know, gets put out with the license plate or whatever's on the car that it's stolen, and then he would swap them out.
Wow.
He would go back to the dealership and swap it out.
You know this person?
Yeah. Like Bill said to me the other day, he's like, who knew you knew about, how long you could spend time in prison in Pennsylvania? Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, I'm like a little bit of a detective myself. Yes, I do know this person.
Well, I'm showing another angle here. You can see the guy gets out and looks in the front of the car. You know, now it would the ignition would present as it would look the same, but it would not be exactly the same because it's 1 year difference.
And Steve, that white car is a Tesla?
That white car is a Hyundai, the car that's about to be, they're going to attempt to steal but couldn't.
And that's parked on the street.
Right, but you see there's a couple of guys in this vehicle. There's another guy sitting in there. And
That's crazy.
Here's the
Preston, let me just clarify. I'm not friends with this person.
Oh, you're not?
No.
Not anymore.
She just she fences stuff for him.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
He's a business partner.
Yeah, they're not. yeah.
That's why I always come to
Everything is. He's known as Mr. Magenta.
This text says, I live in Chicago and got 2 windows smashed on my Kia in 1 week. Nothing stolen. Says they didn't even take my CDs. Kind of offended, to be honest.
But you know what? How wonderful of TikTok to provide all of these avenues for wonderful things like eating Tide Pods and stealing Hyundais.
Well, sometimes they give good crockpot recipes, Steve.
That's the
So it all
balance.
evens
You get a good buffalo dip out of it. It's okay.
It's so frustrating. I had my window broken years and years ago, and you know, it was some dude trying to go through I had a whole bunch of change in my ashtray. The dude probably made off with like $1.50. I would have paid him $50 to not break my window.
I've
know
had
what
it
I
happen.
mean?
You get back to the car, and there's glass all over the inside of the car.
You had it happen.
I did,
with a laptop.
And they stole my backpack. They stole my laptop. But Casey, you get back to the car, and you're like, wait, what happened? You feel so violated. I've seen more than one recommendation, and somebody texted this in saying that people are buying the club again because it's a visible deterrent for people to stop stealing cars, and so it's people are coming back with the club.
A practice thief will get through that quickly, but listen.
Really?
Well, here's the deal, Nick. You said the key at the beginning, though, and I talked to a couple of security experts about what's the best thing to do. What are you going to do? You're going to go to the car that doesn't have a club?
Right.
Or you're going to go to the car that has a club?
Right.
And oh, this is going to take longer. Let me go to the... No. They don't. They want to go in and out as quickly as possible. So any deterrent that's going to delay them, that's it.
Yeah.
What surprises me with this car, Casey, sorry, is that he goes through the back window in the car, and again, I have the high def footage. And the alarm doesn't go off. It's only when he tries to start the car that the alarm goes off, and that's when they bolt.
Well, when my car got broken into, they broke a window, so they went right in. But however,
shouldn't the car alarm go off when you break the window?
Wherever they break it, and the way they do it, it does not put the alarm on.
So they sell GPS devices that also have security devices. I know because I looked into this. And any car jostle will set it off. You can have it set to set off the alarm. And that should be I mean,
I set the freaking alarm off like myself. Sometimes I'm on the inside and I don't even know what happens, and I open the door and the alarm's going off and I can't turn it off. Yet they were able to break my window and get in my car without putting the alarm
Kathy,
on.
though, shouldn't a broken window on a car set off the alarm?
The cop said it was like something. They put like I forget what it was, but it just has like a little point to it, and they know exactly where to put it on the window, and it's just like a little tap, and then it shatters.
Kathy, it's the same thing that they'll give to like senior citizens driving down in Florida. So, they drive off into the waterways all the time, and they say you just use it. It's like an all, I guess.
Oh, from the
and you just
inside,
tap the window and it'll break the glass.
Yeah. You know what I do now? Right before I go to bed, I put my dog in the car, and then I go to bed.
Yes,
and I just
and you
leave
dress
in
him
there.
up as a human.
Roll up all the windows.
Roll up, make sure all the
Who
windows
is your
are rolled
favorite
up.
baseball player? Roof. What's on the top of a house? Roof.
I will go to Lynn next. Hey, Lynn, good morning.
Good morning,
Hey, what's up, Lynn?
you crumb bum.
Yeah. Get away from me.
Get away from me.
What's up?
1, 2, 3.
Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3.
My daughter I was with my daughter over the weekend, and she's a firefighter in Philly, and she rented her West Philly house out to another fellow firefighter, and he just called her and said his girlfriend's Kia got stolen from right in front of the house. They even had cameras and all, blah, blah, blah. And they went for a ride in it. They really didn't wreck it. But what was really weird was when they found the car, it was filled with Capri Sun like things.
Well, that's because they're yummy.
They were little kids, I guess.
Well, here's the deal. Here's with that story, Lynn, that I was reading here is that the majority of these people are just taking them for joyrides, and that they are, for the most part, really young a lot of times.
These guys look really young in this video. Yeah.
It's a TikTok challenge. They even got one kid who was 11 years old doing it.
So he's less than a man.
You're less than a man.
Okay.
I just thought it was funny because it was filled with, instead of beer bottles.
Yeah.
It was juice boxes. Yeah. Oh, my God.
All right. Thanks, Lynn. Appreciate it.
Yeah, have a great day, guys.
You too.
Bye.
Press, are you the only one on the show who hasn't had a car broken into?
Never had my car broken into.
What about
yeah.
you, Marissa?
Hold on a
Has
second.
Marissa ever?
I have never had my car broken into.
Yeah, but your wife, so
Yeah.
I'm giving you a pass. You're one of us, Steve.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, count me as half a vote. I had somebody when I lived in Manayunk try to break into my car, and they just didn't succeed.
All right.
But they left slobber all over the window.
What was it, a St. Bernard trying to rub your...
I talked to a cop. They think that he may have been on drugs or something. And
Well, I told you the time, and they weren't trying to break into the car, but some guy going down the street hit into a number of different cars. I go out to get into my car to come here in the morning, and I'm there. I close the door, and I'm like, why don't I feeling a breeze in it with everything?
Yeah.
The passenger window was broken. I couldn't tell.
Am I the only person on the show that has left their sunroof open during a torrential downpour?
Nope.
No,
Oh,
Pierre has.
I've done it.
That's all.
All right. Let me go next to, hang on, because Brian's got a comment. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. What's up, bud?
Hey, I don't know if Steve knows or any of you guys know. Ring doorbell is coming out with a car Ring camera that it will send you notifications to your phone, like the Ring doorbell. If anybody goes near your car or anything like that, it records going out.
Yeah.
Out the windshield or inside the cab or anything like that.
Yeah, the car cam. It's $200.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's on Ring's website.
If you order it now, they give you $50 off.
Yeah. Listen, I think there's going to be a whole spate of these things coming, and it only makes sense. I know that I think the Tesla actually comes with a proximity camera array, so someone comes up close.
Yeah.
They'll get that.
It films them.
It goes Sentry mode, essentially.
Sentry mode. Yeah, exactly, Case.
I think, I don't know if it's Ring or not, but Steve, did you see this? That they're coming out with it's essentially a drone that will patrol your house while you're gone. So it's a camera that
right. So they keep getting closer to it. I've got to see how because I pre-ordered to beta test it when it comes out.
That would annoy the hell out of me if I'm a next door neighbor.
No,
Case,
inside your house.
Oh, inside your house.
It will actually, if it senses something's happened in a room, it will take.
You have 30 seconds to comply.
Yeah.
We got killbots flying around inside our houses now.
I can only imagine our cat knocks like something off the desk and then
I mean, do you guys all have rings, right? So like whenever
I have a
well, essentially
security
like
camera.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
When you guys get like an alert, do you click on the link and go, okay?
It depends.
Yeah.
Like if it's overnight or we're not home and we see it, yeah, like it'll grab your attention. Most of the time it's the wind or a deer or something like that.
Car driving by.
Dude, my dog.
A door-to-door deer sales.
Yeah. Which, I mean, stop.
Are you interested in a new vacuum cleaner that I think is really revolutionizing how people are cleaning their homes? Now, we're outdoor creatures, but we even know when a house is spick and span. And I can highly recommend. Do you have a few minutes, sir? By the way, I love the ponytail. Anyway.
You know, he's
Steve, the deer
persistent.
Deer walks in and just craps on the floor. Goes, oh, how are we going to clean
How are we
this
going
up?
to do this? Well, no fuss, no muss. Don't worry, little lady. In just 5 seconds, you'll have your floor back to the way you wanted it. All spick and span, and the kids could play down there, and I know that's a big concern of yours.
Door-to-door deer vacuum cleaner salesman.
But just give me a second. I want to eat a couple of pretzels here. There's a guy over in Delco who taught me how to eat these.
You know how much they cost, right? Less than $1.
Yeah. Just a few bucks.
Yeah.
Just a few bucks.
All right.
Now, I'm not just going to give you 1 point why you should buy this. I'm going to give you 8 points because I'm an 8-point buck.
Save you some dough. You will fawn all over this. Anything else, guys?
Oh, no need to hoof it to the store to get you a new vacuum cleaner. We'll bring it right to you. All right. I think that's a good time to wrap things up right now. But anyhow, listen, if you own, you probably already know about it, but if you do own a Kia or a Hyundai, there's a certain year, I believe it's 2010 to 2021. Keep that in mind. And by the way, people are posting videos of them doing this stuff.
Yeah.
And they're using the hashtag Kia Boys.
Yeah. I'm surprised they're letting that stay out.
I know.
You're actually soliciting for... Yeah. You're promoting criminal activity.
Yeah, auto theft.
To Nick's point, though, on the club, pop that in there if you have one. If you're in an area where you think you might fall prey to this, listen, it's a little bit of a pain in the ass, but put a visual deterrent that might delay them or convince them to pass your car over.
Put a deer in your car.
Put a deer in your car.
If you want to.
Set up a club for deer in your car.
A club for deer. Wow.
How many?
Yeah. There's a guy with the velvet rope in your car.
Use Casey's interior car disco light.
Oh, yeah.
We're getting down here inside the Hyundai tonight.
All right.
Kia wouldn't want to be ya.
All right, we had better take a break. We're going to do that very thing. We will come back in just a moment. Hang tight, friend.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR. For 2 years, disappeared.
One that I did for my brother.
This is Ian McCarron. Kathy Raimondo wants to let you know she wishes you'd stop parking in her spot.
It's my spot. I love that it's my spot now.
She's very upset with you. Wishes you'd have a little more consideration.
What did you did a musical one?
Yeah, so there's a backup singer / trumpet player for Trey's band, Jennifer Harsberg. Yeah, and so she ended up singing a song for my brother, but I wanted to do one for my daughter for her birthday, but you go through and it's like, all right, well, this person's too expensive, and then this person is not as expensive, but do they, are they as important? Like, I don't know how much a Mark McGrath would cost.
Yeah, you can probably get like 4 Mark McGraths for a Pat Sajak.
We should do our own cameos. How much would we be worth?
So,
$1,000.
So you can have longer chats, by the way. So
really?
Yeah. So like for example, Mark McGrath is $90 right now. I think it says. So, but if you do extend it, you can ask for. I just asked for the bare bones minimum.
Yeah.
I mean, because my wife is always crushed on Sorbo, so I said, and I told him that in the little description, and he couldn't have been better. And talked for a while,
There's a couple like my best friend. I want to send one. His birthday's coming up in a couple of months, but I can't think because like the movie lines that we throw at each other, are really offbeat, obscure people who didn't even really have a career.
No, yeah.
And so I'm like, I can't find anyone.
I doubt Tom Cruise is doing them.
That would make sense. So
Hi, this is Tom Cruise. You can't handle the truth, but apparently you can handle a lot. Billy says thanks for last night.
Todd Glass is here.
Yeah!
Oh God!
Yeah!
field goal.
Wow, it's
Todd.
exciting every time.
We'll be at Helium Comedy Club
It is incredibly exciting.
tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. I'm not done speaking yet.
Sorry. I'm a different person than I used to be.
Are you?
Really?
Is it because of this treatment that you've had done?
I'm just, I listen more, and I'm not as, no, I feel crazy right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to be
That's
here.
what we
You
need.
told me in the green room that you're now a full Hasidic rabbi.
It's and he knew because of the things on the
Yeah,
sides.
and I didn't want to. I should have let you announce.
That's
it.
my improv skills.
All right, well, let's
things on the side.
let's bring
Start.
everybody in on this on what we're talking about. So Todd requested that we have a certain treatment done. Casey, did he contact you about it?
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe this is all the rage in Los Angeles these days, but
here.
Yeah, and here. Well,
And here.
we talked about it here on our show where I think we initially heard of it as a like on-site hangover treatment.
Yes.
Where if you put one on the night before you weren't feeling all that great, that there's a service that will come to your office or residence or whatever, and they'll administer an IV and that is filled with like saline,
Gummy bears,
B12, and stuff like that.
We remember our calendar shoot when we had that little snafu when they showed up. The bachelor party that had all of the equipment. It was like the leftovers of this treatment that they had done.
But so many people are doing it now, and apparently it's effective.
Well, I'm out of the loop. I'm out of the loop because I'm not familiar.
Yeah,
I've heard of the hangover thing, but I didn't know that this is all the rage, as you were saying.
That's what I hear.
There's facilities specifically for this now.
Okay. Well,
And
the facility that we have here is called City Hydration. And Christy is here from City Hydration. Hi, Christy.
Hi, how are
nice
you?
to see you. I'm wonderful. But what were you going to say, Todd?
No, I was gonna. First, I was gonna say something. I go, I bet that she could probably explain it better than me. So then I was like, well, probably you were right to go her way. But now that I have your attention,
yes,
I real quick, I have friends that have done it over the years. And even 15 years ago, I would hear about it, but it was just to me someone did on the set or that had money. I always thought, and
it was for the wealthy.
It was only for the wealthy.
Only for the wealthy, the 1%ers.
And so it's not a new thing. It's just new that you're able to do it. But my friend said at first you do it like maybe you're under the weather, but then you realize how good you feel. You're like, you know what? I just want to feel real good for my wedding or for something you're doing one day that you just want to feel great. You're going to a concert at night, so like in the day, you're just at your best.
Yeah, Todd, I saw a special on it. It was a local. It might have been you, City Hydration Services, and they were talking about the. It's now become a ritual for a lot of people because I just normally associate it with a hangover thing. Okay, but there are apparently just wellness aspects to it. So, what's in your bag, Todd? What do you? Because you're getting right now.
Mine now. I don't want you to laugh at me.
To an IV right now.
Right now, he has an IV needle into his
and
arm.
by the way, my palms are sweating.
Yeah, Kathy hates needles.
Looking at that IV in your arm.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Like,
Kathy will not be using the service.
Some people, yeah, it's same with some people it doesn't really like. For me, it was just like it sounds like this is like I'm not doing an ad for it, but it was like a pinch, same, and then now I'm not even thinking.
Well,
about
you're a regular intravenous drug user. So
well, I am.
like nothing.
In all
for
fairness,
you.
mine does have mashed potatoes in it.
Wow.
So, wow. Just because I felt she said I look low on gravy, and I said, well, then
Let's top that off.
Give me 2 bags of gravy.
I would say this.
Funny, John. Look how my friend John.
You have a
laughing.
friend here, I guess. So what is he the like? This is a double blind experiment. If he passes away, you're good.
I started his intravenous about 20 minutes before mine. If he drops dead, I pull mine out early.
No, this has been vetted quite a lot. People are using this quite often.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
I'm sorry, your name is Christy. Is that
Christy,
right?
yes.
So how's business been? Is it booming?
It is booming. We've been around for about 2 years now, and it was slow going in the beginning because it's really not well known on the East Coast. I first saw this business in California. Then I moved to Colorado. They were everywhere in Colorado. And when I realized there wasn't anything like this in Philadelphia, I decided to move home and give it a shot with opening one up.
Now, are your customers primarily well-known comedians looking for free stuff?
Yeah. Our customers are everything. I mean, you have the tired mom, you have the professional athletes, you have cold and flu patients. I mean, we're kind of all across the board with the clients we see.
That's what I was going to ask about. Cold. Like if you're sick, if you have the flu, you need your fluids replenished, people come to you just if they're not feeling so hot. They'll come in for that.
Yeah, so our cold and flu infusion has been incredibly popular this year. It seems to be hitting everybody and pretty hard at that. So we see people come in when symptoms are starting. We'll have people come in because their wife and their kids are sick. We'll have people come in when it's just been dragging on and they can't really get over the hump of the cold. We tell everyone our cold and flu infusion, it's all antioxidants. It is not a cure for the flu. It's not a cure for a cold. It's just going to help your body, boost your immunity, and help you get over it a lot faster.
So you recover quicker?
Exactly.
Okay.
A common question coming up, text messages, how much does it cost?
Yes. So it really varies. I mean, most of our infusions are customized by our clients depending on how they're feeling and what they're needing. It starts at $75 for a plain bag with nothing mixed in, and we've seen them go as expensive as $300 plus with the additives they choose.
So, okay, but if you book it through us, free.
Yeah.
Now, is it so the one with nothing in it? No, not nothing in it. It's not a novelty bag. But what
what's the $75 bag?
What is the basic
so the
fluid?
$75 bag is just plain saline. And a lot of people think like the vitamins and stuff are beneficial when really the hydration aspect of it is where you feel the best.
So Todd, you had with the heart issue. I had my deal.
I play younger.
But
well, is that an issue?
I don't want you to lose your job on Riverdale. But the saline thing is always what they give you, and it kind of it gets you back up and running.
It really makes you feel like you're revived.
Yeah. All right, how is this different than just drinking a lot of liquids or electrolytes?
I mean, so that's a great question. So absorption via the GI tract is variable, and it's susceptible to first pass metabolism, which is really just a fancy way of saying that a portion of what's taken in by mouth is filtered through the gut and the liver, and it's not really hitting your blood.
You're going right in.
Yeah, exactly.
All
so
right.
this is 100% absorption. It bypasses your GI tract. It's not filtered as much. It's going right into the blood cells.
Okay. So how are you feeling? Whenever I've had an IV, it's weird because you'll start to feel it. I felt.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a placebo
What, like
thing
in
going
your
on.
body?
Well, you start to feel
cold.
Yeah.
So, really? It's very common. You feel cold pretty much instantly. Your hand or your arm, wherever it's infusing, you'll start to feel a little cold. A lot of people taste the B vitamins. Do you taste it, Tom?
No.
Yeah.
I
So,
taste the donut I had.
yeah, a majority of people will taste those B vitamins. It kind of tastes like a Flintstones vitamin. It's not too terrible. But it's the hydration that's really giving you that immediate difference. We have a lot of people that love B12 in their infusions. It's
B12 is the big thing. You always hear B12 mentioned.
And I tried B12, and I was not looking to think. I didn't want to pretend it was working if it didn't. So I was during the day. I go, I don't know if I feel it. At night, absolutely. What I always say is clear-headed, and I did it one more time. I don't need to do it every day, but it was another thing I was going to. I was like, God, I liked the way that was the first time. I went and did it again, and not lightheaded, clear-headed, And to me, it feels like the B12 right now, but like 3 times.
How often do you do it, Todd?
I've only done the B12 twice.
Just twice? Okay.
Yeah, so this to me, the closest I can get to ever feeling it was that. This right now, even now, and it's only been in there for 20 minutes, it feels like 3 times that. It feels very nice.
All right, so should you go to your doctor before you do something like this?
So we actually
Let's keep them out of this.
We have physicians on staff. All of our staff are critical care nurses, so ER, ICU, lots of experience. And our physicians are also part of this.
Okay. All right, the reason I ask is because I remember I started taking a multivitamin because I thought you should take a multivitamin. And then my doctor was like, don't take a multivitamin. You shouldn't take that. You should check with me before you take any vitamins of any type because
Always
you
good.
may not need those or they may be counterproductive.
Well, a lot of these facilities, at least the ones that I know of, it is either retired nurses or nurses who are out of their field that are now moving on to open up something like this.
Yeah, we kind of chose a little bit of a different business model. We wanted our nurses to still be based in hospitals, skills very fresh. They're great at IVs. They're quick to think. They're just more prepared, I feel like, when they have been in action and they're working in hospitals and then coming into work.
You want actual medical personnel doing this. You don't want a guy in a van doing
Yeah,
it.
exactly. Yeah.
All right. So so this is something that you're digging. So how amongst other comedians and stuff, do you see this a lot? Other people, entertainers using this a lot?
I've just always heard stories like, they got someone didn't feel well. They got a mobile. They called it a mobile nurse.
Yeah.
And they come because they're nurses. They're registered nurses.
It's a classic, Todd. Because he it's the same reason why you serve your water in a glass jug in your and it's the reason why you wanted a circular driveway. You just sort of project wealth when it comes to this sort of stuff, right?
Well, you just want to find out. What are you talking about?
He's talking about you. You wanted the hedges trimmed when you were a kid. You're about presentation.
Yeah.
You're about making sure you're at your best.
Well, why not?
Yes.
Well, why not? Do you have a company that come out and put some low energy in you? Yeah, I want to have a little lower energy.
I want to be sedate and a social outcast.
And I want to tell you guys something, and I don't mean to jump right to it, but I know how it works. You got to get funny quick. People, can I tell you something? We're off the top. When I come in here every time, how can I get people to come to my show? Not like in a begging way. Look, you go to Netflix. If you think I'm funny, if you're not familiar with me. Also, by the way, tonight I will be on Jimmy Kimmel. We already recorded it, but we did it from his club in Las Vegas. And it's with the whole band, and it's the most different stand-up set I've ever done, seriously, in my career on late-night television.
You've been calling this the event of a lifetime.
I have. Yes. There you go. It's what it says.
Yeah,
that's the name of my tour.
Of a lifetime, and that's saying a lot.
And I have the whole band with me on the show. So I've never done a late-night set with the whole band.
Yeah.
So they're all there. John over here, he is the keyboard guy in the band.
And he's currently he blew right through his bag.
Wait.
Look at that. Seriously, his
bag
bag's
is
almost empty.
Yeah, you're right.
What is it about a keyboard player that has them suck up their juice quicker?
Is he in your
Steve
Netflix?
By the way, Steve, you got 3 cackles out of me this morning, and it's like not the most appealing thing about yourself because you think that's who you really are. In the other room, you said something. I went. I'm like, I guess that's how I laugh when I don't have time to do the fake laugh, like, you know.
Is John in your Netflix special?
No, John is not.
Okay,
John in that Netflix
When are you going to
special.
film your Netflix special?
Well, I'm getting close. I'm getting close to film the one that aired already.
I love the last one, by the way.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is when you come to my live show, I seriously take responsibility for the minute you get in there, I want it to be an experience. When you're buying your ticket, what it's like, the music you're listening to in the bar before you go into the showroom, what you hear when you leave the showroom. So and then the band as people are being sat. So I really care about the show. So if that's any reason, because people spend money they don't have. Sometimes they spend money they don't have. They park, babysitters, everything ends up costing. And as I do comedy longer, I try to remember that. I've made mistakes in the past when you don't.
In a while. I know, I didn't tell you guys. A lot of times we don't even communicate with each other what we're going to talk about on the air until we get on the air.
But think of the one character that is born out of absolute pandemonium. It's the stream of consciousness there.
And sometimes I just yell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there music for this one?
There is.
Sing
There it is.
again.
Stream of consciousness, sir. I'm going to start with a story that was sent to me by Her Highness Romano. And it's the story of...
Right. I want you. That's what I want you guys to call me. I am a princess.
Romano.
Okay.
A century-old Chestnut Hill estate that was formerly home to one of the world's leading car collectors has hit the market and is going for $1.5 million. And it doesn't seem ridiculously expensive,
Especially in
right?
Chestnut Hill.
Yeah.
It's
and it's a big house, but it needs some work.
Yeah, super old.
Yeah, that's the
Okay.
thing. It needs some work. It's a
1980?
It's a 9,000. No, a little bit older than that. It's a 9,000 square foot home. That's 9,000.
That's like half of the size of my home.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I know. If you look at the downsize.
If you discount the street and the yard.
You're right. I didn't even look at the price here, Kath. That's definitely for a 9,000 square foot home, 1.5 million, and in Chestnut Hill is pretty.
Wow.
It's going to need a lot of work.
Yeah, so I sent it to you because he was like one of the largest like car collectors.
He was the Frederick Simone, the guy who's the Simone car collection up at the airport.
Car museum, which he just turned over, I guess. What was the story with that?
We talked about it. We talked about it last year.
I went to it for the first time for the fur ball with Morris Animal Refuge a couple of years ago.
Right.
First time I'd ever been to it. And I'm like, dear God, has this been here all this time and I've been not going?
So we're looking at a picture of the house. It's beautiful. It's a stone front on it, and it's described in its architecture, which I'll get to in a moment. But it's a 9,000 square foot home, 8700 Seminole Street, was built in 1909, sits on just under 1.5 acres. It's a big house and not a huge lot for that to be on.
No, I
to
need
be
to
honest.
see it on a map. I just need to see what it's
So
close to.
call it up on the satellite view, and you'll get a better idea. But yeah, Preston. So what happens is.
a lot of the houses in Chestnut Hill and, in that general area, you'll have gorgeous houses that are on smaller tracts of land.
It is, like I said, a little less than an acre and a half, wedged between Wissahickon Park and the Germantown Avenue shopping corridor. The most recent owner was late Frederick Simone, who was the chief neurosurgeon at Pennsylvania Hospital for 25 years and amassed a collection of cars considered among to be the best in the world. He died in June, and that's probably when we talked about
That's
it
it.
last.
So
And
he
Dick-
had.
remember Dick Vermeil was doing his appearance there.
Absolutely.
too.
Preston, they had the most, you talk about exotic cars, but there are cars in that collection they're the only ones in the world.
Yeah, super unique.
Astonishing.
Yeah. So this is like super intriguing to me, but the problem is, and Kathy, you'll know better because your brother he's in real estate and development. Like a piker like me, there's nothing I could do with this. If there's any value here, somebody with the know-how.
How about an endless pool you put it in there?
Somebody with the know-how and the expertise is going to swoop in and take this and buy it and turn it into something. Because I'm thinking, okay, I couldn't live there, but could you turn that into an apartment building?
Casey, my point would be to what you're saying here is that even in that state that it's in, which is not blown out, it just needs some work.
It needs a little work.
How that ends up being just 1.4?
Yeah, why?
1.5 million. How that? Because there are houses that are smaller.
Sure.
That are more.
I'm wondering the same thing because I'm looking at the listing. I'm looking at all of the pictures in the house, and yes, of course, it is a very old house. But the bathrooms and the kitchen, as what people look for in a house, are all updated.
Yeah.
Those are the first things that people always renovate too, are the bathrooms and the kitchens. And this, it does not need a ton of work. It needs some.
So we're looking inside. Connor has the pictures up, I guess, off of the website or whatever, but that's like stately Wayne Manor, Preston.
Yeah. And keep in mind, though, when you do see photos of houses for sale, you're going to see the absolute best that the house can possibly look.
Furnished, too.
It says it's one of Chestnut Hill's most coveted streets.
Okay.
So it's in a great area.
So here, I'll give you the description of the house. 7-bedroom, 7-bathroom estate. It's somewhat of a rarity within the city limits, according to the listing agent, Mark Hammerberg.
He was in Star Wars.
No, that's Mark Hamill.
Oh, so he's been inundated with inquiries about the home since it listed on Thursday. He said it's hard to find a large estate home like this within the city.
I know. We were looking for 10, 15,000 square feet.
In the city limits. He said it's very compelling, compelling, exciting house for a lot of people. It's a prominent location, has incredible architecture and style. He described the home as Jacobean, which is a combination of Elizabethan and Jacobean architecture.
It's like a liger.
What's a liger? Oh, yeah. Both, pretty much my favorite animal. Both of which were popular in England during the Renaissance, and it also has elements of a Tudor-style home, which I kind of like that look.
Yeah,
I like
me
that
too.
Tudor look. Yeah.
So do I.
All right. So what was I going to say? Oh, sometimes they price these things just to make it competitive. Like it's not going to go. If there is value there, it's just going to be a bidding war. So we're like, all right, we're gonna price it low, and then just let the hounds at it and let them bid
Bark.
each other. Yeah, bark and bid each other out.
Yeah, it says a lot of the architectural detail is the original that's in the house.
Okay, hang on. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
There's a caller who's has a connection to this. I have Ian on the line. Hey, Ian, good morning.
Gadzooks, good morning.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right, so how are you connected to this home?
So Fred Simeon is my godfather.
Oh, no way.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, it's, grew up around him. I actually worked for him in the hospital. But yeah, the house is gorgeous, absolutely enormous. I remember when we walk in the foyer, there's a grand piano right when you walk in.
Yeah.
So everything's lavish, beautiful house. Beautiful
Ian,
house.
does $1.5 million seem kind of low to you for something like that?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm a renovator, working construction. I would say double that.
So I'd say triple. Ian, so do you know what condition the house is currently in?
I mean, I'm sure it needs work and needs renovations, but it's absolutely gorgeous.
So
and that's a steal for the house.
I hate to ask, but can you ballpark without having seen?
I haven't seen it in a few years.
Okay. Well, what would you figure if you wanted to bring a house, up to decent level from the last time you saw it or whatever? What I mean, it doesn't. We're looking at pictures. It doesn't seem like there's a tremendous amount of work necessary.
No. So a lot of it inside is all original, original woodwork and architecture. it all depends on what someone would want to do with the house.
And it also, I would imagine, depends on how long you want it for. If you know, at some point, to go the distance, the house is going to need some renovation.
Presley just passed one picture, an ivory foosball table.
Wow.
Stop it.
That's pretty cool.
Very cool, Ian. Well, thank you for the call, man. You have a question for him, Case?
Not
All
for him, no.
Take care, Ian. We'll see you, bud.
I did want to know, like, as a godfather, like, do you get like really good birthday presents?
Yeah,
and
like-
presents, you know.
Ian, come in and I have something for you. Here's 20 cars.
No, because Steve, you had mentioned something jokingly. You said, you know, hey, we've been looking for something like this. But, you know, when I started in radio, we started at Y100 in media, right? And it was just that one standalone building. And I pine for a setting like that again. And I've always wanted, ever since.
You're talking for a business or for a residential?
No, for a business. You know, so you know, if we were just like one radio station, I would love it if we bought that house as the radio station, and that's where.
Well, that's what you can't do. You can't just
Right.
buy a house and turn
It
it
has
into
to be
apartments
zoned
or
for it.
turn
Yeah,
it into a business. Yeah, it's zoned as a single family home. So that's
here to appear on the Preston and Steve show.
Now,
I don't know that.
Follow me.
I do have a question about zoning and things like that, because there was in a neighborhood, someone that around us, I didn't know them, but they set up a hair salon essentially in their home,
right?
And with a sign out front, and the whole thing. And I mean, it was along a main thoroughfare,
right?
I don't know if that makes a difference or not, but I don't know what the rules are.
well, you can. They would have had to have gotten approval for it.
Sure,
like a
Yeah, I
waiver.
guess so.
Well, you remember for years, and you'd see them quite frequently. Dentist, my first dentist, who I've talked about many times on the show, he had his office in his home. There was just a separate door.
Same. My doctor growing up and my dentist growing up were in the same Levittown neighborhood, they were in the same town, not the same neighborhood, but and we would just drive a few blocks over, and it was like one of the houses on the middle of the block.
There he is. Yeah.
So maybe we could make a radio station in this house.
You can, but you can't just go in and decide I'm going to turn this into a radio
The neighbors.
station. There's
Yeah.
all
Right.
kinds of approval that needs to go through.
Here's the progression. We keep the things from peeling off the walls here and take care of that, and then we go buy the mansion.
It's listen, it's vintage now
Yeah,
here
yeah,
with
yeah,
the popping metal.
that's how we're
pieces.
selling it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Let me mention a couple other amenities in this home. Then we're going to go to Dave on the phones here. It says the home has 10 fireplaces.
Man, you only need 8.
An in-ground pool. Can you imagine if they had an above-ground pool at this?
A slip and slide.
With a deck around
made
it.
out of silk.
A music room, a library, and a full bar. The kitchen was renovated in the last 10 years, so that's good. But other parts of the house may need some updating. According to Hammerberg, he said that Simone had used the estate as a getaway house rather than a primary residence for the last decade.
This was his getaway.
This is the cottage.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
Okay.
Let me go to Dave as a home inspector. Hi, Dave. Good morning.
Hey, you guys rock.
Thank you, Dave. What's up, man?
So I'm listening to what you guys are talking about. I'm a home inspector in Greater Philadelphia, and I heard your last caller talking about, this house should be priced higher. As you guys are talking about what it may need an updating, whoever buys it, like we always advocate, get your home inspection, because that's when you may find out why that house is going for that low. You don't know if it's got structural problems. You don't know if your HVAC system is shot. Historic properties also, they hide a lot of things. And you got to get an expert to go look at it, like especially if you're going for $1.5 million.
For this,
Nobody wants to spend that money without getting it done right.
Dave, in this article, the guy who listed it says that it could use, quote, some careful restoration renovations like a new roof or heating, cooling, and HVA systems.
Yeah.
He said it doesn't need a gutting, but the need for some investment was factored into the price point.
And that's a good reason it may be going lower.
Yeah, think about it. On a
Especially with the
giant,
price of roofing.
a giant house like that, a new roof, a new cooling and HVAC system, like that's a lot of money.
What do you think, Dave, something like that would run for, we're talking tens of thousands of dollars, correct?
The house was
Hundreds?
built. The house was built in 1909. It's 9,000 square feet. If you had to put in a whole HVAC system, what do you think that would run?
HVAC and roofing, I mean, you could be talking anywhere between 50 to 70.
Okay.
That's not that much.
No.
You know,
Especially since it's all money that we've borrowed and will not pay back.
Especially if you hire the Amish,
Yeah. And I mean, you're looking at something that's built in 1909. Really, in Philadelphia, that's not that old.
No, it's not.
All right.
My house is 1880.
There's a house that looks like this one. It's at the corner of 320 and Spring Mill Road in Villanova. It's right near Villanova's campus, and it is being right now completely gutted. Like
Really?
everything on the inside. And Steve, it looks very much like this from the outside. And I drive past it when I pick up my son from time to time. I'm really curious as to A, what the house costs in the first place, and B, what they're spending on the renovations, because you can see through the house right now. That's how much they're gutting it, and I think they're putting on a new modern addition on the far side of it.
Want to hear something funny, Nick?
It's got to be like at least $300,000.
Those are the new MGK studios.
Oh, nice.
That's how you go down. Like you get a good quality home inspector in there, like me.
Yeah.
You get somebody that goes in there that knows what they're doing, knows what they're looking at. When it comes out of there, you could be looking at 30, 40,000 in repairs. You could be looking at 100,000 in repairs.
What are the taxes in a place like that?
I have no idea. I don't even want to know.
Yeah. On the Zillow, it should say it.
Thanks, Dave.
If it has
Appreciate
Zillow.
it, bud.
Nick, there was a house along Conshohocken State Road, Route 23, that when I used to take that a lot, and I would pass it, and it was a nice house to begin with, but it was a very old house, and they essentially redid the whole thing, and they left. At one point, all you saw was the front of the house, like the facade of the house, which was beautiful stone, and everything else was knocked down. So for whatever reason,
it looked like a movie set.
Whatever reason in building that I guess they must have had to keep it, or they kept it for
historical reasons,
or whatever it was. But I mean, it was just the front wall of the house, the stone wall, and now everything else is brand new, and it went for like millions.
Yeah, I get Zillow emails every single day.
Same.
From, and I love it, and to be able to flip a house, that would be so. I think that would be,
it's Zillow porn.
Yeah, Zillow porn, but it's listen, I watch a lot of HGTV, and I'm like, oh yeah, and it seems like it'd be fun. It's romantic, but they're like my friend Angelo. He does that, and he's like, I can't compete with that. If there's a house in the area that is relatively, it's got a decent price to it. There's no way I can compete with that.
Why? What are you talking about? Why can't you?
Because there's other people that do this for a living, and I've never done it.
But if you buy
before.
the house, it has who cares what they're doing?
Right, but if I buy the house, chances are I'm paying more than they would, and then because they know more than me, and then they also, like my buddy Angelo, he's smart.
But that's why you get a realtor. That's what they help you with. That's their job.
But he does this all himself, right? So all this stuff that he's putting his sweat equity into, I would be paying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's a lot of work.
But I mean, that shouldn't prohibit you from going. I mean, you love your house now, right?
No, not for me to live in, but
He
for
means
me
to do it
like
on the side and make money doing it.
I would not have the patience for that.
You know what's really big in my neighborhood, in my town now, is there's a whole bunch of ranchers, and people are buying those.
Sure, where's your fella going to get out?
Not a rancher like that.
Ranch homes?
Ranch homes.
That's what Rochelle eventually wants to get for us.
Yeah, but they're
You want a
knocking-
ranch?
They're knocking off the roof and building up.
Oh,
And they're-
really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, she wants like one that's like U-shaped.
Yeah, I love
where you have
those
like a
too.
courtyard in the middle.
yes, yeah.
That'd be pretty cool.
All right, so on Zillow, the public tax history of this property that we're talking about in Chestnut Hill in 2022 was over $16,000
A day.
And it was
For this home?
Yeah, for this
Okay.
home. And it was last sold in 1996. I guess that's when he bought it for $675,000.
That blows my mind.
That's not
There
amazing.
must be a dragon in the basement.
Or it's haunted. Maybe it's haunted. Did you guys get that $18 million home that I sent you yesterday in Joshua Tree?
Yeah, we should.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I emailed that to
They
you.
call it the invisible house.
Yeah.
Steve sent that to me the other day too. It's all mirrored on the outside, and it's amongst all this landscape. And if you look at it, it just reflects what's around it.
It just blends into the scenery.
and it's kind of cool. Yeah.
Amazing. But that's in the national park?
It's outside of it.
In
It's,
case
it's near
it's
Joshua Tree.
basically if you were to take like trucks, like what do they call them? The
Cargo containers.
cargo containers.
Yeah.
It's just a
It's
long
one
rectangle.
long hallway almost.
Hey, are they doing that now? Like, because I drive down like Girard when I'm going to pick my son up from school, and it seems like when they're putting these additions on these row homes, that they're essentially just putting cargo containers on top.
There are prefabbed houses.
There
are.
that are kind of like that. I had some
It's a
friends
new industry.
that own one, and it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
But that's literally it was it. It was like these rectangular boxes of sorts.
Yeah.
And they just position them, and boom, then you got a home. So they're actually not bad.
Yeah, right on 676, when you get off of 76, they created the first modular apartment building. They built the
Modular.
entire
There you
thing
go. Okay.
with shipping containers.
Okay,
It
yeah,
went up in
yeah.
like
It
2
looks
weeks.
like, Preston, when I see those, I think of Ready Player One.
Yeah.
That kind
yeah.
of look, yeah.
And then I also saw a 3D printed home. Steve, did you see
Yes.
that one? It was, I mean, it was 3D printed, I believe, with like concrete, but still, they used that whole technology.
3D printing is pretty astonishing, especially what they're doing now, and the larger printers.
Would you rather have one, and this is kind of fantasy. This is playing with
hang
toy money here. What?
Well, no, if you're going to do fantasy, I might have something for you.
Okay.
I know what you.
You know what I'm going for?
I'll wait.
for it.
I'll wait.
All right. Wait, where the frig is my harp?
What are you going for?
I thought you had the Fantasy Island thing.
No, I had a harp.
I can help you out, Case.
All right, you got a harp. Here we go.
Everybody got a harp. Let me see that.
There it is, Case. Up 2.
Up 2. There it is. Here it is.
Okay. Would you rather have one big mother effer estate or various smaller properties?
Oh, geez.
Around?
Various small.
I think I would too.
I think I would.
There's
Can I just have
something
one
about
small?
going from a few different places. What?
I just want one small. I just want, I might have a decent amount of square footage in my house, and I just, now everything is just cost prohibitive. I need like so much stuff. And
He's saying in a fantasy situation.
in a fantasy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One probably.
One big badass estate.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think I like the multiple just to change it up a little
If
bit.
you're saying like to go to different like I had a house in Florida and one in London and one in
that would be pretty
Conshohocken.
amazing,
Like
yeah.
that,
Or
yes, that's
have a
what I'd
house
do.
that travels with you and get an RV.
No, I won't do that.
No?
Oh, I would totally do that.
Oh, I would totally.
There is an RV modding show that suckered me in. What they're doing with RVs these days and the extensions out on both, we've been in RVs, Nick, where the one side extends out. Now both sides extend out.
Yeah.
And you're getting an incredible amount of square footage.
That's what I did at the Gorge for the Dave Matthews
Yeah.
shows last year, and that's Dolly Parton's bus.
That was a hotel.
It's unbelievable that thing actually can get on the road and drive.
This one
places.
had an upstairs.
It's unreal.
Crazy. My cousin retired in November. He retired the next day. He went to Iceland. He's in Japan right now. And then when he gets
But
back,
he thinks it's Iceland.
He thinks it's Iceland. No, he also before he retired, he bought one of those like vans.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's gonna go cruise the country.
Wow.
Yes. I would love to do that.
That's pretty cool.
My
Love
wife
to
on
do
the
that.
other hand-
I'd drive that van into the nearest hotel.
So my brother was texting me about this house, and it's kind of like what our caller said, but he said it's so massive and it needs so much work that a lot of those houses are very outdated. So to avoid being underwater on the project, the acquisition needs to be lower. So he said,
and your brother's a realtor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
How obnoxious? Because there's so many times I pass by places where I'm like, God, I'd love to see inside that place.
Yeah.
God,
Oh man, I went past an estate sale last weekend, and
did you go in?
Yeah, and here's the thing: like I couldn't afford anything in there, and then when I went in, I didn't want anything in there. But walking around that house, that was really cool. Like, and I felt like a little bit of a like peeping tom because you get to see inside these people's lives.
Did you have to wait in line to get into the house?
Oh my God!
Yeah, right.
It was it was nothing but old people, and
because it's an estate sale.
and it was
have a waffle iron.
Preston, I found out, and a crock pot, Steve. I found out later that there were people lined up at 7 a.m. to get into this estate.
Wait, where was it, Nick?
Also in Villanova, right near campus.
May I ask how that works? Is it first come, first serve, and you come in and just point and say how much is that? Or it's like a garage sale? Or?
Kind of, yeah. And then you can bid on certain items or whatever. And then it sort of turns in, I guess, like a little mini auction. Like
It's pandemonium.
You might outbid somebody else, but I knew going into it that I wasn't going to buy anything. Like I really wanted to see the house and what was for sale inside.
Right.
So what's the difference? So again, a sheriff's sale.
Yeah, I think that's stuff that's been not confiscated. That isn't the right word, but
or so in other words, people have got
maybe.
houses. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So you can purchase a house off a sheriff's sale, correct?
What I heard about this estate sale was it was an elderly couple. They'd lived there for a really long time, and they moved out, and the family didn't want to then move their stuff.
Right.
So basically, they opened up the doors and said, "It's for sale. Come in and take it." Yeah.
Somebody just texted in and said, "There's a $25 million home for sale in Cinnaminson, and it's unfinished."
What?
It says, look up South Jersey Mega Mansion.
All right.
Oh, yeah, we talked about this a while ago.
We did?
Yes, it's gorgeous.
No, I'd have to see it. I don't know. Nick pulled up a few different pictures, but I don't
Look familiar?
This is
which
the one in
that is.
Cinnaminson. That's 25 mil.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
And it's unfinished.
And Preston, look, it's got the U shape that your wife wants.
There you go, Shell.
Get it.
I found it.
Honey, I got news for you. You're going to love it. We got to play. It's only 25 mil.
Wow. There was a friend of mine. I talked about this years and years ago, and I forgot what part of town. I haven't seen him in ages. I forgot what area he lived in. But one of the biggest homes in the country used to be around here, and it was obviously a super wealthy family, and it was of the times of the Vanderbilts and the Rockefellers and all that. And there are still pieces of this estate and mansion that are still around. And he had actually bought me a book about it. It was so obnoxious you would not believe, and eventually it fell in. It was abandoned. Yeah, it was abandoned and fell into complete disrepair.
Here's a good indicator.
And it was incredible. I wish I remembered what that was.
When your house has a book about it, then it's a big house.
Yeah. It was a mega mansion. But anyway, maybe somebody will know what that is. Stream of consciousness. Hey! All right. All right. We have to wrap this up.
No, yeah.
Oh man, I probably. You know what? Maybe I won't do anything.
Oh,
Maybe should we just
he doesn't want to burn it off. We had a good house chat, though.
All right, I'll do one last one. The winter edition of Love Island.
Yeah.
I didn't know they were doing that, but apparently it might be even steamier. Why? Because men tend to find women more attractive in winter.
Really?
I do dig a little snow bunny.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And the reason may be due to seeing less skin in the cooler months.
It's more provocative.
Or we're just not seeing what's less attractive. I don't know. According to a university,
take a picture, it lasts longer.
A University of Wroclaw study of 114 straight men, participants gave higher scores for women's body shape and breast attractiveness. You have very attractive
Your
breasts.
breasts are awesome. I was over there getting myself a cup of Joe, and I said, that chick's got some major honkers. I need to tell her.
In this study, facial attractiveness remained unaffected by seasonal changes.
You got a real pretty face.
Exposure to the sun also triggers bodies to produce dopamine, serotonin, and boost the libido.
Yeah, that's lady parts, right?
No, that's...
Your knockers. No, not your knockers, your breasts. Your breasts are like melons.
What's that from?
That's Roxanne.
Oh, that's right.
Your knockers.
Your knockers. No, not your knockers, your breasts. Your breasts are like melons.
I want to squeeze your pillow. Eventually you got some pillows, right?
Not melons, like pillows.
Nick pulled up a trailer for Love Island.
Yeah.
This is just...
It's
unbelievable. It's just sex,
What's
right?
the,
that's what it is.
What's the MILF one that's coming out?
There's Cougar. It's
No, there's one that's literally called like MILF Island.
MILF Island.
Yeah.
Or MILF Mansion or
MILF Effers or something. And it's a real show with
MILFs.
With MILFs. And I think the twist is, Steve, that the women the women have a bunch of dudes that are hitting on them, and I believe that the twist is that those dudes are the sons of the other women on the show.
Is that the hook?
MILF Manor. Here it is.
All right, so there was another MILF show that was on last year that my friend was on, and I got a
man or a woman? Your friend?
He's a man.
Okay.
And dude, it's so awkward. His buddies sent me the video of him just sitting on the bed with this woman, and it's so creepily I think especially because I know this guy.
Explain this again. I'm sorry, I missed it.
It's older people, right? So this guy, if I'm 47, he's 45, and the women are in and around the same age, but they're attractive.
Right, of course. They always are. They're not going to waste your time.
I wish I could remember the name of it.
It's a show?
So what's the conceit, Case?
It's a love show.
Just a dating show?
For MILFs, yeah.
Oh, all right. So MILF Manor is different, though. And Nick, you say the conceit is that unbeknownst to the women compete. Well, wait a second.
There's a shocking twist, and so I don't know if
how would the women who are participating, wouldn't they recognize their own sons?
They don't bring them out until like they you can't see them. Well, you see their abs and you see how hot their bodies are, and they're all turned, and then they turn around, and the shocking twist is that they are the sons of some of the women involved in the actual show.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay. That's kind of messed up.
I think MILF Island was a parody on 30 Rock years ago, and so now MILF Manor, people are like, yeah, Tina Fey created MILF Island years ago as an actual parody.
I think the name of this show, it was on Lifetime. I think it was called 5 Guys a Week.
So the burger place.
That's 5 Guys.
Burgers at
Price.
Those are good. I haven't had one in a while.
Oh, they're delicious.
Yeah. Is there still one right over here on the Acme shopping center?
Yeah, it's there.
Yeah,
What if you could have burgers every day? 5 Guys a week.
All right. So anyhow, winter.
And they put the extra fries in the bag.
Apparently, men find women more attractive in the wintertime. That's according to this fairly small study that we
Of
had.
3 people.
What was the name of the university?
The university.
Roclaw?
Oh, yeah. It was
It's a Gryffindor.
Roclaw.
Roclaw.
WROCLAW.
Versus Slytherin. For dominance of MILF Island.
Where is Roclaw?
Poland.
Oh. Okay. Well, whatever. This doesn't mean squat.
Well, it's stream of consciousness.
Stream of consciousness, sir! I need reverb when I yell that. That's I need to give a stream of consciousness, sir!
Stream of consciousness, sir! I can record one for you.
All right. Well, we need to wrap that up, and we're going to take a break and come back in a second because I got some bizarre file stories that I have a feeling you might enjoy. So stay with us. We'll be back momentarily.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Really great. Very, very meticulous. And I know all stand-up comedians, or most successful stand-up comedians, really, every single beat is rehearsed and practiced. And with the band, you take it to a whole new level. Now, I had also heard when you talk about the experience for the fan, for the people that are spending money to go to your show, that I heard that you, even with the green room, you will go in and you'll spend money and you'll decorate the green room just to sort of make sure that it's
it gets sometimes that stuff, and I don't know if it's my own insecurities, it gets exaggerated, but basically what I've done is, you're in a green room, it's really bright.
Yeah.
And they don't have a lamp. Most clubs, if they figured out after years, if you're, it's people are going to be hanging in here, that is not conducive to hanging out.
You want mood lighting.
So at Target, you buy a lamp and you leave it. Right. You leave it for the club. You're like, there you go, and now hopefully every comedian uses it.
I hear
stuff like
it's
that.
about presentation. I agree with that 1,000%.
Yeah.
So you're very proud of this. I have to ask you, because on your Twitter page you have all these animations, all these cartoons to promoting the show. Mm-hmm. Is there the chance that we're going to see a Todd Glass animated series, or
no? But it's fun. They the Josh would take these. They were called mashups. They would take literally you talking about a sketch and turn it into a sketch. It was really a cool way to do it.
They're well done.
Yeah, because you're just talking it. Sometimes you'll talk a sketch. You'll be like, yeah, what if this? And they would take it to life. And they ended up on the internet.
They're very funny. They're bits of your routines and stuff, and they're animated, and it's the animation's top level.
And did I ever tell you that, speaking of animation? Speaking of that, speaking of other things, this happens, a little turnaround, you put it all in a bowl. Next thing you know, who's to say you can't talk about the frame situation that happened before? So,
you have a personal experience?
You never know the way it turns around conversation.
Best segue I've ever.
Yeah.
But seriously, was Dunkirk necessary?
Put it in a bowl, spin it around.
I brought my dad. I don't mean to, but by the way, my dad did pass away. That is the truth.
Yes.
But I brought him to after he passed away, I dragged him to a frame shop. And I told them, this is a true story. That's why I was wanting to get in here. How important it was to me. I said, I said, this is my dad. He's dead. And I want to have him framed. And I go back next week.
Oh, no.
He's not there. And the shirt is framed. I go, what are you doing, my dad?
There was a body.
Yes.
Yeah. No, that pisses you off. You tell me you didn't pay.
Can I add my serious thoughts to that for whatever it's worth?
Serious
that wasn't my serious.
Wait, that didn't happen?
That wasn't my serious. Is that I know from knowing this happened once with somebody's pictures after a wedding.
Yeah.
Not all of them, but the most empathy that it is met with, the easier it makes for you to try to go. Like if it's like, I think what happens, let's say it's a picture of your grandmother, whatever it is. Yeah. what would you have wanted your grandmother to do in that situation? Like, to be nice to this person, to be like, she'd probably want it to be the best scenario in the world. So if someone meets it with knowing how important it is, like to just go, they look genuinely crushed. To me, it would make it easier to go, look, people make mistakes, even on these big things, and try to meet it with, it sucks, but it's okay.
Yeah.
You know, but it helps when it's met with empathy. And I know someone that dealt with it once with pictures. It wasn't met. It was met with just like matter of factness. Like, yeah, sometimes that happens. It's like, oh, I think this person needs more than that right now.
Yeah. Would you freak out? Would you?
I would try to. I really would. Hopefully, try to go to the best place I could be and go, I could do this. This is that person. I know it sounds a little cheesy. It's basically me. Like, could you say, could have that happened to you? Yeah, I could have done a stupid thing.
I mean, they lost a body on you. I mean, that's your father.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
deceased dad.
I mean, does the shirt at least still smell like him, or
a little bit?
Why have we as a society not ever entertained the notion of taxidermy when it comes to loved ones?
You know, I heard it's illegal. I asked somebody once, like 10 years ago, and it's illegal.
I've only seen it in foreign countries where they've done stuff like that.
No.
Yeah, you don't look healthy.
Not taxidermy. They bury it.
It depends on what place you bring it to. I know
Maybe
a guy.
I could get it next time I come in here. Could you get a taxidermist that does people? I want to start talking to him on your show, and then I want to be left here in the Preston and Steve studio. If I die and you're still doing the show, I want to sit over in the corner with a drip bag from City Hydration.
Yep.
Can I tell you something that I noticed? Now, do you want it to be about what we're talking about right now, or just be something completely
Can I get serious?
different?
Whatever.
Yeah,
Whatever you want.
let's get serious.
Well, I think it's great. People that there's a name for these people, and they're called 2 minute. They want to tell you how close to where they live is to something, and it really is a thing. These people that go like, "Oh, I live in 2 minutes. I'm in Gulf Mills in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I get to the Tony to my bridge 8 minutes. 8 minutes I get there. John, fill it in the background real much. 2 minutes.
I go 9 minutes.
9 minutes. I get down there. 17 minutes. I'm in Cherry Hill. 17 minutes. I get to Cherry Hill. 14. I get 2 hours. 2 hours. I get in my car to Florida on a plane. I get on 16 minutes. I'm in Pennsauken. I'm in Pennsauken in 16 minutes, and that's door to door. I can get on a jitney, get to Wildwood, New Jersey, 1 hour and 7 minutes. There you go.
Wow. It's true, though. There are people who do that.
Wow, the bag's working.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll tell you what. Side note, it's about 20 minutes to City Hydration from here.
Picture that bit.
Dude, listen, my dad was amazing at that. So my dad drove a truck for a living. He would say, "I'll be home in 7 minutes." He was home in 7 minutes. I mean, and it was never like
he would just sit outside with the truck on.
No, usually,
God damn it, I made it in 4 minutes.
Usually, people round it to the nearest 5 minute, right? So it's like, oh, I'll be there in a half hour. I'll be there in 25 minutes. My dad would be like, all right, I'll be there in 16 minutes, and it was always.
And they drive reckless back then. If your dad wanted to be right on time, he'd kill the whole family. No, it's 8 minutes away. Turning hard corners. But I do want to say this.
Please.
Okay. I got nothing.
No.
Hey, how's the podcast going?
My podcast got canceled. Thank you. I asked you not to bring it up for when I saw you in the hallway. The podcast is going great.
I'm a fan.
Is going great. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll tell you, you're all right. I'll tell you.
I'm getting my B12 bag.
See the bit you just 2 minutes, 4 minutes, just John filling in. Imagine that, but with 5 band members doing that. It's overwhelming.
You have a 5-piece band?
I'll have 3 instruments and sometimes 2 fillers, like just bongos and a tambourine, because for the bits. Like
he has 3 guys, but some of the guys have 2 instruments, Preston.
Thank you, bro.
Who lives the closest to you? How many minutes away?
What are you talking about?
Well, I don't know.
He's doing a recall.
Todd, with the band, and I mean this is a total compliment, it's obviously rehearsed, but it seems like it's improv.
You know what? Can I tell you something?
Please.
I hope this is interesting to talk about on the radio, but people will know when they go see it. A lot of it isn't. Once, especially with John Brand Wagner, when he's with me, if he knows how to do it. Like you can ad lib more than you think.
That's great.
And they off the cuff, just it's whenever I call on them, they're always there for whatever bit. It is a lot of fun having the band on the road. I feel like it's getting to do the best sketch.
Is this what you've always sort of dreamed about,
Yes,
having this
yeah, it's
vibe
great.
where you have sort of a traveling review or like a troupe of
Just stand up with
Yeah,
a band,
yeah.
It's like you get to play and it's fun. But anyway,
How much more expensive is this? You got these guys got to stay somewhere. They got to eat. You got to pay them.
You use a local. What I've learned, if John
There
is
are
just one
hostels
person,
all over the country.
He'll round up other musicians.
Use a local drummer. You can always teach 2-3 local people, and so you're just bringing one person with you.
Should ask me, dude. I would have accompanied.
Do you know that Preston is Preston? We kid you not. Preston is a sensational drummer.
Well, but would you have wanted to do 6 shows?
Not at all.
Hell no.
Right.
No. I would have done one of them though.
Well, you know what? You still can.
I got a gig on Friday night already, but yeah, maybe we can fit that in. We'll talk.
Well, listen, here's what I'd like to do. You'll do the Saturday. Oh, Freddie, I locked you. Saturday, you'll do both shows. I won't have it any other way. I'm 2 minutes from there, 6 minutes from there, sure.
How is Kimmel's? Are you doing it on the Kimmel set? You said you're at his club in Vegas.
Yeah, we shot it already.
And Jimmy is from Vegas and has always wanted to have a comedy club, and we hear nothing but great things about it.
Yeah, they did it. They did it really nice. Mostly what the showroom is very important, but also what is even more important is the green room. And he did the green room on his comedy club like it's at his show. Like his show is, there's nothing else like it. Like
yeah.
And I've been to like not perform. I haven't performed on the Tonight Show with Johnny, but I went to see someone that went and was there when Jay was there, and been to a lot of green rooms over the years. But Kimmel's is just this like own thing, and it's gigantic, and there's like food everywhere, and there's pool tables, and it's just a really fun green room.
Water served in glass pitchers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, he loves comedians. He loves you. How long have you known him? That
you know what? I know him, but don't know him. It's really weird. Like you know someone, but you don't know them. You don't see him that often, but you feel.
Did you find out he was a fan or what?
No, I knew. I when Sarah dated him, she would tell him, "You got to have Todd on the show, but let him do bits.
Yeah,
like let him do different things." And that's sort of how I got to do it. Just to do different bits.
And you've been friends with Sarah for a long time, Silverman. Yeah.
Sarah used to sleep on our sofa. I used to live with a guy named Dave Rath. He's a manager, and then Sarah would come in from New York, and she would sleep on our sofa. And I always thought she was so cool. I don't know why. But
she's been great, and we know that she's part of the reason you're here on this planet today. Right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, really, she's probably the reason I almost died, because she was the one telling people I was okay. She was going, "No, he's just high. He's fine." Jeff Ross is the
Jeff
reason.
Ross.
By the way, along the lines of the people who always say how far away they live from things, how many minutes, there are also people who say who slept on their sofa too.
Oh, I knew it. I knew it.
Mm-hmm.
Preston, about 5 years ago, can I tell the story?
Please. I'm okay with it.
I bumped
It's been a
into
while.
him in the hallway. I was going around the corner, and I bumped into him in the hallway. And that was it. I said, "I'm sorry." I thought I was very, I wasn't like a jerk. He goes, "One day," he goes, "I don't care if it's 5 years. You're gonna say something, then I'm gonna call it back, and I'm gonna put it right in your face." And that's exactly, I guess and I thought he forgot about it.
He never forgets.
I thought that he let
He
it.
never
Do you
forgets.
think I'm performing good today? Do you think the people listening? Because I said I'm going with my A game. What's it say at the top of those notes?
2 minutes from 8 minutes. Oh, no, wait.
Preston and Steve.
Frame Dad's body. Oh,
Well,
Preston and
Preston
Steve.
and
I'm
Steve.
sorry.
A friend of mine, he told his wife, he saw how affectionate his wife was with the dog.
Okay.
So he just said, maybe half kidding, he goes, "Why don't you treat me more like the dog?" So, and now every time he poops in the house, his wife squirts him with a water pistol. Which, by the way, is a humane way. I told somebody that story, and they go, "Does that work?" I go, "Well, I think I heard it was a non-physical way to maybe train your dog if it's barking or something." I think I saw it on a show, which I like anything that creates non-physical for anything, human or dog or anything. I thought to squirt the water pistol. But let's say you have a dog, I thought of after I heard the water pistol thing.
Right.
The water pistol's not working. I mean, okay, you got to stop at one point. You can't have, like, if he's really a bad dog, you get, like, a fire hose. You're, like, just right over to the neighbor's yard.
Sure.
Oh, you act like you're trying to go, no, let me just squirt him a little bit. You open up that hose. The dog, right over to the neighbor's yard. You go, oh, I tried to just use the water to teach him, but he was a bad dog. I think he's somewhere. I can't see him. He's on a farm. We used to get rid of, not so many, but once in a while we'd have a dog growing up. You know, when you try to fix the story as you're telling it?
Yeah. We get rid of so many pets.
I don't want to make it look like out of proportion, but over the years, it probably 3 stories. And me and my brothers didn't honestly figure it out till we were older. I didn't even know it was a thing. We had a dog, and it would always go to a farm.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
but everybody, the farm is put to sleep.
Yep.
Yeah.
The dog, they put the dog down. They didn't want to break it to the kids.
No, there's a farm out there that's got a ton of dead dogs.
Yeah. I think it's
just to kill it.
I think a lot of times it's not always a parent that was doing anything wrong. The dog, they could have realized the dog was aggressive and not
or
able
a dog,
to be.
or for a kid, or the dog it just gets sick and it's in pain or whatever. It has to be put down. It's easier to lie to your child.
Right.
Yeah.
He's because when I first saw these 2 dogs in the park, I remember. I just realized I can't tell this joke.
You did?
And you're
right now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Connecticut School of Broadcasting. This year, invest in yourself and your future at CSB Media Arts Center in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Broadcast media training in months, not years. And you can schedule yours today. Visit gocsb.com. All right, this is pretty cringeworthy. An Amazon driver left the tip of his finger in the mailbox.
Oh, my God.
After ripping it off while delivering a parcel.
Wow.
And listen, and you could see how this would happen. Garrett Thompson's bone was left sticking out.
Jesus.
Following the accident last month, the dad of 3 had to have a partial amputation and has not worked since. So apparently he was putting it through the mailbox, and it was through a door, and the door closed, and he pulled it, snapped down on his finger, and he pulled back
quickly,
and it had a sharp end, and it just took it right off. He said, I ripped my hand away and left the tip of my finger in the customer's door, which probably gave them the fright of their life. He started working for Amazon through SCR Logistics last year. He gave up his 20-year career as an electrical engineer to find some more time to spend with his family. But the new job took a gruesome turn. He was left with the bone sticking out and claims that he was losing a dangerous amount of blood. He said, everything happened so fast, I felt a sharp pain on my tip of my finger as the flap came down. And when I looked at my hand, I was in shock. He said it was horrible to look at. I could see my bone sticking right out. I was losing loads of blood and needed something to stop the bleeding, so I walked to a pub a few doors down to get some tissues. In the moment, I forgot to take the bit of my finger, lodged in the letterbox, and I feel sorry for whoever's house it was.
Think about it. It could have very easily have been his penis.
Very easily?
All right, maybe not.
Maybe take some work. Mr. Thompson called his line manager to inform them of his accident, but claims that at first they didn't believe him.
What happened to your penis?
Once they were convinced he was telling the truth, Mr. Thompson alleged he was instructed to drop the van off back at the depot before going to the hospital.
No.
He eventually saw a plastic surgeon who booked him for a partial finger amputation, and he has been off work since and claims he has not been contacted by his employer after the incident.
Luckily for you, we have the world's leading finger man in the hospital today.
Yes. All right, this had a happy ending to it. A deaf, mute woman with autism who vanished after getting released from a Queens hospital on Christmas Eve was found just this past Saturday.
Oh, wow.
And survived by living on the subways for 3 weeks.
Oh.
Samantha Primus's sister, Ghislaine Primus, and 2 Good Samaritans located the missing woman at the Bowling Green station of Lower Manhattan after getting a tip that she was riding the number 1 train. Samantha was dehydrated, 10 pounds lighter, and had swollen feet.
Jeez.
Her sister said she was wearing slippers and a pair of socks this cold, and she survived jumping from train to train, looking and hoping that she was going to get home, and we found her.
Still pretty resourceful, right?
Samantha is now being treated at Methodist Hospital, her family said, as they weigh their legal options against Queens Hospital Center, which they claim prematurely discharged a 46-year-old on a freezing cold night. Samantha had left her sister, Joanna Peck's Elmont house, where she was staying for the holidays early on December 23rd in an effort to find her way back to her mother's house in Brooklyn. So, She was developmentally disabled. That evening, a bystander in Queens found Samantha lying on the ground in 18-degree weather in apparent need of help. EMS took her to Queens Hospital, but the staff let the deaf and nonverbal woman walk back out at 2 a.m. when temperatures hit a frigid 7 degrees with nothing but a list of homeless shelters. The family is now pursuing legal action against the hospital, claiming the hospital neglected to take the proper care in discharging the disabled woman and are now refusing to give them information. Samantha's family spent the last 3 weeks constantly searching for her, paying extra close attention to the trains, as most tipsters reported seeing her riding the rails. In spite of that, no police officers patrolling the subways came into contact with the woman, but she is finally back home, so that is a good thing. A father in Beech Grove, Indiana, is accused of child neglect after people say his toddler got a hold of a loaded handgun, and it all played out on live TV as well.
You want to see some chilling footage?
Oh, my God.
It's unbelievable.
This little kid walking around with this handgun.
He points
Kathy.
it at himself.
Officers arrested 45-year-old Shane Osborne. Police say Osborne's son was holding a loaded pistol in the hallway of the apartment's complex. Neighbors said that the toddler was waving it around, even pulling the trigger. All this was captured on camera. A lot of people watched it Saturday night because Beech Grove police are featured on a show called On Patrol Live. A police report confirms officers recovered the weapon, which was a 9mm handgun with 15 rounds in the magazine. So it was fully loaded and ready to go. This guy's due in court for his initial hearing today, by the way. It's a tragic story. A schoolgirl in Zimbabwe died within 30 minutes of a black mamba biting her during lessons.
Deadly.
Melody Chupatura, 17 years old, was in a classroom and the extremely venomous snake lunged and bit her on the thigh. She screamed out for help. A teacher, Christopher Morenga, said that the learners discovered the snake and everyone panicked, with some jumping out through windows. The girl was rushed to the hospital but died before a doctor could see her. Her death occurred within half an hour of being bitten. Black mambas are one of those venomous snakes in Africa, and they possess a potent venom that can kill a person in just 30 minutes. So that was just a terrible story. They're trying to figure out how that thing ended up inside the school in the first place. So they are obviously checking that out. All right, I see these downer stories.
Any happy? No happy?
Let me see.
No sad,
here.
bro?
Yeah, here's a no sad, bro. So a trio of men from New York are behind bars after police said they tried to hide 83 pounds of marijuana behind a dumpster after one of the men called 911. 83 pounds. State troopers responded to a 911 hang-up call at the Marathon gas station.
How big would that be?
Dude, like a pound is like this much. It's a lot. So one of the men, and that's me holding my arms out, in a full, my arms all the way in a rounded position. So one of the men later discovered to be 30-year-old Sakui Wang, allegedly called 911 and said there were people in his car with marijuana and he wanted them to get out, but they refused. Upon arrival, trooper said two men, Jaming Yang and Daeho Yu, were seen standing near duffel bags in the parking lot. The men reportedly gave troopers permission to search the duffel bag, and marijuana in vacuum-sealed bags was found. Troopers reported they found 5 trash bags hidden behind a dumpster that contained 83 pounds of marijuana. So 5 full trash bags, I would imagine, Steve.
Amazing.
Estimated more than $300,000. Yang, the driver, was contacted and agreed to meet with troopers at their barracks in Bedford. After reportedly getting conflicting stories from all 3 men, a search warrant was approved for Yang's car. He's the guy who called the police, by the way. The search resulted in $120,000 in counterfeit money being found in multiple duffel bags. Yang was charged with forgery and possession of intent to deliver, and Yu and Wang were charged with possession of intent to deliver. So these guys called the police.
I know, I'll call the police.
Yeah, and they had not only all that marijuana, but they had counterfeit money, too. And that is the end of the Bizarre File for now. All right, you know what, Case? We had some movie screening passes. Can I give these away?
Oh, yeah.
We have a screening of the next M. Night Shyamalan film, Knock at the Cabin.
So this looks, of course, his stuff is great, but this looks especially intriguing.
This is coming up on Tuesday night, the 31st, by the way, 7 p.m. at PFS East. And the film hits theaters on February 3rd. So if you would like to go, we'll take callers 10 and 11 at 215-263-WMMR, and we'll set you up with those screening passes. Callers 10 and 11, it's not till the 31st, so keep that in mind, and it will be a 7 p.m. show. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
93.3 WMMR.
Become an MMR VIP. Get early access to concert pre-sales, special deals, and VIP-only contests. You'll get our newsletter about twice a month, most of which you'll find worthwhile. Sign up now at WMMR.com.
Sure is cold outside, but believe me, the only shrinkage at Dell Chevrolet this month will be your car payment because, you see, Dell Chevy's inventory is both a grower and a shower. And Dell's going to show you over 200 vehicles that you can drive home today. And it continues to grow.
When I saw these, but this is a true story. It's a true story. Why would I make it up? True story. When I was younger, I saw two dogs in the park, and they were going at it, humping each other.
Yeah, right.
And I asked my dad what they were doing, and he said, because he didn't know how to deal with stuff, and he just said, he goes, they're I remember, he said, they're playing a game.
Yeah.
So I was like, I just asked him, I go, I took a beat, like a little kid will, and I go, what's the game, And he said, it's effing. It's called, he said it. Yeah.
Did you watch the Golden Globes by any chance?
No, I did not.
Oh, because Ricky Gervais, he did a little bit of a monologue, and he had gotten to a joke where, we'll get you a water. And he had gotten to a joke where
just top off his bag.
That's so weird that you need water, but you've got the saline going through your body.
Did you hear what they said from
No,
City
I wasn't paying
Hydration?
attention.
So cleanly and brilliantly, she explained the difference between water that would make you thirsty and the hydration that would make you feel like I do right now. I feel like, can I tell you right now? I could bend steel. And I'm not thinking just, I'm not just thinking maybe I, thank you very much.
All right,
thank you, Marissa.
Have you ever been on stage and you thought better of a joke that you were about to tell and had to hang a 180 away from it?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
You know what, sometimes, you know what it will be? I'll be doing an old joke that I didn't realize, just don't. I have a different relationship with what I say that comes out of my mouth. So I'll be like, I'll think of an old joke, but then halfway through I go, oh, that's not nice.
Right.
And I just want to I'll just go, you know what? I don't need that joke anymore. I had a series called, if you see a sign that says don't do it, it means somebody did it.
Yes.
Okay.
It's true. Because, they don't just put, if it says, I don't have to repeat the bit, but I will do one example from the old pile of part of this joke. For instance, if you see a sign that says no diving in the jacuzzi. Yeah, somebody dove into a jacuzzi, which, think about that, that's crazy.
Yeah.
A moron.
Yeah.
A moron. And I don't like to call people morons because if I'm so smart, why shouldn't I be so smart to just talk about people kinder? But I don't know the word for it. And by the way, I hope this guy probably had a dad. You have children. You have people that love you.
Yeah.
Who are you to go, I'm going to go dive into that jacuzzi?
Yeah.
So maybe you're better off.
Did you work at Dairy Queen? And
I
was
did
it
work at
Plymouth
a Dairy
Meeting?
Queen, not to brag. But so when you talk about signs that, if there's a sign, I'm going to make full circle. Everyone's going to be proud of me. It's okay to get a little lost, but you got to deliver.
No.
So here's the point.
Yeah.
Right.
So the ice cream place, it says 3 sample limit. It doesn't say 4. It says 3 sample limit. And I thought about something. That tells a story. That tells 3 sample limit. You know what that story tells me? Look, lunatics come in different forms.
Yeah.
So when I use the word lunatic, people might go, lunatic? Yeah, that means a lunatic. Anybody that would go get 3 samples is a lunatic. Look, you certainly have problem with boundaries. If you're going to go, can I taste one? Can I get another? Can I get a third? Is there any stopping you? So that's what I think. That 4
is enough.
3 sample limit.
I think 3's too much.
I agree. Matter of fact, if I'm with people, 1, I'm okay with. You have to realize that not everyone's like you. People have a right to go get a sample of ice cream, Todd, even if it's something you're insecure about it. I say no sample. None.
Do you
None.
ever sample deli meat? I've seen people do that. Can I have a slice of that?
Oh, yeah. I've done that. It's fried cheese.
Right. So you can do
stuff
that
like
occasionally, same thing.
Yeah.
You don't do 4 or 5 different types of.
I trust the relationship where I'm getting it, but in the right situation, definitely. In that situation, I could lie and go, no, I don't do it there either, because I seem like a hypocrite. There's something different about the ice cream.
But they have the little spoons. That's
Yeah,
what it's for.
but
You're one of those, aren't you?
What about?
Yeah.
You're trying to gain the system, and so my kids are big. They love to do the free samples. I'll give them 1, and that is it. And it's only because they haven't been on the planet that long, so they haven't tried. If you're a 40-year-old man and you don't know what rum raisin tastes like you know.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
And if it's at the yogurt place where you do it yourself in a little cup, all right, you're not. That's fine. Go over in the corner, have a ball. But where they have to scoop it for you. so I have a different standard for if you're doing it yourself at least, because it's not making someone else do it.
Sure.
And for kids, of course, it should. Yeah, whatever a kid wants to do.
They're our future.
Yeah.
You got to teach them well, Steve, right?
Exactly.
Oh, I disagree wholeheartedly. I think that you can sometimes be in between flavors, or maybe there's one you've never tried before. Or I say that not every rum raisin is the same, sir.
Okay.
There are a lot of places that make their own ice creams, and I would like to try that.
Preston's dessert of choice is ice cream.
Sometimes you look at rum raisin, it is a very clear, milky white look. Other times it's kind of brownish. I wonder how that one tastes as opposed to the other
I'm
one.
going to, not to be a wishy-washy with my opinion, but to prove that I could change my opinion, I'm changing my stance. I'm going to say
4 samples.
A lot of it's just with the demeanor, and you're matter of fact about it.
Yes.
Hey, could I try talk to the person? You have to go. You don't have to make.
I hate to be an imposition.
Yeah.
I'm a little wishy-washy here. Yeah. I just had an IV bag.
You're right. Not all are the same. So I guess really, it's a case-by-case situation. So Casey was wrong, and what you said to especially Preston was disrespectful.
I apologize.
And I'm, as a fan of the show and honored to be here, I'm not trying to kiss anybody's tuchus. I thought you were way out of line.
I was way out of line. What are your thoughts on free samples? Because you see it at the fudge kitchen,
the
mall.
Costco, you can go around and spend an hour trying the samples.
Costco, I got in trouble at Costco. That's when I realized the world people are crazy.
Yeah.
I had a
World War II wasn't an indicator.
Well, that's like, and by the way, this does make sense. Please remind me to get back to what I did at Costco.
Okay,
but it does have to do with you said
World War II?
Nazis?
Yeah,
what did you do at Costco?
Okay. World War II.
World War II.
Hitler.
Ice cream samples.
Someone told me that Hitler, this is a true story, they told me this, whether it's true or not, it's true, I don't know.
Okay.
But they said Hitler ate a piece of cake every day. Isn't that crazy? I told my friend, I don't think it's the craziest thing about him.
Brought to you by Patient First Cold and flu season is here.
I've got a Claude.
You do have a Claude. Patient First is here to help. Hey, Harry. I can't speak to that.
You were traveling all day.
I was.
What's Harry, though?
I was going to say they handle everything.
They Harry your clothes.
And I put handle and every and made it Harry.
At these times, you need someone who cares about your clothes and harries it correctly.
I'm sorry. And I snorted too. So we were chatting last night, and Kath shared a story with us about a friend who had a doctor's appointment, I think it was, Kathy?
Yeah, it's like a televisit, a telemedicine visit.
Yeah, we were just talking about, Zoom conferencing and all that stuff, and maybe speaking to relatives and so on. And
framing a shot.
Yeah, framing a shot.
So that you're seen.
My mom she's always laying down when I talk to her, and she holds, I guess, we have a thing called a gram pad, which is like an iPad, and she holds it down low. And so I always get this shot going up. It looks like a looming, intimidating camera angle, but she only frames in part of her chin, and that's all that I see. So we're all coping with different.
Yeah, you love them, and obviously the grandpad has been a godsend, but you would like to see the full face of the woman who gave birth to you.
But listen to this. So Kathy's friend had a doctor's appointment.
Yeah, she had a doctor's appointment, and it was, over the computer. And so she just assumed they would be like chatting and talking about, I guess, whatever it is the checkup was for.
What kind of doctor is this?
So the doctor was with her gynecologist.
Oh, okay.
And so she was trying to explain something to her. And finally, at one point, the gynecologist said, you know what, you're going to have to show me.
Oh, my God.
And so she took her pants off and straddled the computer.
Oh, my
Preston,
God.
though, she was at work.
I was like,
93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. Red Hot Chili Peppers. Give it away now. You know, we'll give it away now. We'll give away a 4-pack of tickets for the Philadelphia Wings game against the Toronto Rock this Saturday. But we're going to do it with the lesson question. We're not just going to toss it out there.
No, willy-nilly.
No, we need to have you earn this. And the question that I have for you this morning is, what do door-to-door deer salesmen usually sell? 215-263-WMMR. What do door-to-door deer salesmen usually sell? Let's see if you know the answer to that. And then I have a question about Red Hot Chili Peppers, but I won't do that until we get into music news. But just remind me, okay? While we are waiting for your call, let's do the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, Steve, what do we got today?
Well, Madonna announcing she'll be hitting the road to celebrate her 40th anniversary of touring. Madonna, who's undergone a shocking array of cosmetic surgeries, has named the tour Back in Blech.
Hey!
Amanda Seyfried reportedly working on a musical version of Thelma and Louise. Seyfried is confident this project will be received better than her last 12 Years a Slave, the game show.
Oh, no.
And finally, you mentioned earlier, Preston, Gina Lollobrigida, legendary film star of post-World War II era, has passed away at the age of 95. Lollobrigida appears to have fallen victim to the death curse for the movie Beat the Devil, which debuted 70 years ago.
No.
That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we are looking for the answer to this question. What do the door-to-door deer salesmen usually sell? 215-263-WMMR. And our caller to go to is, let's see, we have Shane. Hey, Shane, good morning. Shane, do you know what door-to-door deal salesmen usually sell?
Yeah, vacuums.
Vacuums, yes. Hold on, Shane. We got you a 4-pack of tickets for the Philadelphia Wings game against Toronto Rocks this Saturday, January 21st, Wells Fargo Center. You can be there for 215 night when the Wings celebrate all things Philly. And you can score great deals for the whole family with $2 pretzels, $1 hot dogs, and $5 beers. I'm loving that. That's
pretty damn good.
Enough to get me out there. And you can get your tickets at wingslax.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right. What in the hell is that?
It's mislabeled, I'll tell you that.
Okay. So I Red Hot Chili Peppers. And tell me if I've asked this question on the air before. Jackie Bam Bam calls them the Red Hot Chicken Peppers.
Yeah.
Does he?
Do we know why? Have I ever asked that question before?
No, I think because chicken and chilies start with a CH.
Okay. I didn't know if he didn't like them, and that's why I called them the Chicken Peppers, or not. Okay.
Well,
Thank you.
That's his thing.
You call them the chimichanga
You know,
pretzels.
why doesn't he wear underpants?
I'm just also a good question.
And women's clothes from Deb.
He does wear those, right? Yes. Yeah.
Let's see Jackie get an egg. Collab with Deb. Do some commercials.
All right, let's see. I'm going to start with Limp Bizkit guitarist Wes Borland is taking legal action against his wife, accusing her of defamation. Rolling Stone reported that Borland is using his ire at how an album review interpreted his ex-wife's latest record as fuel for a legal action against her, accusing her of defamation. The report said the filing also cites an interview that ex-wife Carrie Calloway, a.k.a. indie rocker Queen Kwong, gave the same writer for the publication.
Oh, I get it. It's like King Kong, but
Queen Kong.
I got it.
Queen Kwong.
Yeah. So King Kong is KK and Queen Kwong is QQ.
Yeah, it's like Superman
Actually,
and
no.
Superman.
Oh,
Kwong,
it's not?
Kwong is spelled Kwonj.
Oh.
Anyway, but it's probably similar.
Yeah.
So anyhow, Borland's filing obtained by Rolling Stone claims that she attempted to profit off his name by talking about him.
Can't talk about people.
A judge for the Third Judicial
Let me get this straight. You were talking about him?
Circuit of Michigan's Wayne County, the Family Division Court will hear Borland's petition today. Borland specifically asked for Calloway to show cause why she should not be held in contempt for her refusal to comply with the court's judgment, which is the divorce decree. The divorce agreement signed by both parties in 2020 states that neither party may make speeches, give interviews, or make public statements that defame the other party.
All right.
So maybe she can't talk about him.
Can they do improper hand gestures?
It's I'd have to see the legalese on that. So, We have a couple of clips to play. Andy Taylor of Duran Duran has a nasty bout of prostate cancer.
Stage 4.
Yeah, so we've got a couple of clips from him. This was an interview. Steve sent these over. And he was talking about his symptoms prior to prostate cancer because he couldn't be at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony.
He sent a letter.
Which is too bad. So here we go.
I started to notice what you would think was a kind of, maybe arthritic sort of pain. I'm 56 years old at the time. And then I noticed on my neck, I had what felt like tumors.
Felt like tumors.
On his
Okay.
neck.
It didn't spread around his body.
Yeah. And then he essentially says he received a death sentence.
So I went and had biopsy done, and I came back for the results. And he said, it's prostate. I'm like, yeah, well, my dad had that, and I understand. He said, but it's stage 4, metastatic, which is a death sentence.
Oh, my goodness. But he's talking about he's trying to keep a positive attitude during this.
I just thought, I'm going to live life. I mean, I often say to people, it's like, every minute's like an hour, every day's like a week. You really want to get the most out of life. But because I do music, it's really helped me to live with the pessimism of an incurable disease, but the optimism of creating music.
Oh, man. It's just...
Steve, you're the only one here who has experienced that conversation with the doctor.
Yes,
and
it was Dr. Mike.
I don't think I fully appreciated when you called me to tell me the news.
Yeah.
What you were mentally going through.
Yeah.
And I think when you told me, I was like, in my mind, there was no doubt about it that you were going to beat it, but you probably didn't have that. I don't know if you had that same attitude when you first
No,
heard
there's a plethora of things that go across your mind. The one thing you need to know is, and even though you may know it at the time, is that it still rocks your world.
Yeah.
That said, what you need to embrace is this notion. He is a case, he had it in his family, and for whatever reason, and you whatever he went through, and perhaps wasn't as vigilant as he might have been otherwise, having a history in his family. If you currently are, of the age, and you're talking 45 and up, might even be a little younger now, to get your prostate checked, it's a simple thing. One of the thing that did it for me was a blood test. It was just a PSA test, and so I had no symptoms. I felt great. And that was in 2014. I had my prostate removed, and all smooth sailing. And it's, as Dr. Mike says, there's no reason to die from prostate cancer. You just get everything, get the PSA. Now, a lot of doctors will say, well, it might give you a false positive. Well, I'd rather have a false positive than an undetected issue going on. Yep. So, and that's the sad thing of the many sad things here. But his outlook is great. But on the other side, the flip side of the coin, think about just getting that checkup and live the life you were supposed to have and get all the years that are coming to you. I went through it. I'm here. I'm a perfect example. I'm doing fine.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can use a story like his to as an example as to go.
Right. He was
and
feeling
get checked out.
Yeah,
and get checked out all the time. I mean, you remember, Gary Papa passed away, and he was having back pains that he didn't get checked out, I believe was the case.
Right.
And it's, you may not think it's one thing. You may think it's just something minor, and it may be something else,
Yeah. So think of it again, take it back a step from that, Preston. You feel great. Go get checked. If it turns out you have it, the odds are dramatically in favor of you being just fine because you caught it early.
Yep. Regular checkups. Absolutely. All right. And then one last story just released is the Obit, no, not the Obit, the Orbit Dave Grohl comic book by Tidal Wave Comics. The 22-page comic was written by Adam Rose and illustrated by Martin Jimenez and is part of Tidal Wave's Orbit series, which focuses on personalities who impact the world. American Songwriter reported that the comic, which spans Grohl's entire life, takes readers inside Grohl's childhood, growing up in Virginia. One series details how playing drums was a form of healing in the wake of his parents' divorce, along with the early days of his first band, punk rockers Scream. There's also some devoted to Kurt Cobain. And at one point, the animated Grohl character is quoted in the comic as saying, Kurt's death messed with me, had me asking, who am I, where am I, what am I doing? He wasn't with us anymore, and that... that I had another day. I had to start from scratch with everything. So it's a Dave Grohl comic, and they've done this before with other personalities.
Yeah.
So, all right, and there you go. That's my last story in music news. We'll take a final break. We'll come back in a second and wrap up the program. You'll need the Letter of the Day for the Word of the Week prize. Great prize this week. Really cool prize if you haven't heard about it yet. We'll tell you about it when we return.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. The Preston and Steve Show.
For years, so it was okay. It was fine. So I even texted my neighbor, who's a gynecologist, and I said, "Do you do this with your patients?" And she's like, "Well, no, we don't." But she's like, "I guess some people do."
Well, okay, so so with televisits have become a thing, and the discussion is. If this is going to be something, Dr. Mike seems to think it's going to be,
ongoing.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I
to be
really
honest,
do.
If you can just go, I have this rash on my arm instead of driving across.
Here's your copay now. Call in my prescription.
Call it in. You got this.
Yeah.
And by the way, if you can clear waiting rooms and stuff for people with more serious things, that's a positive.
Listen, there was it was more in the thick of COVID when things were a little bit more touchy, and not that it's gotten any better, but our fear of it was a little bit stronger a little while back, and so I had a teleconference with a specialist whom I would regularly go into the waiting room and wait minimum hour and a half past my appointment schedule, and this one. Right on time, done deal, in and out. It was so easy to do.
If you can do it now
I had to show him my butthole. But other than that, it was okay. Now
hold it up there. Yeah. But I would say this then, right? If you're going to call your gyno, and this is the one who is. Maybe call on your phone for ease of use. So you can hold it down, right, Preston? Because it's harder to put your iMac up to your cooter, right?
Oh, my God.
I mean, to me.
I think it was just jumped over it. And
I'm not going to ask what was the issue, but did it get it done? Was it?
Oh yeah, I see it right there. Yeah, it looks like Idaho.
Oh right, I don't know. I didn't go further into the conversation. I was just shocked that.
How did that get in there?
She actually had to do that.
Steve, like anything else that we've seen in COVID times, we've seen some industries have had a boom because there's now a demand, maybe like at-home stirrups and stuff like that.
Why not? Yeah, absolutely.
Could end up being an industry.
Time for my appointment.
Absolutely. You know what you do? Just take the Casey. You're a cyclist. Just get on your bike and put them up on the handlebars.
You could do that.
Hang on a second. I want to go to Carl. Carl, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, what up, oranges? Oh, wait, no, you're triangles.
Wait a minute. What was that from?
What is that from?
It was me. When Casey was talking about that dumb Cracker Barrel game.
Oh, that's
the game. What's up, Carl?
We always mess up our shapes and colors. It's all good.
Yes, yeah.
So I had what I thought was a weird bulge in my belly button area, and I thought, this is kind of weird. I should tell a nurse, like my sister's a nurse, and she said, you have to send us a picture and we can look at it. So I'm like, how am I going to take a belly button selfie? I work in a machine shop.
Yep.
So I'm standing there with my new phone, with the camera facing me, holding my shirt up with my chin, trying to take a picture in the middle of this welding machine shop. And my boss comes over, he goes, am I disturbing anything? I said, no. I said, I'm just trying to take a picture of my belly button, which was an even dumber response because I should have just said, hey, I think I have a hernia.
Mm-hmm.
So, I got the right angle. I didn't have to straddle the phone, thank God, but they did wind up sending me to the hospital, and I did have an umbilical hernia.
Wow. So it worked. It ended up being the thing that needed to be done. Okay.
You should just told your boss it was for your OnlyFans page.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, belly buttons only. I had to have emergency surgery. It was like my belly button, so it saved my life.
No, so there you go. So and that saved you the time. They could diagnose it right over there and get you in for something more serious. But still, I guarantee you, there are people who, inopportune moments, the door opens up and you have the iPhone up your ass.
Right.
What is this, Doc?
Here's a text that says, I almost broke my penis having sex. We've heard of that before. And had to do a Zoom call and show the doctor. It was awkward at first. but she's seen many penises, he says.
But it was his dentist. No, but that's rather common. And if something like that could be taken care of, you know what? Would you feel? Let me ask you. You're in the privacy of your own home. Would you feel even more comfortable in the confines of your own home? You're not in a doctor's office.
I think that the fact that they might be, what might be in the back of someone's mind is this being recorded?
Totally.
Yeah. And can somebody else get their hands on this type of thing?
Of course it's being recorded.
So, listen, I've gotten used to dropping trowel and letting whatever doctors need to do whatever they need to do. And I never look forward to it, obviously, but it doesn't bother me now, but it may have at another age.
I think for me, it represents a whole new possibility, as you said, Preston. If you go and you show and you're sitting in the office for an hour and a half, and you have a time, and you've got things to do during your day, and so what could be done in 10 minutes takes 2.5, 3 hours. To me, that's a win.
I'm wondering to what extent it'll be, because when you go in for almost anything, a couple of things they almost always do are weigh you, check your temperature, just to get a basic vibe on your overall well-being. So I wonder if they're able to, when we return to normal, if they would be able to overlook those couple of things. You know what I mean?
Well, there are things now, by the way, and this is part of where the industry is going, and I saw an article on this, where you would actually have, whether it be through your Apple Watch or your phone, or you'd take your temperature. It would send the data to the doctor in real time, and your vitals, your blood pressure, however, even like a remotely controlled cuff or something.
Be cool.
That'd be able to do it. So yeah.
In order to skip the hassle of going to the doctor, I'd be happy with that in a heartbeat.
Listen,
man.
What if you had something that had to be removed and the doctor talked Rochelle through it?
Oh my God!
Would you? Right? Would you be up for that?
I would have complete confidence.
I mean, she's so good with the YouTube stuff.
Here is a text that says, I have eczema on my hands, which is fairly new. I couldn't control it and did a Zoom meeting with my doctor, and he said, I don't think it's staph. Which triggered me, so I went. No, I think they might have said, I think it's staph, which triggered me, so I went to a dermatologist and did indeed have MRSA.
Wow.
So they had seen that. Wow, okay.
I mean, that sometimes that's all it takes, but the notion of someone straddling their computer.
I mean, seriously, I couldn't get over it. I was like, really?
Well, are there USB cameras that you can, that maybe you want to have one at the ready? if you're calling your gynecologist.
Well, no.
A little ring light that attaches to your thigh.
Steve, no, that's what I was going to say. She goes, well, I do have the ring light set up anyway for when I do, conference calls and stuff like that. She's like, so it was there anyway. So she had a light. She literally shined a light.
Yeah. I guess you want to know what's wrong with you? Then
I mean,
all right. Can you the microphone? Could you please make sure that's inside there?
No, I'm losing signal.
If there was if I had to do this, I would have to try and create like a perspective that made everything like look
bigger,
or maybe.
Are you getting it all in the frame? Because I got a whopper here, Doc.
It would have to do something where,
like an anamorphic lens.
Yeah, or all right. So how like if you're trying to take a picture of evidence, and you don't know. Like you lay a dollar bill next to it, so it gives it perspective.
So here's what you do, Case. When you're going to your urologist and your junk is being displayed, get the people who take the pictures of the houses for Zillow.
Yes.
They always make them look much bigger.
Yeah.
No, Case is going to go out and he's going to buy a dollar bill that's a third the size of a regular dollar bill.
Yes.
See? Just make sure like your hands aren't in the picture too, because then you look like you have these huge giant hands.
Do you ever see like the guys who hold like the TV remote up against their junk, like and like, come on. Mm-hmm. But they should market all sorts of ultra tiny, and you use like a little doll hand to hold it.
Right. Miniature tennis racket or something like that. Oh my God,
I'm so big.
Little Women star Florence Hughes is shutting down criticism over the age gap between her and her boyfriend, Zach Braff. She's 24, he's 44.
That's 20 years.
And here's how it went down. She posted a shot of herself, and he commented with a princess emoji, and a follower remarked, "You're 44 years old." And she responded, and yet he got it. There you go.
That's awesome stuff. I love that kind of byplay on social media. And yet he got it.
And yet we got all kinds of good things coming up the rest of the week, and that's wonderful. We have a great Word of the Week prize this week, and we'll get the letter and the whole thing here in just a minute. But I would like to thank three fellas for stopping by this morning for the intern reunion that took place.
The one they were supposed to get but never got because of COVID.
Andrew and Ed and Nick. And they ended up working for home for months and months.
Yes.
To help us out with our show when, it was hardly any. It was a skeleton crew here at the radio station. So they never got to say farewell and thank you and all that stuff. So we had those guys on, and they're all doing great.
It looks that way. Very happy for him.
Wonderful to have them by here. So thank you, Andrew Kent, Ed Betts, and Nick Grandizio.
Yeah.
I was having a tough time with this last
Go
name.
with that.
But it was cool. So we are getting ready to make way for Pierre Robert, but we have a really cool Letter of the Day, Word of the Week prize, which he is going to supply the letter for. How you doing, man?
Excellent.
Nice to see you.
And you?
Have you been made aware of the first letter?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Can we do this, and then we'll chat with you and see how things are going?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, so the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter.
A is in apple.
All right, and we will give away on Friday, this is really cool, an Impractical Jokers Mega VIP prize pack. So this includes a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to actually introduce Q, Murr, and Sal to the crowd at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion on Friday, February 3rd. Plus, you get a meet and greet with the guys, a backstage dressing room to chill in with snacks and drinks, and you also get 4 of the best seats in the house, transportation to and from the show, and a merch pack. Isn't that great?
Wow.
Yeah. So don't forget that we, the Preston and Steve Show, present the Impractical Jokers Drive Tour Friday, February 3rd at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. And tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. So we give that away on Friday. Nice to see you.
And you.
Yes.
So many things to do today.
Yes.
And among them, I will have Måneskin tickets. No. I will have Måneskin album on vinyl. The Måneskin album will be on vinyl.
Are you a fan?
Yeah. I only know the song, one song we've been playing. Brent went to see them, said they were great at the Met.
Interesting sound.
2 full nights packed at the Met. So, not surprisingly, I'm behind the curve on this particular one. But I like them. I like everything I've heard about them. So we've got that album to give away on vinyl all this week. We'll have workforce blocks of Green Day and Dorothy and the Rolling Stones. Mick Taylor, one of the members over the years, has birthday. So we'll celebrate.
Yeah, and I mistakenly had said this morning that he was only on one album. I thought for some reason he was just had one short turn with those guys, but he was apparently with them for, I think, like 4 albums.
Yeah,
we found out.
Brian Jones left and then died shortly thereafter. Mick was introduced, Mick Taylor. I think he was on Exile. Yes, he was on Exile and Let It Bleed, Sticky Fingers.
Get Your Yayas
It's Only
Out.
Rock and Roll. I don't think he was on Get Your Yayas Out, which was the very
It was
first
a concert. It
live
was
album.
Yeah, well, it says it here and there.
Says he was on there? Okay,
Yeah.
maybe
He's
so.
in the Hoot Toot.
Yeah.
40 some odd years.
They brought him back on the 50th anniversary tour, and he would come out and do Midnight Rambler and 3 or 4 songs with the band, and it was really quite amazing. And I went up to New York I saw the show several places, but I went up to New York, and I went to the hotel where they were staying to have brunch the next day, and I was reading the New York Times and having brunch. And I look up, and the restaurant is packed, and Mick Taylor is standing there. And he's looking around, and he says, "Is there a place to sit?" And I look at him.
To you?
Well, he's looking at the maitre d' guy, and he wants to have brunch. And I go, and I had like room. I go, I raise my hand, and he goes, "Do you mind?" I go, "Not at all." I'm not at all. And if he doesn't sit down and has brunch with me.
That's pretty cool.
And I'm just going, and of course I've got my tape recorder. I go, "Could I talk with you?" "No, I'm afraid don't."
Yeah. Oh, man.
But, and then I said, "What would you like?" He goes, The guy comes over and says, "What would you like?" He goes, "What he's having." And he had exactly what I had. And they had a little mini Tabasco sauce. Bottles. And it was the most surreal, bizarre experience.
How long? Were you guys
35 minutes, 40 minutes.
Crazy.
Just sitting.
Unbelievable.
And he doesn't seem to know anyone else in the restaurant. No one else talks to him.
Yeah.
And then he goes, "Well, I've got to be off now. What do I owe you?" No, you don't owe me anything. Believe me.
You picked up lunch for him?
Of course.
That's good.
And I go, he said, I would say hello to Peppermint Patty. And I go, he said, "There's a woman in Philly named Peppermint Patty, and she loves me, and we write and correspond all the time." So I got my tape recorder out, and he gave me a 25-second exclusive interview saying hello to Peppermint Patty. "Hello, Patty. It's Peppermint Patty. It's Mick here, and I hope you're all well," and blah, blah, blah.
Is that amongst your many clips that you have?
I'll play it today.
Oh, my goodness.
That's very cool.
But, I mean, it was as magic and as bizarre and surreal as anything you can contemplate.
Yeah.
The fact that he walks in, I'm just reading the paper, and thought I might get a sighting here or there, but you never know. Didn't expect it. And he walks in and has no place to sit and looks, and we look, and I go, "Yes, of course."
Yeah.
That is crazy.
It's the wildest thing. It's one of the wildest things that's
Why
ever
don't we go
happened.
ATV riding with Mick?
We have the audio if you want to listen to it. Like 20 seconds long, yeah.
You want to?
Oh, sure, yeah.
All right, sure. Okay. Here is that. Here we go.
So we're here with Mick Taylor, who wants to say something special to someone in Philadelphia. Mick, who is it?
Hi, Peppermint Patty Butler. I wish you could have seen the show in Newark, New Jersey. It was great. I'll give you a bell soon. Give you a call soon, and keep writing those letters. I'll be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you, Mick.
That's so wild.
That's all he was willing to do.
On the way home.
Yeah, that's sending a personal message, Pierre.
I was a conduit to Peppermint Patty. I've never heard from her.
Why am I
since then.
thinking Kate Hudson in Almost Famous? That sort of, right?
Kind of, yes. Yeah. Very much so. So,
what year was that?
That was the 50th anniversary tour. 10 years ago, they're now on the 60th anniversary tour.
And never heard from Peppermint Patty.
I never have heard from Peppermint Patty.
Snoopy got in, though.
Yeah, Snoopy arrived.
Hopefully she heard it.
Wow. Okay, well, that's a really cool story.
That's amazing.
I mean, it was very surreal, very bizarre, very magical. And we'll celebrate Mick's birthday today.
Kathy saw Bethany Frankel at a pool.
Well, I almost ran into Bill Wyman walking down the stairs one time.
Really?
Yeah, he was at Y100, and I just come bounding down. You remember those main stairs down the front?
Tearing down the stairs.
And I just come ripping down the stairs, and I almost bump into this guy, and I stop, and number one, he's really short, okay? It's this really short guy standing there, and I'm looking, and I do a double take. I'm like, that's a Rolling Stone. He was there for an interview with Sherry Shepherd. I mean, not Sherry Shepherd, Sherry Lee Stevens. And I was just like, wow. I was with, I was just standing there with rock royalty. It was pretty cool.
Excuse me, would you buy me brunch?
Said hi to him real quick, and that was it. But nice. All right. Well, let me. Oh, it's Tattoos Day. We haven't done that. We got to give away our prize, and I need to congratulate Jeremy Johnson of Mullica Township, New Jersey. Jeremy got a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. And Tattoos Day on the President Steve Show is presented by Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. You can find them at 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. If you want artwork samples, just visit floatingworldtattoos.com or check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. So congratulations to you, Jeremy. I want to take a moment to thank our sponsors. The President Steve radio program brought to you today by Dunkin', and the President Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also, Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. Tomorrow on a program, Wednesday, Fox Good Day, Secret Text Word, and everything else that comes along with it. That is it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.